rodents, non-rodents, all of the above. Welcome, folks. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to hand it to D here for a second. Go for it, D. Do your thing.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the flying flock out of here. Back to you, Phoebe.
That's the way. That's the way. This is taking me forever. It takes like somehow longer and longer every single time. Now it won't even let me see the video when I start the video. So please bear with me, ladies and germs, while I slowly find the chat. It'll take me a second here, and then I literally have to go to my channel to find the video, apparently. Anyway, ladies and germs, I'm gonna do that shortly. There we go. Finally, I found the channel. Meantime, I'm gonna mute myself for a second so that I can do that. D, welcome, buddy. Introduce yourself. Go for it.
What's going on, everybody? I'm D Zombie. You can find me on Instagram at D Zombie underscore D Zombie D underscore zombie underscore. Thank you, Mrs. D. I need to smoke something wonderful, as Fumidor says. You can also find me on YouTube at dzombie underscore 745, where I do lives once in a blue moon or sooner. You never know. I hope everybody's having a great day. I'm smoking on Death Bubba for bedtime, Pink Bubba, and another one. Oh, Cherry Kush. What else? Um, Shit, where'd it go? Hello, everybody in chat. Everybody lurking in the background, maybe doing some work, smoking a joint, hitting a bong, doing some gardening.
Yeah,
Hope everybody's having a great day.
that's it. Cheers, guys.
Cheers.
Let me post the link too. Thank you, D, for the hellos and everything. Like you say, lurkers, non-lurkers, everyone's welcome to join us. You guys are more than welcome to say hello. The show is a very different show compared to many channels. A lot of channels, they sort of pay lip service to letting people on, but honestly, this show does. You're more than welcome to hop on here. Literally, you just literally have to hit that fucking link right there. It is as easy as that. We've said before, if you don't want to show your face, whatever, there's all kinds of ways to avoid that. Super easy to do. You literally could do this, have a fake background, whatever else. You basically just pick your background picture. So pretty much I pick my background picture, and Zoom is actually exceptional at doing the AI. Well, okay, I say that, and then there's all these weird shadow elements behind me. But anyway, it's better than it used to be. Take my word for it that way. That basically it shows the background really well. You don't have to have a studio. Obviously, I don't have a real dinosaur behind me. I'm sure you're super surprised. But anyway, very, very easy to set it up. If you guys want any tech support, just let us know in the chat. We'd be perfectly happy to help. Welcome, though, folks. Welcome, Deadfish fan. Welcome. Why do I feel like this is so high? I need to lower it a little bit. Meantime, welcome, folks. Thanks for joining us. Look at that. Chasman Devil says, got some goodies in the mail today. Fucking finally. Holy shit. It only took like, I don't know how many
Right
tries.
on.
He had a slightly unconventional address, and the post office kept giving me shit for it in 50 different fucking ways. Finally, I literally just put a stamp on it and sent it. It was just like, fuck this shit, let's go. And it got there. What do you know? It's so fucking ridiculous. Anyway, love for the plant. What's the good word, buddy? Yeah, no tracking, no nothing. I just like fucking send it, go away from me. And sure enough, it made it.
Right
Anyway,
on.
love for the plant is in the house, working in the garden. Cheers, buddy. That's a
Thanks.
good place to be. Welcome. Good to see you. A long time no see. Love for the plant. Gosh, it won't be that long now before I can hopefully bring back the channel, the bigger channel. We'll see, because obviously the trolls are pretty good at fucking knocking us down pretty quick. I wonder who this is. Anyway, somebody, Robert something or other. So we'll see. Maybe it's Green Fingers. Maybe it's somebody else. In the meantime, folks, the one commandment is what, D? Pretty much don't be a dick.
Yeah,
And
you caught me off guard.
oh, sorry.
No, you're good. I was trying to do something.
Tasmanian Devil is saying persistence pays off.
You know, whatever it is. Uh,
You said Morgana will be first. There it is. No fucking dicks. That's pretty much it right there. No wieners. Thou shalt not bestoweth thy wiener or some shit. I don't know. Meanwhile, we are, well, actually not the rest of you guys can't see, but I can see somebody is trying to join audio, so we'll see who that is. That might not be Green Fingers, it might be somebody new. I forgot to pin that link, ladies and germs. The link is right there. Feel free to pin it. Like Dee was showing, don't be a dick, don't show your dick. That's pretty much it. Don't be an asshole, don't be a prick, don't be a fucking meter pants. And then don't bullshit. That's basically it. The don't bullshit is kind of the secret other side of the don't be a dick, pretty much. So if you grew 2 pounds of weed, just tell us about 2 pounds of weed. If you caught a 10-inch fish, just tell us about the 10-inch fish. Don't lie and say it was 40 pounds of weed or 12-inch fish, whatever. Just tell us the truth. It's a lot more honestly interesting that way. Whoever's connecting right now, if you need any tech support, just let us know. You might be able, oh, he probably won't be able to do the chat, so that won't
Oh,
help him.
I know who it is.
Probably. Oh, you know who it is? Yeah.
Yeah, can you make me co-host? I gotta change the
Sure.
person's name.
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Rename.
Right on. Rename late for breakfast.
Vlad.
Gutenberg is
Vladimir.
so funny. Welcome though, folks. Welcome everyone in the chat if you guys are hanging. Welcome everyone. I had an interesting afternoon, honestly. I interviewed a 98, 99-year-old Holocaust victim, actually, for like 3 hours. We chatted. Time just kind of flew by. I took my microphones over. I took this microphone. She actually spoke into this microphone because I have this. Oh, you guys can't see it. It doesn't show for shit. All right, well, take. Oh, there you go. You can kind of see it. Anyways, this kind of cool looking microphone, and I got it basically kind of before all the shitstorm that I went through in the fall, because my thought was that it was, oh, here we go. My thought was, is that Captain?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, Captain? Cheers, buddy. Welcome. Oh, he's still connecting.
No, I'm trying to get this thing to work.
Oh, right on. Anyway, I got the mic because I was like, oh, it basically is like from no time. It could be from the past, it could be with the future, it could be whatever. And it kind of opens up people's, like, I don't know, thinking hole or something, I thought. So anyway, and sure enough, it actually worked out well today. But anyway, I thought it was going to be fun to just have a conversation with her about all kinds of stuff. She had been interviewed by Steven Spielberg when he did the Shoah project, basically. So there's like a videotape of her and everything, but she was only talking about her time in Auschwitz, pretty much. Like, sure enough, she survived fucking Auschwitz. Can you believe that shit?
That's crazy.
But it's a weird one for me because I was like, man, you know how like when I remember my grandma, she was not like a concentration camp victim. She was, but she was not like that's not how I remember her, right? Like I don't remember my grandpa and all the terrible shit that he happened in his life. I remember him as my grandpa, right? So I was like, your life is a variety of things, not just this one shitty time in your life that was probably the worst time in your life. And she very much agreed. So we talked for a couple 3 hours. That was pretty fun. So, yeah, I really regret not having recording equipment basically to talk to my mom. Not certainly back when my grandma was still alive, not having time to talk to her, and definitely I remember this one Greek. I guess you could say neighbor. I mean, it was down the street, but I used to walk my dogs by this guy, and he was this super fun guy years ago, old timer, man. He probably would have been 110 by now, or more maybe because he was already very aged and this was a good 15, 20 years ago. Anyway, I'd walk my dogs by him and he'd always say hello to my dogs and stuff. He was super nice. Dude had one leg from this. He told me all the stories and stuff. And he ended up basically walking around on a peg leg pretty much for like, I don't know, 60 years or something after the war and had all these goddamn interesting stories that essentially, I mean, he probably told other people too, but I remember them, but I remember them poorly, right? Like, it's been a long time and I remember them poorly. And God, what I've wished for years that I would have recording equipment for years. Like I'd look at recorders and how much they cost. Fuck, they were a fortune. So never had them, but finally now, I guess because of this show, not really because of this show, because honestly, this show doesn't justify it. But anyway, little by little, I've collected some of this recording equipment, and wouldn't you know it, it actually came in handy for a change. So that was pretty cool. So we'll see. I did a couple conversations when I was in Israel. I'm thinking about doing completely unrelated to this fucking garbage. And I won't tell any of you people probably for a while because I don't want Lars fucking Larson to report me and get me banned. So anyway,
Or
we'll
a
see.
beekeeper.
Fuck any of those fucking shit stained cocks. I mean, seriously, that would just make me vomit if that happened.
I got
Anyway,
a
more useless people I've never seen in my life. What's that, D?
I have a question.
Go for it.
Are there many Holocaust survivors left
Not
now?
yet. No, she's 98. and she was pretty young in the war. So unless you were, there are still some people who were basically children, literally, like literally children. But even
Yeah.
then, they have to be fucking old now. Like they're in the 80s. You know what I mean?
Well,
Late 80s and 90s. So very, very few left. Yeah.
well, look at you know who George Takei is,
Yeah. No, he's
right?
pretty old too.
He was in a concentration camp.
Yep, as a kid. Yeah. And what
Yeah,
is he in the late
yeah,
70s? I want to say late 70s, early 80s. Yeah.
yeah.
How old is George Takei?
He's like 84 or something, isn't
There you
he?
go. Yeah, there you go.
Something like
That's
that.
about
Don't
right.
hold me to it. Oh my.
He is 1937. Wow, 86 years old. Holy
That's
cow.
close.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. Yeah.
Oh, Brad.
So yeah,
Brad.
there's gonna be a few of those people hanging around, but
Hmm.
just not all that many. So, yeah. I used to know this guy passed away probably 10 years ago. And he didn't pass away super young either. He was a German guy, actually, and he was in the Luftwaffe for the last year of his life. No,
Oh,
last
wow.
6 months of the war, I think. Literally, and he was like 17. The guy was 17 years old, and it was very interesting, like a German professor and stuff. Super interesting guy. Um,
That would be.
yeah,
Or
really
present.
interesting. Yeah, no, at the end they were basically, well, 17 isn't really that young for war, I guess, but they were taking everybody, literally fucking everybody. And
Yeah.
as soon as he was old enough to be a pilot, they basically pulled him in, and he was lucky to be a pilot instead of going to the Wehrmacht or whatever because he just would meat grinder by that time. Anyway, Tasmanian Devil has one photo of his dad, exactly one. I know the feeling. I don't have very many photos of my dad. Very few photos of my mom, honestly, too. Uh, None that you would really want, even too. A lot of people have a fucking portrait or whatever. I don't have anything like that. Uh, uh, I have, ironically, some photos. Thanks to having gone to Israel, I have some photos of my grandparents.
Right.
Few, but yeah, very few. That was kind of the most important thing to bring back. But anyway, we lose that stuff a lot. Before we know it, like you lose stuff. I'm having a problem right now. Today I discovered on my computer as I was preparing for the interview, I was kind of checking everything to make sure it worked. And I was like, fuck, my main photo on my desktop is missing all my photos. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know. It's probably an iCloud issue. It's probably something I shouldn't stress out about. I've had a few other very stressful things today, so I guess that's my mind is veering towards stress. It's probably fine, but it does remind me, like I had to spend a few $100 when I got back from Israel, fixing my fucking hard drive that basically went corrupt. People don't realize how easy it is to lose all of your photos, and if you lose all your photos, that's basically all your memories of fuck your family, friends, your life, on and on and on. It can be a real catastrophic loss. Anyway, what's going on, Captain? On probably a better note, what's the good word with you?
Oh, I'm just playing with the kitty cat.
Nice,
Right on.
right on. Yeah.
But yeah, I had something to say, but I totally lost it there.
Uh,
But it's another nice day here. I still haven't been able really to leave the house after they tried breaking into my house 3 times. And
fuckers.
the only time something was missing out of my house is when the padlock wasn't broken or cut off,
Hmm.
and my landlady was in the house repairing the doorknob.
Hmm.
So I have a problem there. I got pretty much, they came in, they didn't have time to go through everything in the house, or they would have picked up the Rolex watch that was basically sitting on the table.
Oh.
You know, they went in,
Wouldn't it be
they
funny if they
seen
thought it
one
was
thing.
fake and they're like, no way he's gonna leave a Rolex on the counter. It must be bullshit.
Yeah, well, there was a couple million dongs sitting in the backpack, so that tells me that the
That just will
person
never not
didn't.
be funny. That will never not be funny. I swear to shit. And call me a child, but that just will never be on. That will never. Yeah. You want
So
to
the
see? You want to see
person
what two
didn't
million
have.
dongs look like?
So
With
the
a backpack
person
full of
didn't
money.
have time to actually go through my house.
Hmm.
So yeah, and the cops here, no, they ain't gonna do nothing. Even my friend in SWAT told me, he goes, your best chance is go to the tourist police, talk to an officer, and offer him 50% of
Huh.
whatever you get back.
Bullshit.
Now, it won't be hard to trace because there's 100 and some $2 bills. And there's only a few places that exchange $2 bills here in Chiang Rai. Not all the banks even do. So it
Reminds me
wouldn't
of all
be
the
that
times.
hard to go around and
Reminds me of
find
all.
out.
Reminds me of all the times that you hear about like some dickhead kid or whatever that's like I don't know, a junkie or wants to buy some booze or something and takes grandpa's coin collection and fucking sells it at 7-Eleven or whatever, and they just track it by the rare mint coins and shit. Oh, that's gotta be so tragic.
Well, that's the whole thing is if someone is turning in $2 bills, it's really easy to figure it out.
Seriously, who else has $2 bills? Well, except for Korea, North Korea.
Exactly.
Apparently, North Korea counterfeits $2 bills all the time. Twos and fives,
Yeah,
I guess.
but there's going to be a stack of them that they're not going to be able to turn in because I've got these two stamps and one says I grew hemp. And I like putting
Nice.
that right next to Thomas Jefferson's mouth. And I've got a
The
big
dong
pic.
throne.
It's a stamp of a pot leaf that I hit with them.
That's pretty
Well, I
funny.
gave them out as business cards.
Hmm.
You know, no one's going to throw away your $2 bill with I grew hemp and a pot leaf on it as a business card,
Unless you're super anti-weed. Or if
or
you
you're
already just have a
hungry.
pocket full of dongs. That'd be a different song if Rage Against the Machine sang about a pocket full of dongs. Hop on, folks. Join the conversation. You guys are more than welcome to hop on here. We'll be here for at least a little bit. D said he might not be around for the whole show. So, ladies and germs, don't dawdle. We were going to have a great guest tomorrow. I guess I didn't announce this publicly, so it's no great loss, I suppose, for you guys. We're going to reschedule for next week, so thankfully it isn't a loss. Unfortunately, we couldn't meet with North Star tomorrow because California, ironically, is being hammered by water. So apparently he doesn't have power until
Yeah.
Thursday and all this stuff. So anyway, poor North Star had to reschedule. Evidently, they're having to bail themselves out with I don't even know, shovels or something. Probably that's probably not true. I'm joking. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but still, got to be annoying to not have power and all that kind of stuff. So the good news though is that we're going to be meeting with North Star Genetics next Wednesday, ladies and germs. He's only been on the show. I was going to say always a good guest. Well, he's actually only been on the show once, but it was a great show. So, folks, and I've seen him on other shows, Flora and stuff. So always a really entertaining breeder. One of the breeders that I really genuinely respect. There's a lot of breeders out there that just honestly I wouldn't grow their beans with your soil, frankly. North Star is definitely not one of those people. Half my genetics have basically come from North Star in one way or another. Half the shit that I breed basically came directly from North Star in one way or another, from the Jack the Ripper crosses to the Space Queen crosses, one way or another. He either had the mother and gave it to the person that bred it or directly bred it himself. So anyway, deeply, deeply, deeply into TGA. And if you guys have ever grown any TGA, there's a spectacular fucking chance. I'd say probably a 60% chance that you grew a new North Star gear. So very interesting breeder. If you guys don't know him, and if you do know him, of course, you know he's a super interesting guy, very well spoken, and just a smart breeder. Honestly, knows what he's doing and so on. So hope you guys are excited because I am certainly. We last time he was on the show, we didn't even really, ironically, get to the genetics like we talked about. I don't even know types of breeding and this and that and blah 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 blah, smoking weed. But we never even really got just right at the very end. We got to talking about his genetics. So hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about that and other stuff too. I'm sure. Cheers, Mr. Scotto. Good to see you, Mr. Scotto. Oh, you know what? Ironically, I have still not smoked a couple of the samples that Mr. Scotto gave me of a couple of things of mine. I guess I could show them. I've been meaning to basically take pictures of them and also show you. Like, he gave me two samples of Pacifica Days, Basically, there's one hunker and this other one. Here comes Smashed. What else? Oh, and Pig Chris too. He had 2 samples of Pig Chris. Excuse me, and then a few other things that he grew from I can't remember, from Irie and from a couple other people. Anyway, look at that fucking flood. What's going on, Smash? Oh, still connecting, I guess.
This is in California.
Oh, is that D? Holy shnikes.
It's
Mother
California
mercy.
right now.
That's bad news.
Oh, you're okay,
Uh,
bud. You want in chat?
By
Like
the way,
he's.
Kramer Rose says I missed the breeding talks. What were you saying, D? Sorry.
I was just hoping Bud Kilowatt's okay over there.
Oh yeah, right. Seriously.
There's he's there too somewhere.
Well, luckily he's on the mountaintop. So, or no, he's not on the mountaintop anymore. Damn, maybe
Not
he is
anymore.
getting rained on. Yeah, shit. I was gonna say on that mountaintop, he's probably laughing, but you never know. How was Vegas, Smashed? What was it? How was it?
It was fun, man.
Yeah, enjoy yourself.
Yeah, but like I don't know. It's like the hotel
Fake.
don't stay at the Strat if you go to Vegas.
How come?
Found
It's
out
old, ran down.
No, it's not. It's actually they just renovated it, but the service is trash.
Huh? How come?
Look, we went there. My homie ended up showing up, and we were going to split the room, which helped me a lot. And he was like, "Fuck it, let's upgrade." Which I didn't think it was going to be another $170 to upgrade. So they charged us the $170 to upgrade. I look online, and they were selling the
Sick of
room
note or what?
for less than my original booking that they upgraded us to. I was like, what? How did you upgrade us at all? And then it was just bad. I had do not clean on my room, and I've called the front desk. Like I've been in and out of the room, and someone like knocked on my door like really quiet, and then opened the door, and I was running late, so I was still in the room. Literally, I just woke up in my boxers, and
Mhm.
just walks in. I'm like, what the fuck?
Mm,
Housekeeping.
nope.
You want
I've
me
had
to
a
do
couple of them, and they've got the full Monty.
But other than hotel bullshit,
You should give me a tip.
I even wrote like they just posted something on Instagram a little while ago, and I posted what I just said. You guys
Cat,
treated us
get that
horrible.
paper.
We spent a lot of money.
You spent a lot of money on what?
We spent a lot of money in the Strat. That's really where I did all my gambling.
Huh. So I guess that means that you didn't win anything. Did you lose a lot of money?
Up, down, up, down. I think I was down 400 by the end of it.
What's that guy's name? Mickey Wick or some shit. There's this guy who won like fucking 40 or 50 million dollars. Mickey Wick, maybe. What's the fucking guy's name? No, that's not his
Guys
name.
all tatted
Mickey
up.
Wicked. Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Mickey Mace.
Is this Mickey Mace? Is that what his name is?
yeah.
Most-
Oh, I
Something
can't
like
find it
that.
right now. Yeah. Anyway,
He's
you
been
guys know what I'm
kicked
talking about.
out of like almost all the
Yeah, apparently he's
casinos
been
in
banned from them all.
Vegas.
Yeah. Oh, here comes Bud. Apparently he's been banned from
Hey.
them all. Can't even remember what I was going to say about him, but anyway, I guess it's just funny to think that there's people who can walk in with like $100 and walk out with $1 million or whatever, right? And then the rest of people just kind of walk in with $1 million and walk out with $100. Anyway,
Yeah, but he's walking in with like $250,000, half
yeah, at this
million.
point, probably, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, he was talking about that they literally gave him his own private jet to fly into Vegas.
Hmm.
And they ended up taking that away from him.
Hmm.
And he's like, how can you take away my jet when I come in every weekend and I'm putting up, to start $500,000, $1 million?
Because every time he walks
know,
away with money, that's probably how.
oh yeah, you're walking
They're like,
away
this is
with,
costing us lots of money. That's how,
5 million.
sir. We really we expected you to give us money. That's how this is supposed to work. What's up, Bud Kilowatt?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, well,
Bud.
that's how it goes with whales. If you start winning, they'll politely decline your business. That's how
Yeah.
that goes.
And once you get blacklisted from one, you usually get blacklisted from them all.
Yeah, they all work together.
The casinos share all the
Right, nickel.
information with each other.
Even internationally.
That's
Yeah.
nice, Bull. Is that the piece you
Well,
bought there?
you have-
What'd you?
I bought a couple.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Go for it, Ken.
You also have to remember that, out of all those casinos in Las Vegas, the majority of them are probably only owned by like 3 or 4 corporations. Probably
it's down.
own.
I think it's down to 3. Yeah, it's like
Okay.
everything. It's conglomerized. There's like Caesars
Whoa.
Entertainment. They own like a third of it, and then the other one, I forget the 3 names, but
Good kitty.
yeah, that's
So I got this piece. I was thinking about Bud when I got it.
well. Since you were in Vegas, yeah, the Dead and Company with John Mayer announced 3 months of a residency. May, June, and July will be in the Sphere in Vegas. Even though it sounds like a lot, it's 3 months, but it's 24 shows so far, and it's just Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So it'll be like, yeah, from my house, it's maybe 5 hours, maybe a little less, a little more, or maybe a flight, like less than an hour flight. Yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, come home on Sunday and do it all again for 3 months. I don't know if I'll go to all of them, but I'll be at a lot of them.
So he had this.
I wonder what Bobby's making off 24 shows out there.
As much as the actual tour, for like a third of the capacity, they're making as much money as like the full tour. Yeah.
So I got this
Yeah.
piece. It was last day. He had it at 75. He gave it to me for 60. It retails for 130.
Nice looking piece. And the banger too, or was that separate?
No, that's separate. It's got crushed opal in the bottom, and then it's red and blue.
Yeah, that's cool.
Then up here, there's some more red and blue and crushed opal. And then Stone Tech, which is cool. He's a local to my state. Gave me this little piece.
Oh, that is cool. Is that acid etched or what?
I don't know. I have to ask him, but it's supposed to
Sandblast
like
or something.
his name's Stone Tech because his whole thing is like the bowls are made out of glass but feel like stone.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Oh,
It was pretty fun.
Right on.
I got a whole bunch of nicotine. I went to the TPE Expo. Oh, you guys want to hold on? I'll show you. Give me a second.
I'll go in the meantime. I'll figure off my play.
I've been to the Tobacco Products Expo 2 years running. It was all paid for by the Chinese company I was doing business with at the time. That was a trip, like especially 10, 15, well, more than 10 years ago. The tobacco products, there was a little bit of cannabis involved in the overall, but yeah, that was eye-opening, the Tobacco Products Convention.
These are CBD infused papers.
Huh.
Yeah, that's where basically all the smoke shops around the country come to buy wholesale or whatnot.
Zigzag.
Everything.
They just gave me a bunch of stuff. They're like, "What papers do you like?" I was like, "The hemp."
Oh, that's awesome.
They're like, "Here you go."
I love
Aw.
Zigzag.
Yeah, I've
Uh,
heard Zigzag has made like some improvement. Like they used to just have the standard papers they had been putting out forever, but now they have like a full line of more modern
I don't have any right now. Ironically, I
styles
have
papers.
OCBs. Normally, I'm rocking the Zigzags, but right now I have OCBs.
I got the King Kong. Dude, you know the Integra Boost packages?
Mhm.
They gave me a whole
A whole box, you said?
Yeah, they literally were like,
Nice.
they're
Yeah.
like shutting down and they're like, here, just take a box, the CEO. And I was
Which
like,
one? The 62s or because they have a couple other ones. I actually love what is it, the 57s or whatever. Those were great for weed.
I grabbed the 55s.
Oh, perfect. I haven't tried the
What are these
55s. I
ones?
bet those are good too. Because
What are
I-
the
these two?
62s, they're a little bit too wet. You end up basically like the joint or whatever, just it's a little hard to puff. It's probably good for selling it because it weighs a little bit more, but it literally just it feels a little heavier essentially when you're kind of rolling it up and stuff. And the little bit drier weed, it's awesome. What people sometimes do, I don't really use those packs that much anymore. Bud sent me some, so I've been using a couple, but I don't really like kind of religiously use them anymore.
That's
But what
awesome.
I used to do, and what a lot of people will do, is use the 62s, for example, to age your weed to basically store it longer term, however long it is, a couple months or 6 months, however long you keep your weed. And then before you smoke it, let's say, for example, when you bring out your jar, like I have a couple jars that I'm working on, you take the 62 out, or either way, you either take the 62 out and put the 57 in, or the 55 in. Look at that smash! It's showing off a big old bag of them. Or I don't know, switch jars. It's probably easier just to switch the pack, honestly, than switching jars.
awesome.
But it lets the weed dry out ever so slightly. Or sometimes people just take the pack out completely, which honestly I would do at this point. I'd probably just take the pack out because if you're smoking it in a reasonable amount of time, unless you live somewhere super dry like Colorado or something, but yeah, in Oregon you could take that.
It was
It's
pack out.
funny that
You know,
I have
Problem.
the same thing. I have a Ziploc full, and then I have a couple boxes of the bigger 62 pouches because my nephew was like a rep for them. Like, so like, I don't know, probably like a year ago, he gave me like a lifetime supply of those. I
Nice.
sent them around to people. I sent Boomies reminded me I threw a few in his pack.
Yeah,
And
you gotta
I-
watch out for those. If they're pre-packaged, they're okay. But if you're buying them out of like a box or something and they're just the packs, be very wary of them.
The
well, I have
CEO
to
is
say-
really funny.
Why wary, Captain? Are because they're dried out or because they're fake?
Yeah, but they expire.
Oh,
Well,
The ones that are sealed up in their individual packages, those are good.
we used to use those and the other brand pretty much religiously to store pounds for
Volvita.
like more than a week or two or longer. But yeah, we don't do that anymore. We use these deoxynator packets. They don't dry the weed out or anything. That's not what they're for. But they pull
They take the
oxygen
oxygen.
out of the bag or some of the oxygen out of the bag, and they seem to work good. Like the moisture's already left
More.
in there.
You're just
Yeah.
not getting any of the deterioration from the oxygen on it and the oxidization.
Yeah, we found that those pouches, I don't know, like, yeah, we didn't like what they did to the product. Let's see that.
Well, I know for sure that the ones that smashed you're much better than the Bovitas. That's what I use. I use Boost as well. Because
Well,
apparently,
but here's something I
Bovita-
noticed though.
whoa,
Okay.
hold on. Apparently, the Bovitas, when they start drawing out, they'll let I can't say the word desiccant. There we go. The desiccant comes out of it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
the
They also
Bovitas,
they suck
like,
terpenes and they also leach desiccant. Yeah, they're pretty shitty for
yeah,
weed.
and like, oh, if you use one of them, they'll like dry out like over a period of the Bovitas and be like stiff, like they get stiff. Where the Boost, those bigger ones,
That's what she said.
yeah, they seem to last forever. Like they still hold moisture. It's not like, oh, it all the moisture got sucked out of it. It's no good anymore. Those Bovitas, yeah, I've used those where I've pulled them out of the bag and they were already like, yeah, like hard, like they
That's what she said.
dried out. I, I I I guess that's like what you're saying. They leak, or sometimes with those years ago, I would resaturate them. I'd put them in a Ziploc with a little water, and they they would re-moisten.
The CEO of Integra was funny. He was like, Bovita says on their website that it messes with terps. I was like, where? He was like, go look. He said, he's like, I'm telling you, it says it. I'm like, okay. I haven't looked yet.
Sorry, the
Well,
CEO of Boost was saying that the Integras. I'm sorry, the CEO of Boost was saying that the Bovitas mess with terps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Granted, that's an
well,
infomercial from the CEO,
yeah.
but still.
Like
Obvious.
when there's two main companies that control
Mhm.
our market
Yeah.
share, of course, one's gonna
Kind of annoying.
have nothing good to say about the other. Yeah, they're fighting for their market share.
Yeah.
And that's why they give away so many for free,
Mhm.
both companies, to try to gain customers.
Yeah. Test Nugs has tried all three, and he's saying 62 is for storage, 55 is too dry, and 58 is perfect for joints.
I use 62 right when they go into jars, and then later on, I'll put a 55 in.
Yeah, I don't like my weed dried all the way out. I like it to have about 15% moisture content because I do smoke them in joints.
Never thought of it that way. What percentage is water? 15%. I
Well,
never measured
I
it.
think it's higher than that. I think
Yeah, I was gonna say like
I
55%
think that,
moisture.
well, no, I don't
No?
think it's that high, but I think it's like a range of
Oh,
what
because it's
proper
humidity. There we go.
cannabis
Yeah,
is
it's different.
is 18 to low 20s is the range, but like a lot, they say that I don't know a lot about chemistry and stuff, but one of the ways that companies like manipulate the test when they have weed lab tested is with the moisture content, meaning
Butterflies.
that I think the way it goes is that it's calibrated thinking that there's a standard amount of moisture in most weed, if not. But if you put in a sample that's really, really dry, then it will have higher THC, something like that.
I wonder if you could use a wood moisture meter. They're expensive, but maybe you could.
That's
$600 fucking dollars.
Vegas-
Holy shnikes.
a wood
Vegas
moist
was the first place I seen to have like they were saying it tested at 42% the bud. I was like, okay. First place I've ever seen.
I'll take 5, please. Send them to my butler, please.
Oh, all my plants survived too.
Nice.
No.
Well, that's most important about any
Right.
trip that any grower makes, is whether it's a 1 or 2 days or a little longer. Yeah, how did the plants do?
I got a whole bunch of I got everything I made I started. The Chemdog apple fritter and the papaya rum cake crosses. Then I got a couple of randoms in there. I got one of the Otter Pop Wilsons. I got a White Wedding. I got a Critical Push. Purple Strawberry Apricot, the Purple Punch.
Ooh.
I've been editing. I'll show you guys a cool ass picture in a minute. I'll show you what won first place.
There's a couple moisture meters that aren't too bad. Oh, this one is pinless. Because I was going to say, I think a pinned moisture meter would not work well. I've never tried one of these on weed. Now I'm curious. I'm honestly curious how much the moisture would be. I think it would be helpful, especially for people who really struggle with curing. I think it would be really helpful to know what your moisture percentage is. Because like you said, I've never really thought about that in that way. I thought about the humidity, but I didn't stop to think how much percentage of weed is this, how much percentage of my weed is water? Uh, that makes a difference, but it's never occurred to me, and I'm sure it's probably never occurred to most of the audience too. How would you measure that? And so I'm just wondering, like, could you use a wood moisture meter? Uh, I assume the pinned ones. So if you guys didn't know what I was talking about with the pinned ones, they literally have pins on them. There's one right there, roster, like prostate. That's kind of funny. But anyway, this one it doesn't show. Oh, okay, the pins, the lid thing comes off. You literally kind of you don't really stick it in the wood, but you do. I mean, you do kind of jab the wood, and I think both pins have to be touching the wood. So I think you'd have to have a gigantic nug for that to work. And I think it even is like from a conductivity. I'm not really sure. So I don't know if it would work, honestly, in weed. Of course, you don't really want to poke holes in it. So anyway, I'm thinking maybe I'm just thinking out loud, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, maybe a pinless moisture meter would be able to check that. And this client is only like 40, $42. Maybe that's a worthwhile experiment. Anyway, interesting thought. I never really thought about it before. Anyway.
I got a fresh press garlic juice, hand washed indoor, single source solvent and rosin pod.
Hmm.
And it was good.
Fancy. Sounds fancy.
Nice.
It says single source, small batch, 149 EU live rosin.
That's not saying you could get a meter at Harbor Freight. Good point, actually. And apparently, Harbor Freight's tools have really improved in quality over the last few years. I used to joke that it's Harbor Freight, but apparently it's all right now. Still, made in China, the lowest common bidder, but well, maybe not the lowest bidder anymore because evidently some of the tools are actually okay. Some of their pneumatic tools and stuff are apparently perfectly fine. It used to be so much lower quality than anything else, but apparently their tool chests and stuff are very close to everything else you can buy at the store anymore or at Home Depot or anything else, very close to the same quality for much lower price. Well, not much lower anymore. I guess that's the difference now with Harbor Freight. They raise their prices, but also raise their quality. So I guess good for them.
I gotta go check that.
What's that, D? Oh, he might be talking to Mrs. D.
I'll be back. I heard a big crash from upstairs.
Oh, right on. Cheers, D.
Yeah, the kitty. Yeah.
Probably. Well, hop on, folks. Slow start to the show this evening. Hop on so we can keep it going. Maybe a couple
Well,
of people.
one last thing about
Okay.
China. My experience is you get what you pay for over there. There's fine
Hmm.
quality if that's what you're paying for,
I
all the
mean, the
way down
expression
to the
fine
knockoff.
China is literally porcelain from China.
Yeah,
So yeah, it's like China's capable of doing the highest quality shit you can imagine.
yeah, and most people that do business in that way, yeah, they buy the cheapest. Like even at some point, it's fractional or pennies. Oh, if you spend a pennies more, oh, you would get a much, like a lot of it. Even when I was doing business, mainly with batteries, e-cigarette batteries, 510 batteries, fucking tens of thousands of them. Yeah, they don't like. There's a warranty. Like, so if you buy 1,000, then they send you like a 1,075 because there's 75 warranty batteries, and the more you pay, the less warranty batteries you get, right? Because the quality of the item is better. Like they know their failure rates or like yeah, they were pretty right on. Like if they gave you X amount warranty per thousand, uh, they were pretty close to that. And but like I say, the more expensive you got, and some of those were just pennies. The 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 less warranty batteries or extras you would get, and oh, sure enough, yeah, less customers would have problems.
Those are some of the craziest pieces. The Lambo sold for 100K.
Jeez.
It won best solo.
Do pieces like that? I always wonder. So, a piece like that is 100,000. Does that mean that that piece will appreciate over time and someday be worth 200,000, or is it always going to be worth 100,000? Because that's already a hell of a lot of money for glass. Will it continue to appreciate? Is it going to be worth 1 million someday? Is it that kind of thing?
It only will appreciate if there's two people that like it, that have money, that want it. When
I mean,
you're
that's
at
true, but that's not really
100K
with
for
those kind of
that's
prices.
six
It's not going to
figures.
be.
That's
But
6 figures for a piece of glass. Come on.
but that's what I'm
That's
saying.
kind
Like
of like
at that
Yeah,
price, it's not going to be two people. It's going to be the market that decides it. It's not
but
going to be just
there's
smashed to me bidding
also
over it.
collector art pieces that go for that much money that are not, have nothing to do with smoking at all. And I'm sure, like any other investment in yeah, people wouldn't pay that kind of money unless there was a chance
Mm.
it was going to appreciate. Definitely not go down in price.
Mm.
I wonder, like, because I remember, let's just say back in my era, who kept winning all the events and had the most expensive pieces was Dougie from Hitman. Like, they weren't, well, they were high at the time. Like, I remember thinking, wow, somebody pays
Oh,
that
shit,
much.
Mothership was there.
And some of those were some of the craziest pieces. I wonder if whoever owned some of those that that he sold back then, that at his highest price, if they're worth more now or less, or yeah.
well,
And like,
all those medallions that they made with like Jerry's hand on it and things like that back in, the mid 90s, late 90s. Those were like 150, 175, $250, but today they're five, six
yeah.
thousand dollars plus.
And even back
Some
in the 90s, there was actually like, well, especially the ones that Owsley made, a certain amount of gold and silver and like the precious metals were used in it. Like there's a measurable amount of that in there, which gives them some value.
Well, it also makes a little bit different colors too.
Yeah, well, like even there's a counterfeit with some of his pieces, but like if you he made some of them when he was in the United States, and that meant that he used certain gold and materials that he sourced here. And then when he moved to Australia and made a majority of the jewelry, yeah, the the right person can test the gold and say, oh no, that's this gold from Australia, or this,
Australia.
yeah, they can tell where the gold was mined from.
Well, actually, it's not really mined too much in Australia, where especially where he moved to. I watch a group of metal detectors, and there's this thing they call in Australia. Oh shit, I'm drawing a blank on it, but it's the gold that is just literally sitting on top of the earth, and it's like sun-baked gold. And then they have a different type that's like a sponge. It looks like a sponge type. But there's parts of Australia that you can still just go out with a metal detector,
Hmm.
and the
Well,
gold's either
when
laying right on
I
top or a couple inches underneath.
a few years ago, that the gold show, that guy Parker, the kid, or he's not a kid anymore, he was researching Australia, and there was a series we went to like here, our sluice box and everything is hydro. We use water, we flush water. That's how they sort through to get the gold. In Australia, because a lot of the areas they mine, yeah, there's just not that kind of water. Yeah, they have the same things dry, like where they just do it
Sifter.
dry. Yeah.
Depends on the glass artist, really, with glass blowing and stuff. There's like
I,
Banjo Dojo, like some of the most famous ones that pieces do go up, especially the collabs.
And I
What
imagine like with artists, a lot of artists' true value is always realized in their passing. The pro like a lot of the artists when they were alive, their art wasn't worth hardly anything.
Mothership
Oh,
was
they died, and then oh, their art became priceless. You know.
Mothership had some crazy pieces. Let me see if I can find them. Hold on.
when I get back to the States, I'll pull out the couple pieces of Saragossa glass that I have. One's a frog, and it's made with multicolored, just like blocks of different colored glass. And then the other one's like more of a Chinese, Japanese gentleman.
Well, I mean, I have a piece that I think might be worth more than I paid.
That
Like
was a
it's
mother.
a
That was one of the
it's an
Mothership.
original Snodgrass, probably from the later 80s, maybe yeah, 80s, maybe earliest 90s. Sidecar.
Yeah.
In today's scheme, it maybe doesn't it was part like it was wasn't mass producing this the way that today, but for Snodgrass, he used to make like relatively cheaper pieces or
His production.
that he
Yeah.
would sell right out of his car, out of his trunk on Dead Tour, him and his wife. And
40, 50
yeah,
bucks.
yeah, for sidecar, 30, 40, 50 bucks trade. You could get some of the simpler pipes, $10 was the price back then. He put his little insignia, so you always could tell it was his. We even way back when, yeah, he was like the only game in town for a year or two.
Yeah, you had Wiley.
Yeah,
Wiley came out of the Midwest. I have a couple pieces that have the ghost on them.
and a lot of his original pieces, it was like color changing, meaning you would
Yeah.
buy it, it was clean, not smoked in. But as it matured, the glass would develop more color.
Colors, depending if it was gold or silver they used.
Yeah.
Silver was blue, greens, colors like that, and gold was red and yellows, oranges.
And yeah, that pipe always hit yeah, one thing about Snog, just that you think I even remember before he was famous or so sought after, knowing that like one of his pipes, yeah, the I remember realizing he knew the slow the degree, like
Aerodynamics.
his bowls would have the right slope that I guess I remember like my sidecar, I haven't smoked in years. Yeah, you could just light the bud and it would like stay in like you could light one corner of it and it would just like spread throughout the whole bowl. You wouldn't have to keep using a lighter on it. Like it and even back then, because I'd buy other pipes and stuff, and I remember thinking, yeah, Snodgrass knew exactly what the right slope and the hole size and like before other people did, where that was the key of a good pipe or a bad one was that
The first thing I did when I looked at pipes, I would look right down the hole, the mouth hole, to make sure that the bullhead actually went deeper than what you're drawing it through. Because if it wasn't deeper, you had a good chance that if you suck something through, it was coming straight back into your throat. So you always wanted to make sure the hole of the bowl was lower than the mouthpiece, or the hole was angled towards the front.
And carb, no carb, like on sidecars and those type of pipes, the carb's important. And where you place it and how big that hole is, all those things are like make or break the smoking experience of that device.
And people may think that, a smaller hole on the side is better. No, not for all pipes. Like you said, Snodgrass was one of the few that, would adjust that and would take the airflow into effect when he was blowing his pipes.
Yeah. The highest I've ever gotten in any device, my friend Scotty's band played at Snodgrass's birthday party in the 90s, sometime after Jerry died. And it was like we camped at this place in Oregon. It's a known thing. You can pull it up on Google. It's this Dragon that he blew that was like a tube and it was like a pipe.
Yeah, I pulled it before.
When you draw on it, the head of the dragon is where the smoke comes out, and it took Snodgrass like helping you learn how to like draw on it the right way. You could see the stream of smoke like come across the tube of the pipe and then basically go into you like inside another, like, there'd be air and then there'd be the stream of smoke in the middle of the air. And yeah, so when you drew on that, at least I remember feeling like in the smoothest hit, you could smoke like the biggest hits and not even realize it. Cause like your throat and was like, yeah, air was going through with smoke in the middle of it. Like that was kind of the idea. Beyond it looked really cool when the smoke streamed all the way out of the dragon's mouth across the tube and stayed in the stream. Like, yeah, that thing was cool.
Far out, man.
But I remember him explaining to the group of us, like, how many, like, the art of the dragon's head, all that, there's work in it. But the real work of that piece was like getting all the pressures right, like amongst everything to make it that it's like streamed like that, like a jet stream of smoke. And that he made that like
just cooling down the smoke.
Yeah, that was kind of the sensation. Because like as you hit on it, it would come into you like inside of regular air, like not smoke.
I had a electric pen the whole time. I didn't take a dab till I was back. Whoa, no, my homie got a honey badger, but that thing it hit all right. But yeah, I was dabbing on. I had a gram of LA Kush cake when I left. I got a half gram, I think it was, a Packwood Runch disposable, and then I came back with that garlic juice, and this was really good. And I met the dudes that like make them.
Yeah, that's the Kung Fu Vape, or I mean, he's the guy that imported.
I think Bud muted himself.
Mute yourself, Bud.
That was a music. He was still talking, but he was muted.
Yeah, those are the Kung Fu Vape guy that like he doesn't make them particularly, but he has a import agreement with that style pen that works good. Like there's
Yeah, it worked really fucking good. I went through
with rosin. Like yeah, when people make them with real rosin, oh, those are super good.
it's got to be a half a gram. I went through it in a day and a half.
Well, a couple years ago, you would be able to buy the 1 gram or the half gram for the rosin, but most of the rosin makers quickly learned that the burner and the device life would be compromised when they made 1 gram ones, but half gram ones, because yeah, when they cost X amount of money, especially when it's real rosin in there,
50 cents.
uh, the people, the consumer doesn't want the thing to like, yeah, they want to use it all. It'd be like if you couldn't get the last of the orange juice out of the container, you'd be pissed, you know?
Got a couple.
You're trying to pour in a glass. There's like a quarter of it in the bottom. You're like, what the fuck? That would drive you
Yeah,
nuts.
well, ultimately, it's that just like when you dab, you see, even when you keep your rig as clean as possible and all that, you see the carcass, I guess, of the oil of the rosin, even the pure stuff.
The oil
In
carcass.
a device, where does that go? It has to go somewhere, right? Like, and it clogs up the device is basically what happens. Or in the burner, like not really meant for this particular the oil, the
Basically,
viscosity of the oil.
I mean, put it this way, it's not even just that. It cannot be 100% effective at vaporization. Otherwise, you wouldn't get high. Because if it was vaporizing 100% effectively, it would vaporize the THC away and you wouldn't be able to
To
inhale.
nothing.
It'd be vapor that you wouldn't be able to inhale at all. So it has to be somewhat inefficient to basically vaporize it enough that it turns into vapor, but not so much that you don't have vapor to inhale, which means that there's vapor throughout the fucking stand. So I don't use my rig right now because it's dirty as shit because it's basically, I wonder if this will work. There you go. See, that's basically all reclaim. Literally all of that is reclaim. It's not snot or saliva or something else. It's just reclaim that basically has been accumulating over time. That's going to accumulate no matter what in a Puffco, in a freaking rig, in a bowl, wherever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's no different than bongs too. Like, oh, look at all the gunk in your bowl from bongs, right? Oh, there's ash and it accumulates a little different, but any way you consume weed, there's like this, I say, the carcass, like the reclaim, and a vape pen is no different. They have never figured out a way to like keep it out of there because yeah, like that half a gram or gram goes somewhere, and none of these things burn 100% clean where there's no reclaim.
I got I left it. I think I left it in the car again. It's a little ceramic coil. It's got a ceramic coil, and it does a pretty good job of not leaving much behind.
Yeah, I mean they've made some improvements since I was in the infancy of it. Oh, I remember the ceramic coil, silicone, so many things, but and it still dominates the business. These devices that the actual pen, the hardware, yeah, you're talking like pennies, like yeah. What do you expect out of something that only costs like 89 cents each when you buy 10,000 of them or more, right? Like some of the ones now that they do cost a little more, but still relatively like pennies. Like, the hardware's cheap as cheap, especially from, when you import it from China, which that's what everyone does. Yeah, and China could probably could innovate a much better thing, but yeah, that's going to cost a lot more money.
Come here, big boy.
Won't be disposable. there's been a lot of failed ideas. I remember like so many years ago, there was all these first companies that came out with basically vape, oil vape devices. Then they had some hype and they were overly priced, and I threw a bunch of those away because back then I was in the business, so I would buy everything the competitor, see what was out there, and yeah, it was a lot of junk. But not much has changed. It's still the same Chinese, like basically overflow from e-cigarette business. Like stuff that was
Dude, I
really
have
designed
so
for e-cigarettes, which has a whole different viscosity to the juice.
they were
And
given vapes.
Cut to the left, stab
What
to
are
the
those,
right.
Smash?
These are the nicotine vapes they were handing out.
I think I don't know what the legality is in Oregon. I think they just banned flavored nicotine products of any kind.
yeah, they did that in
Something in
California.
Oregon. Yeah.
Like at first it was a shock because the cigarette display was like a third or more empty because all the Newports, all the menthols, it's like so many products
Yeah.
had left, gone. Yeah.
Same,
Now, was
same here in
menthol
Canada.
cigarettes really a flavored like the target of the thing was flavored tobacco products because that was targeting the youth or kids, right? I don't know if menthol cigarettes were really targeting the youth because
No.
I don't smoke them, but it disrupts. There's
No,
a
the
lot of
overwhelming majority of menthol users are African Americans. I was just
yeah.
talking about this the other day. It's kind of hilarious. There's a cannabis company here in Portland called Mint, and I was just laughing to myself when I saw it. I was like, "Fuck, you couldn't find a more polarizing flavor than mint. Nobody likes mint. Like, there's basically find 100 cannabis users, one of them will like mint. I'm one of those people. It's kind of weird, but literally nobody else likes mint. Basically, they talk about how it's gross and whatever, and mint in any kind of anything, it reminds people of menthol, which is fucking weird, honestly. Sure enough, even with menthol, non-African American menthol use is like fucking 0.01% of tobacco use. It's a crazy, crazy low amount. The overwhelming majority of menthol, like 90 something percent, are basically African Americans. Go
Wow.
fucking figure. I would not, you wouldn't guess, honestly, like what's wrong with mint, but for some reason nobody likes mint except for African Americans who only smoke, and their majority tobacco product is actually menthol. Go fucking figure. So
When I think when I that's crazy statistics. Because when I hear menthol, it reminds me of like senior women,
Hmm.
older ladies like my
Hmm.
grandmother. She used to smoke
Funny.
menthol. And that was it. And you
I've
see
known
the
some
other.
older ladies that smoke menthol too. Go
Yeah.
figure. Yeah.
That's right. That's crazy. So they must be that what 1%? Would you
Well,
say
Seriously.
1%?
I got on the a couple times in my life, I've had to bum a cigarette. I was out of cigarettes, really nicking for a cigarette, and it was a menthol. I took one drag. Nope, I
Oh,
cannot smoke those. No matter. Nope, that is nasty.
I started on
Fuck is
menthol.
wrong with it? It's all cool and like refreshing. The fuck is wrong with it?
cool.
I started
No,
on
I don't
menthol
like
and
them.
went to regulars. Like I was smoking menthol. Like anyone ever hear of Cool cigarettes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was the brand before Newport. Was Cool was the first big menthol brand. Was called Cool.
They were fucking so.
25's dad used to.
You guys remember like Virginia Slims and shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we didn't have those kind of here. Yeah, you're right. We don't have of those kind of cigarettes here. And you're right, kid, girl. Menthol is illegal in Canada.
Yeah, we're not technically allowed flavored vapes, but I live close enough to the New Hampshire border, which is like Portland, Oregon, where they don't have any taxes, and their their license plate says like "born to live free" or something like that.
Trust him,
Oh.
Emilio.
They'll let you ride a motorcycle without a helmet.
That's just downright
Um,
stupid.
Maybe if I turn my mic on, you'll hear me.
What?
Dumbass has been sitting here talking with the mic
Oh
off.
shit!
But I
You're like,
think
these
if
fuckers
I'm
are rude. They're ignoring everything I say. God damn, I'm gonna fucking leave.
I think if I was using like e-vaping for nicotine and the cigarettes, that I would be, it wouldn't matter to me because I would be filling my own. So I would be able to add my own flavor to it because they're never going to stop the sale of that flavor additive.
Well, years ago when I tried to use nicotine vapes to stop smoking, yeah, and I was in the vape business. I gravitated to the brands that they have flavors that are the cigarette. Like, oh, you can have a Marlboro, you can have a Camel, right? They had those, and oh, I tried the flavor, the berry, the this, the that. Yeah, some of those are cool, but I remember after like a few months of using these, I and I used to mix it myself, which, yeah, the nicotine bottle that you get a hold of, you buy, it has skull and bones on it because it's a poison, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like I remember this is like 12, 13 years ago when this was kind of new. There was like a certain scale that they said, oh, if you're a heavy smoker, start at this amount of the nicotine and gradually go down. There was a scale I followed. So it wasn't like I just mixed it up myself, right? But I made it the strong. And literally I remember almost having my wife take me to the hospital. I was like having a overdose situation on nicotine. I'd vaped like a whole bunch of times. This juice I made strong. And yeah, that was way too much nicotine. That's when I realized, yeah, this shit is like a poison. No joke. Like even that experience, I the rush at the finishing a cigarette is like that. Like, oh, you realize, oh yeah, that feeling that that's like actually a poison. You're just taking a little of it. Like that's the difference. If you put pure THC, whatever, in the same vial, you wouldn't have to put skull and bones on it because it's not a poison, even in its most concentrated form. It's not a poison. Nicotine is actually a poison by law. They have to put skull and
Oh
bones on
yeah,
it.
it's deadly. I used to mix vape juices basically. It's been a number
Yeah.
of years now, but I still
Yeah.
probably somewhere in, I guess now in storage, I have a bottle, probably only a third full or something of nicotine, but I don't know if the third would kill you, but the whole bottle would definitely kill a grown person. I mean, it would be a fucked
Yeah.
up death too. You'd be all fucking shaking.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
crap.
Like
Yeah,
when I took too much nicotine, it was like, yeah, I like serious. I almost it wore off after a couple hours or an hour or so. But at that moment, oh man, I thought I was going to die. It was bad. It wasn't pleasant by any means.
Mhm.
Now, I have consumed too much cannabis. Then maybe it's not the most pleasant thing, but all you're going to do is like crawl up and go to sleep and wake up and you feel a little groggy. Like that's the worst thing that can happen if you take too much cannabis. Well, I don't
Yeah.
know. There could be signs that, when you can't, like even most things that we consume, coffee, all of things are at a very diluted rate. Teas at a very concentrated rate, like especially coffee. Oh, that's becomes really bitter and not easily to consume. Yeah, humans,
But
a lot of
man,
the products we
zing.
like are diluted. Like we enjoy
I
them
don't
in
know
a
if they're that
diluted.
diluted, honestly. People assume that even American drip coffee is diluted, but actually it's really high caffeine. I think they say the highest caffeine is actually just a percolated drip coffee. honestly, even though it's quote unquote diluted. Flavor wise, like I'm drinking AeroPress right now, which is almost as thick as espresso, which is just about as I guess you could drink Turkish coffee, which is a little bit thicker, but even then you let the grounds settle basically before you really drink it. But still, if you kind of drink it all the way to the bottom, you're still going to get a little bit of grounds in your mouth. But what am I trying to say? That's about as thick as you'd ever want to drink coffee. You wouldn't want it to be like a soupy mix or some shit, right? So, and ironically, that has less nicotine in it. I'm sorry, not nicotine, caffeine than a cup of regular like percolated coffee. Coffee's kind of counterintuitive to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Is my internet fucked up or okay.
Like for the longest time, I
The-
assumed that the darker roast stuff was
Nope,
always
it has
like,
less it has less, I keep saying
Yeah.
nicotine, less caffeine.
I learned that. But then it is one of those things where when I drank it, like psychosomatic, meaning because that's what I thought.
It's a marketing pitch because dark coffee covers sins, basically. So if you have shitty beans, old beans, stale beans, on, crappy beans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you could just over roast them
Starbucks.
and they'll taste all chocolate. Eggs, 100% Starbucks. That's exactly their secret.
Yeah.
It's not to say, ironically, Starbucks doesn't fuck up all their beans. They just fuck up most of them. So that teaches everyone to not expect the best. And so, yeah, they don't have a great reputation among coffee people. But they have a very specific flavor, which is that essentially over roasted flavor. It kind of bites a little bit, and so it kind of tastes like coffee shop coffee. So that
When-
is an
When
association.
Starbucks first came around, that's like most of what they educated me. Like the Starbucks of today is not the same business model of the original Starbucks. Like now the place is built on drinks and to go drinks. Back then they used to have beans. They sold beans by the like whatever weight.
I remember, yeah, I'd
Uh,
go to this Pike Place and they'd have all the different
and
blends in
and
the
I still
bins, yeah.
remember this thing they had where they had like a display that showed all the different stages of roasting, like from the green bean, and it explained a lot of what we're saying way back when, like when coffee made this resurgence, became so popular. It used to just be like coffee shop coffee, and there wasn't much. Oh, there was a little bit of you know. You could buy beans and source all that, but not that many people did it. And then when Starbucks came around, it like exploded the whole coffee sector. Like as it's still hanging in there. Like I think it might have peaked at some point, but yeah, coffee became
I had friends that
Popular.
had a coffee shop and they sold different types of beans, exotic beans. Some of them were like really, really expensive.
Look,
Who beans?
Their like business really didn't pick up until a Starbucks moved in like 100 yards away. And they thought when Starbucks moved in that they would, slowly go downhill. No, their sales actually increased by like 60 some percent.
yeah,
Hmm,
but
yeah.
but okay. Starbucks doesn't sell. I mean, they sell pre-packaged beans and all that, but they don't sell beans there anymore. And oh, I'm sure there's still a few stores you could find in your area that sell beans like that, but those stores seem to have like, yeah, there used to be a bunch of them. Now there's hardly any. Like I hardly see any. Oh, and one that I tried numerous times. I always enjoyed the experience, but it was super expensive. I think it was called Blue Mountain, fucking Jamaican coffee or some shit. Oh, it would be like whatever per pound. I remember a couple times
expensive,
going,
yeah.
well, I'll buy like a quarter pound. Let me try it out. But like, oh, it was tasty. It was good. And of course, Kona coffee. Like, there's some good coffees. Like,
What about Civet? Have you ever tried Civet coffee?
I've tried it. It was not remarkable. Holy
You know what that
fucking
is,
ball. Okay,
right?
granted, this is on Amazon, but they have
You know what that is?
$12.
Whatever
So a pound of it. Oh, my internet's bad.
whatever coffee they
Mm.
had at the resort in Vietnam, that was really, really good coffee, and
Vietnam is famous for good coffee.
2 cups of it, and you could go and like that. You were good until like noon.
Yeah, Vietnamese
Yeah,
coffee. Yeah, that's good.
man, I didn't need a lot of sugar to it, so it really wasn't that acidity. And I even added water to it. But yeah, 2 cups, and I was good until like 1 o'clock for energy going around, walking around the island.
I'm talking about like stuff like that. Civet, have you? Did you say you had Civet coffee, Shumi?
Yeah, I muted. No, yeah, I have down in California in LA. I don't remember, there was a cafe. Fuck, it's
You,
on Sunset or something. Can you hear me, or is my internet
yeah,
gone?
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you
Okay.
can hear you.
Anyway, they were doing it costs a fucking fortune in this place. They were testing out two things. They were testing out their enormously expensive, I don't remember the name of it. It's not a Marzocco. This like $45,000 coffee machine. No, it was this other, it was like trendy fucking thing. I can't remember what it was called. Anyway, it was this crazy expensive machine, and they were like, "Come try this machine, and also we have Civet coffee." And so for like
Oh
$5 or
no.
something, you could try this coffee that would normally cost like 40 fucking dollars per cup. Literally, like the coffee is like 40 bucks a cup, basically. It was very unremarkable. And actually, I wasn't the only one that said that. Like basically, everyone's like, "Oh, this is quite mild." Like basically, it was just unremarkable. It was just a normal coffee, honestly. It didn't taste like much,
Bland.
if anything. Yeah,
Yeah,
it wasn't
but
bland exactly. It was just it was coffee, a little bit acidic.
it was
Whatever.
about a year ago. Masonic had an event in Oni, Oni Seeds. Uh, he's a coffee enthusiast, and I think he might even be sponsored by this one company that sells very exquisite beans. And yeah, he brought his whole setup. It was like he was hosting it. And
Mhm.
I remember it was very particular that the water was like this exact temperature,
Mhm.
and he would measure, and the cups that we used were relatively small, and like I'm a cream and sugar kind of guy, but oh no, this wasn't the kind of
Nope.
tastings where you used anything but the coffee, and you literally just got basically like shots of it, right?
Couple
Well, he was
slurps.
like, yeah, but it was like, oh, this is from whatever region, and this is this coffee. Like they were legitimized, real. Oh yeah, I could appreciate it. I could appreciate it. Like it
He
was
was
like, but now that wasn't everyday drink mugs of coffee kind of coffee. Like I guess if you're wealthy enough, you could blow that through your coffee maker. But
Oh, you don't have to go crazy to have good coffee. Seriously, like you can pay, I don't know, what is it these days? It's a little bit more than it used to be. Maybe 20 bucks a pound these days, 25 bucks a pound. And I mean, how much coffee do you go through? I mean, I guess you have to buy a grinder, so you have to be a little bit committed for it. But like I have a grinder, I buy my coffee, whole beans, blah blah blah. I don't pre-grind it and stuff. And it doesn't cost that much, honestly. I don't
now
know,
for
like
me, I did all
a
that. We used to have a
pound goes like a
press
week, maybe. Okay,
and
it's
a
a
lot
hundred
of
bucks
that.
a month, I guess. But go ahead.
Now, even though I'm a coffee, I love coffee, and it's hard to admit this, but oh, it's been years that I'm a carrot guy, mainly due to the convenience and that like I
Carrot?
remember
Oh,
having
Keurig. I
and
gotcha.
trying to
Keurig.
make smaller
Carrot.
amounts of coffee,
What's up, dog?
and no, you never really like 4 cups. It doesn't come out right till you make like 8 cups or 12 cups, right? Or different things where the carrot is convenient, even though the options of what coffees are available are very limited. Um, yeah, I like it that it makes 1 cup and it's hot right then. Right. I
That's
used to
D's
have
coffee
thermal
stash.
burners. I had thermal burners, and went, oh, I still have all that coffee grinders and all that, but yeah, for years I've just resorted to the Keurig.
Hmm.
And I like
Take your
Colombian
coffee grinder and turn it
That's
into your weed
the
grinder.
kind of beans I like. I like that flavor of coffee, Colombian.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you like some other Colombian too.
Dang.
All right, guys. I'm gonna finish editing some pictures.
Well, good to hear
Later, Smash.
the
Later,
experience
Smash.
of your
Good to
Smash.
see you.
I'll be on tomorrow. You doing the safety meeting?
Yes, indeed. We'll be here
All right,
at
yeah,
noon.
I'll be on tomorrow.
Oh, man.
I still gotta go through the GoPro footage.
Hmm.
See how many I filled up a couple memory cards, so
Good.
I gotta
Right on.
download all that stuff. But yeah, hope everyone has a good night.
Yeah, man. Later, Smash.
Yeah, talking about that memory cards, you kind of brought it up earlier about, you know, you have a whole bunch of stuff on a computer and all of a sudden you can't access it.
Mm-hmm.
That was the news I just got back from the computer place here, is they could get some of my files back, but all the video files that I had taken, I can't get those back.
So what happened, Captain? I guess I missed the story.
I had a problem with my computer, and when it would boot up and everything, it would just keep continuously scrolling through all the different desktop items.
Oh.
And then when you would go and you would bring up the list of programs on your computer, it would just continuously scroll on it. So I wasn't able to do anything. Something went wrong with the motherboard in it. And in the process of getting that all freed up and everything, they weren't able to get back all my files.
By the way,
It happened to be all the video files that I downloaded.
I'm just going to stop sharing here real quick. That was Bedrock Boogie before North Star basically had to cancel the episode tomorrow. Well, reschedule for next Wednesday. I think I said that earlier in the episode. By the way, folks, we're going to be talking to North Star next high noon, not tomorrow, because California's just getting pounded by rain. So we're going to be talking to him next week instead of this week. That was Bedrock Boogie, still to this day, probably one of the most beautiful things I've ever grown. Anyway, back to you, Captain. You were saying.
Yeah, so I ended up losing I ended up losing 120 some hours of video, which would have probably edited down to maybe 40 hours.
So back up a step, because actually I have a little bit of experience with fucked up, corrupted drives and stuff. My
I don't
main
have
hard
any.
drive, unfortunately, it's never positive experience. I still have the drive right over here, and I haven't reformatted it because I don't know where most of the stuff that I found is. It's all disorganized and terabytes of shit. Anyway, my main drive basically got corrupted, and unfortunately, my backups and everything fucked up, like a perfect storm of fuck up. It was just really something else. I had Backblaze and other backups as well, and literally all of it basically. Cheers, Green Fingers, or he's hooking up. Cheers, Green Fingers. Literally all of it let me down basically. So I had no option other than to try to resuscitate the drive basically. And I went through a couple different, a few different actually pieces of software to see who had the best opportunity of getting all my data in a timely fashion, because mind you, it can take fucking days. If you only have gigabytes, it's not going to take days. But if you have terabytes, it will literally take 4 or 5 days. I'm not joking. So again, because I just actually kind of forgot what you said. faulty. Did you have a computer or an external hard drive or something that you can no longer access? What was the
No,
story?
no, it was on the on the laptop itself.
So the laptop, and what happened? It was there was an error. There was a faulty error, basically,
Well,
or
I had a
that's a stupid
problem
statement.
with it, and I couldn't get it to stop just scrolling through everything.
I
It was
gotcha.
like a
Okay.
stuck button or something.
You don't have a second
Well, to
computer, do
come to
you?
find out that no,
Oh, okay. Because if you
and
had a
coming
second
to find,
computer, well, let me just stop you because the hardware issue and essentially software issue of having the data on the hardware or on the hard drive are two different issues, presumably. So presumably, whatever error you're having that's scrolling through, maybe one of the keys is broken, literally, or the computer thinks the key is broken. Regardless,
that's what
that
we thought.
presumably has nothing to do with the actual hard drive, unless in a perfect storm you fucking had a freak hard drive key exploding accident or some shit, right? In Star Trek, they would call that an EPS conduit incident. That's their catch-all for every kind of technical issue that ever happens on a Star Trek ship. Long story short, you could basically download a hard drive rescue program if you could access the computer. Because you're having an error basically with the computer, you would have to basically boot to a different device. If you could physically remove the hard drive, which is unlikely, I realize, but if it is physically possible to remove the hard drive, then it's basically trivial. If you could find another computer, load up. The one that I had the most luck with was Ease US. It literally costs $80 a month, but you only need it for the 1 month. They're actually good about telling you, so they don't trap you necessarily in like the billing cycle. They actually tell you, oh, your month is about to renew. Anyway, but for like 80 fucking dollars, or for Windows, I guess it's actually $60. You get a pretty good crack at getting all your shit back, basically. But you have to be able to boot the hard drive in some way because the program scans the hard drive basically. So if you were able to fix that specific issue, you could very easily install Ease. There's a couple other pieces of software as well, but if you can again remove the hard drive or boot the hard drive externally, for example, most computers are able to do that in one way or another. So there are some options, by the way. I'm just trying to say.
Yeah,
And
it's
and
just I couldn't do when I would boot it up, it would just keep scrolling. I
Mhm.
couldn't do anything. I was locked out.
I have a question for me.
Hmm.
Okay, because I've never I'm not going to pay for cloud, even though I've like a personal cloud, which is basically a hard drive, right? But ultimately, hard drives fail and get corrupted. And you save all your stuff on a hard. Isn't at a certain point is the cloud just like how much does it cost per terabyte to save things on the cloud? Like
Oh,
obviously
it
it
really
costs money.
depends. The pricing is very obscure and very opaque, and most places don't charge you by the terabyte still. It would be nice if they did it because a lot of people, a lot of photographers and stuff would just but a lot of places either they'll back up essentially at one price no matter what, or they'll charge you like Dropbox charges you for certain tiers, and the pricing is just all over the place, honestly.
But
Most people don't need that
ultimately,
much.
like
Most people don't have 2 or 3 terabytes. Go ahead.
having a like okay, having it physically yourself is definite. But like you say, photographers or people that have stuff that they, plan on keeping for and ever is the cloud sign of an option, right? Because like, oh, it's there. It's not like it's like so many things can happen to your hard drive. You could
Well,
physically
that's the
lose
idea.
it, or
Actually, you're supposed to back up in multiple places because, for example, just like with me, you can have a perfect storm where literally all your options fuck up. So you're supposed to have 2 on-site backups, 3 off-site backups, and I think even 1 or 2 cloud backups. That's a lot of backups for a lot of people. So I definitely didn't
yeah.
have that many backups. If I had, I would have ended up ironically saving myself money, but I couldn't justify it at the time. Now I guess I'm going to try to justify it one of these days to have better
And
backups. I'm going to try to have a RAID array one of these days, but it costs 12, $1,300 to get a RAID. So it's a bit of a commitment, honestly, but fuck, one of these days I'm going to have to because honestly, the data issues are probably my number one issue, frankly, now. Like today, I had this new thing where like my whole folder of stuff on my desktop is missing. Why is that? I don't know. if it were on my fucking radar, I would just not even worry about it. I would go right back to it and not fucking worry about it. But the reality is that there's so many possibilities for your computers to go fucking bad in one way or another that you have to have multiple ways. Because otherwise you just lose years of your life in photos that will just
Yeah.
vanish. It's not like film. Like film can burn, right? So that was always the danger with film. You can lose it or burn it or whatever. If it got wet, it wasn't as much of an issue as if it fucking burned or something. But if your house got robbed and they literally took the pictures or something, then you wouldn't have those. Or if your house burned down or something. But now with digital, you can kind of fart on the computer wrong, and then you'll lose those photos. And people don't realize how precarious a lot of their memories are. It's a real problem. People's hard drives fail. Hard drives are very much of a what do you even call it? Like a shit tier commodity, basically. Hard drives are basically built to fail. Even the hard drive that failed was an enterprise class fucking hard drive. It's supposed to last in a server for decades. Lasted like 2 years and conked out. It's fucked up. It's fucked up beyond comprehension. These companies are trashed here. And I mean, the factories for these memory companies are so expensive apparently that there's only a few companies that do it anymore. SanDisk and fucking Western Digital. SanDisk is owned, I think, by Western Digital now. And what's the other one? I can't think of the other one right now. I've had them both, but both like three companies basically exist. Oh, and then Samsung. Samsung is not trashed here. The other two are trashed here. It's fucked up. Anyway.
Well, and I guess those same companies probably have a piece of the cloud business too, and the more
Maybe
these
not.
hard
They're different
drives are,
businesses. Amazon is pretty
like,
huge in the
if
cloud
hard
business for the
drives had a
companies.
better reputation, then there'd be less pressure for people to have clouds, right?
Probably.
I mean, ultimately, they're in business to do more business. End of story.
Well, I think with the cloud and everything, that's just something that's really easy for your tablet or your phone. So you don't have to go out and spend, $3,000 on your new Apple. You can spend 1,800 and not have to get that 1 GB or 1 TB or whatever they're putting in them now. And you can just, oh, well, I can get part of the cloud and just upload all my pictures to that all the time.
Yeah.
That's true.
Because I'm looking at, when I come back to the States and I've kept my Cricket SIM card, but, I'm going to be going from paying $13 a month basically for a phone and a phone with just data on it to getting a phone with a limited amount of data and spending almost $60 a month.
Yeah, the prices in the US are unconscionable. In Israel, okay, granted, I also only had data, but I had data the entire time I was there, and I paid I thought at the time it was expensive. No, it was a little bit more than that, but I thought at the time it was expensive because I thought it was only going to last me a week. But actually, I only ended up paying, I think, $15 for the month, literally for a month of data. And there was actually phone minutes on it too. I just didn't use it basically because who the fuck do I know in Israel? So I didn't have anyone to call. But I used the fuck out of the data for maps and music and just everything.
Well, I mean, especially the phone thing. There's a saying like, "Oh, what's the price? How much they're willing to pay for it?" And in the United States, a lot of our pricing is based on what we're willing to pay for it, not what the rest of the world is willing to pay for it. You know what I mean? There's some items where, yeah, phone, like most countries don't have near charge for using a phone. Otherwise, people wouldn't have them. So
exactly.
here,
That's why you can see
oh,
so many people in Africa with phones. Why? Because they're all on data and it only costs them the equivalent to $5 a month because that's all they can afford.
And
it's the same way here in Thailand.
I guess that was not this year, last year, December, I helped a friend, an international traveler, like needed, I don't have iPhone shit, but I took her to the iPhone store because like all she wanted to do, she had the money to buy a new device, but it had to be unlocked because she's like traveler. And yeah, she explained, even though we spoke different languages, yeah, all she needs SIM card wherever she goes. Where, oh, the like US phone, the one they wanted to give her, yeah, that already like is locked, right? Or something like that. I didn't really
Well,
fully understand it.
it's made for all
The
the
network,
cell
IP,
phones in the United States are made specifically for the United States.
yeah, like we
They
have
have
locked
their own
phones here.
operating systems and
Yeah.
everything like that. So,
Where we should have
like,
option that you could buy into that, and you could also have like unlocked phones, but they make it hard to get
well,
an unlocked phone.
the thing of it is, it's like when I came to Thailand the first time and I lucked out because I was in Bangkok when the Southeast Asian regional manager was in, because I was having a problem with their phone service in my Samsung phone. And no one knew how to open my phone and do anything on it because the operating system and everything else was completely different. And that's when I found out that, oh, your phone is an American phone, and all the American phones have a completely different system on them than the rest of the world. That's why no one could help you. And it
Yeah,
was a
what
simple thing he did.
like the few times, it's been some years since I've had to get a new phone, but especially at this point, they should sell you the phone pretty much clean, and then
Yeah.
you decide if you want to download Facebook or this app or that. Like even myself, when I get a new phone, I try to get rid of a lot of apps that then some of them you can't because they're part of the like
Operating system.
yeah, they're embedded where yeah, so they're forced, like it's the same thing that, remember when Microsoft got antitrust suit, all that. Yeah, it's like the same thing where they're forcing you to have apps. And then I remember when they had some congressional hearings with the CEOs of those companies, and they explained that like they collect data from people that don't even have accounts with them because like the app is already like on their phone, and they view them as security risk, or like that was the answer. I remember like saying that yeah, they still like have the ability to like collect basic data without people that don't even have an account, like don't even activate the thing because it's already like embedded on their phone anyway. I'm like, yeah, that's
Yep.
fucked up. Yeah. But the tech thing is one of those things where it's so big and we're so dependent on it. Yeah, whatever they say, that's the way it's going to be. Like, it's not like, no, even recently, I heard some of the hearing when they were, a lot of that had to do with kids and they had all the CEOs this week up there. Yeah, like, there's been all these bills. A lot of them sound pretty simple, like to limit kids exposure on the internet, and not one of those CEOs supported any of those things. Like straight, when the one congressman said, do you support this act and this bill and that? No. Zuckerberg, no. TikTok, no. Like I was like, oh damn, they don't give a fuck. They're not even pretending to support these things. Because what are you gonna like? What are you gonna do? You're gonna
They
tell
don't care.
bad tech company? Oh, bad tech company. Especially these big ones. Yeah, they don't give a fuck.
Ah,
Weird. We've gotten to this point in capitalism where you get more money in many cases for not doing something than you do for doing something. We heard about it a bunch of times in the legalization of cannabis with Canopy Growth and all those big concerns. Apparently, some of the big companies in Canada were making more money on the insurance from their failed grows than they could have ever made from the successful grows if they had succeeded. So they basically started to realize, wait, we shouldn't be trying to grow better. We should be trying to grow worse. Anyway,
Yeah, yeah.
fucking HBO, the guy that runs Time Warner, pays himself a fucking $1 trillion a year because his companies constantly mint money. Well, the way that he figured out how to mint money is by basically cutting everything to the fucking bone and just letting the old reality shows and stuff pay for everything. So he basically cut all the cool shit off HBO, all the shows that anybody gives a shit about. Basically, he's like, no, those are too expensive. He just cut one the other day that basically was promised a third season. Our Flag Means Death. Great show, honestly. He was like, no, it's too expensive. Like this show was
Where
already put together and everything else. It was pre-production was done.
I
Everything's like,
used to
no, it's too
have
expensive.
HBO pay extra because
I don't like it
yeah,
anymore.
they would
Yeah.
have like the best series. There was
Yeah.
like I forget so many good ones that the way they were good. They but yeah, those days are over. Yeah, it's weird how that works.
Yeah.
Well, all that works under the umbrella of money makes money, right? And yeah, they uh, certain piles of money they figure out ways that it makes
Yeah.
money no matter what happens. That's it. Whether it's insurance, this, like yeah, it just makes money at the
I
expense
could
of
find a
everyone
hack like
else.
that. Fuck.
Yeah, at the expense of everyone else. That's
Seriously. Yeah, Love for the Plant was talking about appliances in the chat. You ain't fucking kidding. Like, has anyone bought any appliances in the last 10, 15 years? They are trashed here. Like, they'll have a 1 year warranty and they'll break on the 366th day, if not even the 364th day, just hoping
yeah.
that you don't call. Seriously, like, I've gone through 3 or 4 dishwashers in the last 10 years. Like, they're trashed here, basically. They're not built to last even a year, not to mention 10 or 15 or 20. Whereas in the past, I've had appliances that are 30, 40, 50, 60 years old. Literally
Yep.
60-year-old appliances. Can you believe that shit? Now, granted, they're
I
paid,
Yeah.
have
but
never paid more than $75 for a washer and $50 for a dryer.
well, lucky you.
And I've only owned two
What's
of
their
them.
name?
Maytag.
Yeah. No,
Sounds
it is
Korean.
Maytag has been a brand. Kenmore, Maytag. That wasn't that part of Sears or no?
Mm-hmm.
Kenmore definitely is.
Kenmore was.
Kenmore's still
Sears,
around, but yeah, they that was the house brand for Sears.
And
Sears and Roebuck.
I've purchased a few of their appliances over the years and always had good results. I've had friends like I know one thing, don't buy LG shit, even though they're fancy and they got all the fucking bells and
No,
whistles. Yeah, that's some
they're
bullshit.
cheap.
Yeah.
I get a kick out of I see these videos on Instagram once in a while of these guys playing actual like music with their what was that? The shit. The dryer you were just talking about, Maytag or LG?
LG. Maytag is
LG,
shit
yeah.
now too, though.
They were making music on the LG dryers.
Yeah, I'll never buy another Maytag. I used to swear by it, but yeah, garbage now.
Maytag, bag tag.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
all it is this, basically this drum that turns and it's got these heat coils that are attached to the outside of the metal drum.
Well, it's just all part of like planned obsolescence as part of manufacturing to this degree. Like instead of designing things that are bulletproof and could last 30, 40 years, someone's lifetime. Oh, wait, how does that benefit them? They
Mhm.
would rather sell you like multiple units in your lifetime. And
Yep.
that's it. What across the board. I mean, I think that first came into auto manufacturing, that concept or whatever, but we're at a point now where, yeah, even the simplest tools, uh, yeah, unless they have a warranty that keeps them in check, right? Yeah. And like you say, I've had many items like, oh, if it's a 3-year warranty, on month 38 is when it
Mhm.
dies. It's like
Mhm.
it's like got a clock inside of it. It just knows.
It's all based upon really, how much you're willing to pay for it. Like if you pay for a snap-on wrench compared to even a Craftsman, because I don't even think they have lifetime warranties, but
They
you
used
pay
to.
for that lifetime.
Yeah.
They used to. I think they still do
The
on like
tools
their
do.
wrenches,
I think they still have
but
the
their
warranty. The
power,
quality is
but
just
their
garbage now.
power,
Oh
but
yeah, the
the
power tools don't
power
have that warranty.
equipment. Yeah, exactly. But like Snap-on still has that. So even on the, used retail end, Snap-on tools still
Well,
sell
wait. I mean,
because they're quality.
Sears, isn't Sears bankrupt? Sears doesn't exist. So what
No, they're
happened to
still. I think
Craftsman?
they're nearly defunct, but they're not completely defunct.
But
It,
Really?
Craftsman
long
still
Well,
story.
owns Sears.
Craftsman,
Discover.
the brand has been sold off a couple different times. The brand
Oh,
itself was basically just a brand. It wasn't even really a Sears
yeah.
brand, and it was mostly made by Danaher Tools and blah blah blah. Anyway, Danaher Tools got sold off and bought off, and this and that and the other thing. They tried to make a bunch of Craftsman tools in Texas this last year, and that failed. And oh, it's a fucking dumpster fire.
Mhm.
You see them at Lowe's. They still have a bunch of Craftsman stuff at Lowe's now. Go fucking figure. But yeah,
Well, yeah, the
Sears is
original
almost gone too.
Craftsman
Yeah,
tools, like the sockets and the wrenches, yeah, lifetime warranty. You
solid.
just brought it
Yep.
back to Sears and they gave you another one, no
Yeah,
questions
literally.
asked.
Yep.
Right.
Except
That was,
no Sears anymore.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Hmm.
that's the best way to get out of a warranty like that, right? I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, we sold shit for 80 years. We're going to get right out of this warranty. Bankrupt.
Yeah.
Sears does still, they still have a website. I'm on there now. We look for stores. That's what I was looking for.
There's still technically
They,
apparently two Kmart stores. Go figure. Kmart is
Yeah,
apparently alive and well in Australia, but it's now a separate concern. I guess
that's
they sold
crazy.
off in the 90s or something.
We don't we don't have Sears here anymore or a Kmart.
yeah, no, I mean, Kmart's, yeah, they were, yeah, they were, there was Walmart, Target, Kmart. There was, and then Kmart bit the dust.
Kmart had the
we have
Kmart Japanese.
110.
Yeah. Go in
We
there
have
and get food.
110,000 7-Elevens in Thailand.
And out of all the department stores,
Thank you. Come again.
Macy's and Sears and Nordstrom, I would have figured that Sears was positioned best to last the longest or survive, but they were the first to crumble. But I guess they made some terrible business choices and put them in
Yeah.
position to have that happen. But due to, like you say, all these brands they had, I don't even think Kenmore, that's its own brand, but Sears had this way of like partnering up with these companies that made it seem like it was their brand, because I think back then, Craftsman, the only place you could buy it was Sears. It wasn't like they were
Permanently
sold
closed.
anywhere else.
Yeah.
I
Well, the
like
only
Sears.
place you could make a Discover card, credit card payment in person was at Sears.
Yeah, no, I used to like Sears. Like, I liked the store. I liked the
They had
vibe of it.
Ticketmaster.
Yeah, I waited in line at Sears. They used to
I had
have
a
these
friend
like,
that ran it.
what do you call it? Like 100 and some piece socket
Wow.
sets that would only cost,
Oh,
they weren't cheap, but like you got every size, metric, and
Yeah,
both. And
$99 for 100-piece set.
yeah,
Yeah,
like some
that
of
shit was
those
nice.
sets
A
were
dollar a
like,
piece. Yeah, less than a
yeah,
dollar a piece. That's what the deal. That's
yeah,
why I got a lot of those. I got like 10 of those at one time. That's when I was a fake mechanic for golf carts. So like, yeah,
yeah,
that was the best place to get
yeah.
tools. You just get everything.
Like some of these companies, sad that their demise,
Yeah.
like some of them, oh, good riddance. They were fucked up from the start.
You come across a garage sale though, and they've got Snap-on tools for like 50 cents and $1. Pick them up.
okay, so
Yeah.
I found 3 Searses. One in San Diego. One is in looks like
Down by
Mexico,
mud.
New Mexico, and the other
Looks
one
like
is in. Let me see. Was that Tennessee? Near Alabama. Yeah, Alabama.
man.
There you go.
Yeah, there is one in San Diego, but I don't think it's like a full store. It's like I don't know how to explain it. It's like a warehouse store type thing.
Let's roll another joint.
Yeah, I gotta get some more herb real quick. I'll be back.
So yeah, I locked up a few more seeds to bring to Free Seed Day. I've got
Sweet.
some I was given a good deal on we would call them, table seeds. When you're going through and packing up seeds, you have a whole bunch of seeds left over from these and those, and you just kind of throw them all in one bag, or you sweep them up off the floor.
I got some like
But there's some Thai, and then there's some Thai hybrids in there too. So I'll be handing those out at Free Seed Day when me and Bud are up there hanging out. So you guys come on out. Make sure you see me.
Captain, I've been meaning to
don't
ask you.
know-
Do you
I
remember?
don't.
Do you remember giving
I'm
me
sorry.
some crosses?
Yes, I gave you some.
Am I on Wi-Fi or no? I'm on freaking 5G. Do you remember? Did you make those crosses or what? I've been meaning to ask you a couple of years now.
No, those were made at the test facility just south of Lampong here. It was a Thai. It was the Royal Thai Farmers Council test garden, and I knew the people that were involved in it, and they just made a whole bunch of crosses.
That's cool.
And they had a whole because they were trying different types of strains to see if one would grow better in that area or not. So they had all these different types of cannabis from not only Thailand but the States.
Huh.
But everything I got was Thai. But they left a whole bunch of males, so it was an open pollination. So the males could have came from 15 different types, 20 different. They are very vigorous and growing. That is for sure. Everybody that I gave seeds out to have popped them. The ones that have, I should say, they say they grow the fastest. And I said, yeah, because they're meant to be like a 20-foot tall plant.
Hmm.
But
How's the flower
people,
been from them?
like a Thai flower. It's, it can look really big, but it's kind of larfy. It's really wispy.
Oh, no.
I have some pictures that I'll be posting here soon that I'm going to be given. So I'll have some of the pictures. I think I posted the squirrel's tail. But they can be 3, 4, 5 inch thick colas and not weigh hardly anything. I mean, we took literally like a 6-inch bud the other day and it barely rolled a joint.
Wow.
Well, my experience would be, yeah, because of the humidity and the conditions in that country, dense bud would rot and mold. So nature evolution created the wispier, airier bud that can survive in that kind of climate.
Yeah.
Not saying that it's like that's that's ultimately land race, right? It's adapted to whatever region because cannabis grows on all these continents in all these different forms, basically adapted to its environment.
What I seen this year, if you're not growing a flower like that, you have to have it covered. And then every morning you have to go in with like a backpack jet dryer and spray all the plants and dry them all down, because no matter what, you're having a moisture problem here. To tell you the truth, if you told me that I could only grow outside, I probably wouldn't grow at all. Because it's just, I would grow that one crop a year that you could get in. And just throw things out there and hope. Because I sat there and I watched time after time of putting literally sulfur on the plant every few days. That's what it came down to keep the mites at bay. And then we stopped doing that because the flowering started. And then immediately as they started to get some size to it and it got more humid and cold at night, that's when all the bud rot came in. So yeah, you really can't grow if you just think, oh, I can throw these outside and not worry about it. No, you got to have a greenhouse. You got to be in that greenhouse drying them up in the morning. It's just easier to grow inside, bite the bullet, buy the lights, the equipment, and play God. But at least I can say the majority of the seeds that I'm bringing back are at least not going to be more than, say, 30% intersexual traits on the tie seeds. So, I have done some work and, selected from the right farmers again this year, because I actually threw out about 20,000 seeds, because I got to see what the farms looked like and all the plants, and actually see how many were intersexual. So at least now it's under manageable, crossing, going through and pulling them out won't be that hard. It beats the 70 to 80% like the other ones. But yeah, I had to toss out like 20,000 seeds because they were 70 to 80% intersexual traits. And I'm sorry, for me, that's just something that you just can't give out to people. And I also think it's too much work going through it all. But I do think that, the 30% is worth the going through, because I think you're going to come up with some nice mango flavors. I think you're going to come up with some nice berry flavors. And of course, your lemon and your citrus.
I was gonna say something, I
Uh,
forgot.
I was
I've been
hoping
saying something, but
someone
then I
was
got
going to
high.
say
Yeah.
something.
I've been waiting for you to say something, Green Fingers. So how's it going? How's the rain treating you?
It's good. I heard your guys' rain was worse than mine.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't watch local news. I did, but it's been whatever. Once in a, it's not like I've never seen it rain this hard down here before, but not very often.
I mean, that little
Yeah.
hurricane you had was worse than this, but seems to have done more damage. This seems to have done more damage. So I don't know. A lot of little roads washed out here. That always happens though. They'll be doing their job tomorrow all day. Extreme creams got me really high. Stuff's really, really awesome. Shit. Sucks that I
What
lost.
is extreme cream, if I may ask, please?
Exotic genetics. It's extreme OG times cookies and cream, and it's
Okay.
OG almost. Like it tastes like peanut butter or butter. Hard to describe. It's crazy.
sounds
I like
good.
it. Yeah, I like it a lot. It's probably my favorite thing that I grew up besides the Mendelbreth Banana God. There's like two different extremes. Like they're way opposite of each other and everything, like flavor.
I haven't had cookies and cream, but I've had Red Setter's strawberries and cream, which I thought was really exceptional. I like the creamy end of it, of the strawberry.
You know, I've got the best thing from the store, garlic cocktail. That shit was mad fire.
Yeah, someone gave me a clone of that. We turned it back and took two clones, like,
Man,
because I wasn't so sure. Like, I don't know, he gave
one of
us
the
like
best things I've ever
12
smoked.
different kinds,
Swear to God.
and that was one of the ones I wasn't so.
Literally one of
Wow.
the best things I've smoked this year. It's
Yeah,
fucking
I've heard
super
that.
fire. I love it. I wish there was more than just the eighth that I got. So,
Have a good night, everybody. I gotta head out. Gotta hit the bed. Gotta get up early.
Later, D. Good luck tomorrow, buddy.
Thanks. Don't forget,
Peace.
everybody, as well. Join us 12 o'clock noon Pacific time or 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the safety meeting. Have a good night, everybody in chat and panel.
Later, bud.
Later.
yeah, so I'm looking for some cool pineapple flavors right now.
I have one for you.
Awesome. No, they're on. Yeah, I found a few. think
I
just
have
found
one. You're either going to find pineapple or you're going to find a banana.
nice. That sounds good.
And it happens to be crossed with, it's a Thai crossed with an OG.
Nice. Taiyoji.
So,
A Taiyoji. Yeah, it sounds good.
yep.
Yeah, Thai would be good crossed into a lot of smaller plants, like and a shorter like time.
Yeah.
Like, those things are out of control.
Basically, what you need to do is you need to sit there and grow a whole bunch of them out because you're going to get different profiles from each different plant. And then, you know, take your male that you have of whatever strain that's like 60, 70 days,
Yeah,
and then just work it. But it's going to take you 2 to 3 years to get something that, you know, you could actually give out to people and
work
feel
indoors.
confident in it.
I mean, if you work indoors, you can get really fast results by 3 months, every 3
Yeah,
months.
but
But
it
outdoors,
still takes that initial time of growing everything out is still between 100. Basically, I found you can go between 100 and 160, 170 day flowering here.
Huh.
So say you get around 150 and then you cross it with something that's a 60-day plant. You're probably looking at taking something down to maybe 100, 115 days, 120 days. And then that next cross down back with it, you're probably looking at something between the 80 to 95 day.
Hopefully.
And then
But
that fourth cross, which you
Okay.
finally locked in your traits on the way you want it to go, you know, now you're talking something that's 60 to 70 days.
Yeah, I mean, I run all my stuff 120 days indoors anyway. So that would be fun to play with something like that, just to see.
When I run seeds, most of my plants, when I go to harvest them, they're at 100 days of flowering.
Yeah, mine, a few, I had to pull them when they were ready. So I tried to get them to 120 days on a few, but those ones just had to get out of the room. Like they were done, ready to be like any longer, they would have got ruined, just turned bad. So I run them
Well,
as long as
I've s-
possible.
I've seen so many people do seed runs and they're using all these different strains, and you start looking at the seeds and it's like, okay, this one's nice. Okay, wow, you missed the time on this one. These are all white,
Yeah.
and hey, these aren't going to pop. There's one breeder in particular that I literally question every seed that this person is possibly ever made of actually being viable or not. I mean, they're just some of the shittiest looking seeds. But, I feel that by doing the pollination that I do for that nice period, open long period, that, taking a plant an extra 30 days is just going to ensure that I don't have any immature seeds. And I'm basically not going to smoke that flower anyways, especially since I took it 30 days past its prime.
Yeah, my plants look like trash when I'm done. They look so bad, and the seeds look so beautiful. Except for like 3 of them that I found so far out of this last and 20, 30. Those 3 white ones in there. I don't know where those even came from to be so late. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it was just like, I'm never going to make immature seeds. It's a waste of time.
Learned that before. Yeah.
Well, sometimes it happens. Shit, sometimes you can't control it.
Yeah. All right. It's all on the plant. So some plants don't want to finish their seeds up.
Yeah. No, I got a couple bags of what is this? Rainbow Belts by JTR. Gosh, most of them are immature. Some of them will probably germ. We'll see. I'm going to do a germ test in the next few days. Hopefully, a few of these germ because I'd like to work with them. I don't think there's enough to send for testers. Well, we'll see. I've been wrong before. Somebody emailed me the other day. They might send me some immature seeds. Hopefully, those will germ. We'll see. You never know. You never know until you actually germ them. You have to put
How
them in the
was
water to actually see.
how was the pollination done? Was it just a plant left in a room, or was it a paintbrush, if I may ask?
The couple different ways. So I had a little bit of a traumatic pollination this year. It was kind of a funny series of stories. Rainbow belts, actually, I pollinated. I think I had a branch of the Jack the Ripper that I brought, and I just rubbed it all over. No. I painted it. I painted it with some pollen from a branch that I shook off. And then different plants were pollinated with branches. A couple plants were pollinated with the plants. Like, oh my God, this was an absolute epic shitstorm
Okay.
of failures in those things. You'd be surprised how many times things can go wrong in one year. But in this case, Rainbow Belts was pollinated by me, so that's my fault. It just didn't finish basically. So that's pretty much what it was. Well, more accurately, it was, you know what? I'll take that back. Rainbow Belts, believe it or not, incredibly compact plant. Like, do not expect even a comical amount of yield. Like, if you think that like a certain amount is too low for an outdoor plant, like if you think, for example, an ounce or 2 ounces is too low for a Rainbow Belts plant outdoors, you're actually probably overselling it. Like, you might get a half an ounce off the fucking plant. Ironically, though, it will be really tasty. It'll be really tasty. The thing is surprisingly resilient to everything. When a bunch of other plants, super boof and a few other things were basically rotting outdoors because of a little bit of rain, Rainbow Belts just brushed it off like nothing else. And in the end, I thought I was going to get it to clone. I sadly didn't have clones of it before I, fucked out, left to Israel and came back and stuff. And when I came back, I was like, oh fuck, I hope I can super crop it or at least save the plant or whatever. The plant was still alive, but as soon as I transplanted it, brought it home, no, it fucking died. But the thing was crazily bomb proof. It was a really weird situation. So my friend that basically harvested my plants cut the rainbow belts down because she thought it was going to basically die on the vine, like a lot of other stuff did, because it was pouring rain at the time. Ironically, the rainbow belts probably didn't need to be cut down, and those seeds would have finished. But the assumption was that it wasn't going to finish. So what are you going to do? You know. You know. That's it. Everyone assumes like it's some easy peasy fucking thing. There's so much crazy jealousy and fucking bad vibes and everything in the whole seed game. And it's just like, Jesus H fucking ballsack. You guys don't even know how many failures you have in breeding. Like seriously, like I basically lost a year on this last failing project, right? Like thankfully I didn't lose everything because I still have the male and everything else, so I can basically still do a breed run and kind of salvage it. But that's not uncommon that you lose a fucking year, or you might lose more. And the thing is, you might have invested more in a project and then basically go down the line and find out, nah, this is not the way I'm going. And then you have to back up and you basically lost however much time that you worked on that. There's a lot of that in breeding, honestly. And everyone assumes like there were a lot of people on this show that basically completely misunderstood breeding until they tried it and failed miserably. I guess we won't mention names. But they assumed, oh, it's just as simple as you knock a couple of plants together and oh, boom, you're a breeder. No, no, maybe 10 years ago, maybe it was. I don't know. I remember kind of laughing when I started growing. Yeah, I guess 10 years ago, because I basically started like 10 years ago, I'd go to the grow store and I'd be asking about just learning how to grow. And the guy'd be like, bro, you want to buy my seeds? $100 per 10 pack, bro. And at the time, I didn't know that cannabis seed normally cost that much. So I would laugh. I would just be like, what the fuck is this shit? Like I came here for I didn't know anything. I didn't know. Okay, I didn't know any. I knew how to garden. I knew how to grow plants and stuff. But I didn't know anything about weed, right? So anyway, I didn't know my ass from my elbow from weed. But yeah, I just thought it was hilarious that basically every time I go to a grow store, I get pitched by the fucking grow store employee for my, you want to buy my seeds, bro? And a lot of those guys honestly were pollen checkers. Well, actually, a surprising amount too were dedicated growers. Now that I think about it, there were a few back in the day. There were a few like solid growers that grew at grow or worked at grow shops, and a lot of them they would work there like one day a week just for the discount. So if you went on Friday, you'd see Tim or whoever, and Tim would fucking know his shit, right? And he only works there because he wants to buy fish fucking hydrolysate at 95% discount or whatever the discount
Yeah,
was, right?
but also like what people knew at that time was like there was just
Much more
less.
primitive. That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
like there was less to know. Like, yeah, today, yeah, I don't know. It just ceases to amaze me the amount of information and all the different directions of information and how accessible it all is.
Yeah, there's been a crazy blossoming of information. It's amazing the amount of bro science that has actually gone away, to be perfectly honest. People used to talk about just the fucking craziest stuff. In my chat, people would ask about the girdling and ice baths and all this fucking random shit that they'd heard over the days. Nobody talks about that shit anymore. Nobody.
But some
Green
bro
fingers, you never heard
science
that shit, dude? People would try
also
to stress
was
their plant
proven
by
out,
pouring ice on
though,
the roots. Come on.
right? Some bro science got proven out as science too, though,
Sure.
right?
I mean, if you test any hypothesis and it works out, that's the scientific process, right? But it has to come from, it doesn't have to come from anywhere, but it's more logical if it comes from a kind of a logical premise, right? So if you don't just pull something out of fucking thin air, like unfortunately a lot of bro science was, I think, just pulled out of thin air.
Yeah, some of it, some of it was,
It was read in a magazine, an
Yeah,
old
right.
High Times magazine, and they took that to fucking heart.
Mhm.
Remember, like that was truth.
The
That was
expert
real.
growers that wrote for High Times,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was real
Uh,
shit that I
and
read.
a lot of stuff was like got portrayed as like new or fresh information about cannabis, but it was really like something from some other form of agriculture that like was brought into cannabis, right? Like I remember some things that came around that then, oh, when you really found out about it, it'd be like, oh yeah, that was what they were doing for for this crop or that, you know.
Yeah, my aunt taught us a lot when she was a botanist. Me and my uncle were just bro science type. He was just like, yeah, just do this and do this. She said, no, do this and this. That's what your plant needs. It's like, okay. It's like, so like, yeah, she would always like tell my uncle the right thing to do instead of him just trying to do what he wanted,
Hmm.
making shit up as he goes along.
Yeah.
She knew what the plant needed.
Bingus is hanging in the chat. Welcome to hop on here, folks. I think in a couple minutes here, I'm going to
Cheers.
go watch an episode or two of The Sopranos with a friend. So it would be helpful if you guys join the conversation. I guess you don't have to. These guys normally shoot the shit until the wee hours, but I'm sure they would enjoy having some fresh conversational topics. You guys are more than welcome to hop on here. Hopefully we'll be here for a little bit longer. Otherwise, this will be a short show, but we can certainly cut it shorter if need be. I know Bud probably wakes up early these days, so he probably wouldn't mind it if we don't go until 3 o'clock in the morning like we used to. But in the meantime, folks, it's basically up to you. The conversation goes where you take it. So hop on here and join the conversation if you guys would like the conversation to go a little bit. I keep saying the word conversation. If you guys would like to join the talk, come join, and it'll go a little bit longer. If not, of course, we can cut it short, and we'll be here tomorrow for a high noon safety meeting, ladies and germs. We are postponing tomorrow's high noon safety meeting with North Star Genetics until next week, ladies and germs. I realized that I didn't announce that before, but consider it a week advanced announcement now. We're going to be talking to the not infamous, he's famous, the famous North Star Genetics. Wonderful guy, honestly, great breeder, super interesting conversationalist, really a cool guy to talk to about. We're always talking about, flavors. What does it taste like? What does it feel like? Da 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 da. North Star is a great guy for that. Subcool used to call him the chef, right? Or what? Chef Joel, I think was his actual name, right? But anyway, long story short, it's basically because North Star was one of the few people who was not only breeding for, but also talking about what does your weed taste like? It should taste like this. It should taste like that. Do you enjoy the flavor? On and on and on and on. So anyway, fun to talk to him. Hopefully we'll have a chance to talk to, yeah, Jill's a fantastic breeders, pardon the dank show is saying. If you guys don't know, that's Flora Nugs. Anyway, I don't think I've ever really heard anybody say anything bad about North Star. He's one of those very few people who nobody has anything bad to say about, and everybody has something good to say about. That's pretty fucking rare, honestly. So at this point, I think if someone did say something bad about him, I would assume it's incorrect because honestly, I have only good experience with this, and I've grown a bunch of his gear, honestly. Flora has too, and a bunch of other people did too. Like I say, most of TGA genetics, probably 60% maybe, was fucking North Star gear, especially towards the end. So yeah, solid breeding. Anyway, looking forward to talking to him. What's up, Bingus? Cheers, buddy.
Guys. Cheers, my
Have you
friends.
ever grown anything from North Star, Bingus?
Trying to think. Who's the guy's name there?
Joel, North Star.
No.
Gosh, you would probably know him better from TGA, honestly. So he bred, I think, a lot of the Space Queen, Jack the Ripper lines.
Huh.
Nope.
I wish.
We'll be talking to him. Right on.
Oh, cool.
What's the good word, Bingus?
Freedom. Dude, I'm just smoking. So I had some dental work done. I've been
Goodness.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm free now to smoke weed and
There you go.
not get a dry socket.
That's that would not be good.
I was at the dentist at 8 a.m. for one quadrant of deep cleaning this morning. It went good. I feel good that I'm taking care of it. I only have one more quadrant to go, so I've already done 3.
We get these teeth and then they wear out and shit. And then I think, well, our diets aren't really optimal to maintaining our teeth. So, man, the dentists they want money though. Wow.
Yeah. Well, they got you because like out of all of our, your mouth and eating is really one of your, is the most important thing you do. Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could live off smoothies, I imagine, but wouldn't want to choose it. Yeah, dude, I had to shop around for dentists. The first guy, I actually went in a very expensive exam because they do these 3D spin around things now. And then he wanted to charge me a ton, I mean, a fortune to put implants in, right? And I go, all right, let me think about it, you know. And I kept, you know, thinking about it. And the more I thought about it, I was like, dude, that's just a ton of money. And then I said, you know, let's just take him out. And he still wanted a ton of money. So I shopped around and I got it done for about half price from a guy I used to play poker with. A dentist. Do me a favor. So he did.
Well, I had a one or two places that the implant was an option. I remember them showing me this model and like basically this titanium screw that's going to be the thing. And like, yeah, we're going to screw this into your jaw. And I was like, oh no, that seems gnarly. That beyond the price, it's just, I know it might work and be whatever, but like, oh, that seems like a hell of a visit. Like you're not going to feel very good for a few days after that.
Well, and I'm wondering what's the efficiency of that, because now you're pressing directly on your bone, not there's no cushion of the root in the gum.
Yeah.
And, you know what I mean? So what's the recourse of that, you know, over time? I don't know. I'm not too I'm chewing with the one I have left, this one little poor bastard back here in the back on my other side.
Life.
It's like,
Well, like my prognosis is, yeah. And I kind of remember like when you have crowns and bridges and work done, yet they're not going to last forever. So like, oh, when I think about it, it's like, oh yeah, I guess that is like 25 years old. As they're telling me, yeah, this one kind of probably needs to be replaced. There's still enough that, you know, oh, and that costs this amount. A lot of those jobs, once I had them done, I thought, oh, I'm good to go. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're good to go for about 20 years. And then
that's
the
exactly
work they do.
That's exactly what happened to me. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
The two that I thought were I'm golden, right? No, they sheared right off at the gum line. And I'm like, what do we do here? He goes, well, I went, that don't sound positive, you know, and shit, it's been a battle.
Well, hey, Vegas, we're the that, yeah, with
Shit
some
wears
younger
out.
people. Yeah, man.
Warranties
Yeah.
expired.
There's a reason to follow up on dental work. Yeah.
I remember my
If you
mom
get-
having a bunch of problems with her teeth at a certain age. And like, fuck, I'm that age now. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah. There's
If
no
it had
way
happened
around
to
it.
you, if it had happened to you.
That's it.
That's
it.
what I tell my boys too.
Fucking balls.
Greenfinger's got such a great smile. Look at that, dude. I mean, let's put 20, 30 years on that and see what it looks like.
Lucky I still have my teeth. I was hit in the face with a baseball bat at the age of
Oh,
10 or
shit.
11. And
Jeez.
yeah, crooked, and then it straightened them out. So I didn't need braces after
Wow.
the baseball bat. But I needed stitches all the way across my face. So, yeah.
That was pain plus gain. You gained. You didn't
I got
lose.
straight teeth after. I was like so happy, but at the same time horrified because look, like in like first grade, like I had a big old mustache just in the middle right here, like a little Hitler mustache. Kind of messed it. It was kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
I was like, man, it's bad.
Yeah, everything heals pretty quick. J5, how you doing, buddy, in the chat? Everybody in the chat room, how you doing? Good to see everybody. Jack and the Beanstalks, thank you, buddy. He's gonna. I gave him a couple strains to taste to give me a. He's real good at explaining, like the taste and the smell and the high and
The whole
so-
experience.
Yeah, I'm not very good at that, so I thought, Jack, here. So I'm kind of anxious. He's going to take his time. I'm not rushing you, Jack. I'm just mentioning it. But he's a good guy. He has a grow show. What's the name of that grow show?
cheap home grow.
Yeah,
think.
cheap homegrown. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good
what's his
Sunday.
name? Jack.
Jack Greenstock.
There we go.
Greenstock. What did I say? Beanstalk? Fuck. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are
Jack.
different people. That is very confusing. I just realized that those are different people. All
Yeah.
right.
like one thing about that show, like they have a certain format, and just like it says, cheap home grow, and seems to always
No, I think
be
it's
be
very,
tailored to a new grower. But yeah, it's a good show. I there's a few people on the panel. I've always enjoyed that, and
Uh,
I
good
checked him out.
conversations.
I checked him out. It was very informative. I don't,
Yeah.
dude, I just don't have the time to, I just, certain places I come to, like I come over here and when I'm free, I'm not doing anything and I'm looking to relax and hang out with a few people, but it's not I can't do it consistently anymore. I used to go live. I used to try to be consistent and it worked quite well for a while, but it's just hard to do. I mean, Fumador, I mean, especially nowadays, it's difficult to please everybody and to keep something
Yeah,
interesting,
Yep, absolutely right.
You
we're-
can't please everybody. Come on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
That's
Dude,
a
is that
myth.
I wondered who was hiding behind
That's
the
a
bushes
myth.
there. I wondered who was behind those bushes. What the fuck? That's Captain 420. Incognito.
He had a kitty cat there for a while. It was pretty funny.
Oh,
Kitty cat
nice.
was like mousing the freaking, not mousing, but it was like nosing the camera. It was cute.
Yeah,
I like cats.
that's the neighbor's cat. He comes over. The neighbor leaves for work at like 5:45, and the cat's outside my window by 6 o'clock.
Like, I know a sucker over here. He's gonna give me fucking treats, rubs.
Well, I'm usually up at that time, and during the summertime when it's really nice out, I'm out here at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning because I'm up at that time and it's nice and warm and it's daylight. Yeah, it's daylight at 5 a.m. here. 4:30 almost. It's like, holy cow.
That was Jack Beanstalk. Sorry, buddy. Dude, I'm terrible. See, that's just it. There's Greenstock and Beanstalk.
That's it.
Sorry, man. I'm sure you're just as cool.
If not even twice as cool.
Exactly.
But 5 times as cool, probably.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I agree. Yeah, man. Dude, I'm getting there, man. I'm 69 now. Fuck.
Holy cow.
70, pushing 70. I do find myself.
That's your mama's favorite age, by the way.
Well, I didn't think I never thought I'd make it to the fellatio years. But I find myself in the garden pondering things a little bit longer and taking my time a whole lot more. But I can still formulate a sentence occasionally.
Seems like it. Yeah.
I'm trying.
At least you're faking your way through it very well. I'm joking.
Thank you, sir.
What insights do you have for people who are apprehensive? I think a lot of people, one of the most common sentiments I hear from people who get a little bit older is they say, fuck, I never thought I'd be this old. Somehow they didn't imagine themselves that old. Like it surprises them or something. I don't know. What insights do you have?
Well, I have 3 or 4 versions of my passport. I was going in my safe the other day to get them, and I started going, Jesus, you've changed.
I know what you mean exactly. It's like fucking little bear, baby bear, and fucking big bear. 100%. I know because I have like 3 or 4 from when I was a kid too. Yeah.
So it's I don't know. I don't recognize myself. I used to be 190, very athletic. I played all sports that you can imagine. And I was pretty good. Now I'm like a $150, and I haven't been at $150 since I was in 8th grade. So it's like I'm wearing pants that are a little baggy, but I'm trying to keep my diet under control. When I had the stem cells, I had to change. They educate you on, you're leading an inflammation lifestyle, and everybody else is too. Do you want to change that? If we hope so, because you're investing a lot of money to do so. I said, okay. So I'd go through the classes and I'd learn. And it just made me to think differently. It made me realize I don't need as much food as I'm putting in. And I'm not a weightlifter anymore. I don't play rugby or football or any of that shit. So I just kind of catered it down. That improved a lot of things. The stem cells
Yeah.
themselves, by getting rid of the pain in my neck, was the major one because I broke my neck playing football.
Mm.
Relieved me mentally. I didn't realize how, and I don't know, because you're spending so much time blocking pain, and I'm good, I'm fine. You're always trying to play it
Yeah.
off, and really you ain't good, and you ain't fucking fine. And so you're not only lying to yourself, but you're lying to others. And there's a vibrational change when you don't have to do that. And I find that to be the most pleasant aspect of the whole fucking thing, to be honest.
Interesting.
Yeah. So it's opened up a lot of stuff. I study a whole lot of different things, ancient history, and I'm big on humanity and where we came from, how long we've been here, the genetic makeup, the DNA, that's why I'm very interactive with as many people as I can possibly be, because everybody teaches me something. And I like that because it continues this novelty experience that we're having of constant expansion. And fuck, I figure as long as I could keep that mindset, I might see 79. I don't know. I might see 89. What do you do at fucking 100 though? I mean, I don't know.
I just spoke to Bingus. I don't think you heard me talk about it earlier. I took my recorder and this microphone here that you guys probably can't see. Anyways, this kind of cool looking microphone. So I thought it'd be like this. Oh, you really can't fucking see it. There you go. So I thought it would be this kind of cool conversational starter. So sure enough, it is kind of a conversational starter. A 98-year-old Holocaust survivor, among other things. That wasn't the only thing that she survived. But she's going to be 99 in just a few weeks, apparently. And we talked for actually like 3 hours, basically flew by. We talked about all kinds of shit. We certainly talked about her time. She was a survivor of Auschwitz, but we talked about her time before the war and after the war. She was pretty young, honestly, before that. So we didn't talk too much about, her life before the war. And then we talked about what it was like to kind of come back home and see the place destroyed and everything else, and basically shuttled back and forth and everything else, but somehow she perseveres. Fucking interesting. 98 years old. She ended up having a very interesting life. Got ripped off a bunch of times. She lost basically her first husband ripped her off for $1.5 million. And then the communists, he wanted to buy a factory. I'm going to post this in a fucking a podcast, I think, but not on the chronic table, something else. Maybe I'll tell a few people who aren't shitheads, you know what I mean? We're not going to report the show. But anyway, her first husband basically was convinced he wanted to own a factory in the Czech Republic. So she's from the Czech. Well, originally she's from Hungary, I guess. But anyway, it was in the Czech Republic. And somehow she came into money, just fucking freakishly came into money after the war, because basically she had fucking nothing basically in the war. She was alone and lost her family and everything else. Freakishly came into a couple of houses, sold the houses, and basically had like $1.5 million. Well, her husband was like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy a factory. I want to be a factory owner." And everyone was like, "No, take that fucking money and put it under your pillow. The communists are coming." And he's like, "Fuck that. I know better. I'm gonna buy a factory." So he fucking buys a factory. Literally the next week, the communists come and take it away.
Wow.
Can you fucking believe that shit? Yeah. But I mean, she was only 30 at the time, so she had another fucking 60 something years of life.
Dude, winning and losing, I mean, a lot of times those types of situations really give you the experience to actually hold on to something that might be considered wealth. I mean, that's a very arbitrary term, because what's considered wealth to me or to you, or it's really depends on your perception of freedom, I think, is what it boils down to. We all kind of accept the fact that we're somewhat enslaved within a system here. So it's interesting because we adhere to these indoctrinated mindsets a little bit too much. And I see a lot of that fragmenting now, which I chuckle because it creates, like I said, quite a bit of novelty. And that creates discussion, which creates more vibration, which creates more expansion. And it's just to me, it's like I'm just like popcorn watching all the humans, you know, and sometimes I wonder if I'm fucking an alien or something. I don't know. I mean, it's like human behavior to me is so interesting. And nowadays, dude, let's see, I study humanity, and well, I better not get into this subject, but it's hard to tell nowadays sometimes who I'm dealing with. And I find that extremely interesting. It's like, wow, you know.
I probably told you guys the first time this happened, like maybe a year ago. Like all of a sudden I get a low balance and I check my bank and it says balance hold. And then I call them up and they're like, "Oh, you're not deceased?" I'm like, "No, I'm not deceased." They say, "Oh, we have report
But
that
we
you're
thought you were
deceased,"
dead.
and we put a balance hold. And then you have to go through, like, they connect you to different department. It's like half hour, like both times, because it happened again 2 days ago, right? Right. The person on the other line keeps saying, "Oh, I need 5 more minutes. Just hold on, hold on." To this time, the guy explained how he had to go through all these records and reverse it, and like the first time I asked, of course I'd
Getting
say
scammed.
who, and this time they didn't know, or the guy wouldn't say much. This guy was more talkative, and he's like, "It's not a who, it's not like there's nobody reporting you like an individual, but what's happening is somehow he told me, yeah, you need to contact the Social Security office because that's where it's stemming from, right?" But okay, to shorten the story, they fix your balance and on you go. But like when it was happening this time, I'm like, this like a Matrix thing where like maybe I am like, yeah, they think I'm dead, or maybe I'm supposed to have died and somehow I'm still here. They keep closing my account because I'm actually on the records. I died. You know what I mean? Like what do you mean?
Did I take too many gel caps today? Did I? Is everything
Yeah, like
okay?
wait, am I like actually supposed to even still be here? It's like, and I laugh about it, but oh, it's a weird call when you're like dealing with the bank and they're basically saying, "Oh, well, I'm glad you're not deceased." But
Fuck.
then
Yeah, me
I also
too.
think, wait, who gets that money? How many people like do get deceased and then they just put a balance hold that they just keep the money, you know? Because like, trust me, like your loved ones would probably have a hard time getting your money back from them. You'd have to prove all this shit. Like, it's not like, "Oh yeah, it's not our money. Yeah, here's your family's money." No, they'd keep it.
Yeah, it's just a bit scary if you get caught in the crack like that. I mean,
It's weird.
yeah.
Like I guess
Well,
I
how
am gonna
about
follow up
this?
with the Social Security office because he says that from what he can tell, because I'm like, yeah, where does this come from? My wife is deceased like 5 years ago. I had to deal with these same financial organizations with all this paperwork, and then that wasn't enough, like to to prove that someone was deceased. But then someone somehow, like twice in a year, they falsely report that I'm deceased. It's weird.
But he's got a troll.
Well, the first time I called the bank, like afterwards, and verified that it was the bank and that they could see that there was the record of my call and all that. Because at first I thought, yeah, this is a total scam. And that, yeah, because they ask you your social, they ask you everything to identify you, which you should never give up on the phone.
That's
But
true.
it's
But
the
what else
bank.
can you do? Yeah.
Yeah. But it was the bank. But the first time it happened a year ago, I did. I called my friend and was like, "Does this sound right? Like, or is this
Yeah.
a scam? He's like, no, that sounds like a scam because it does.
Yeah, it does.
Like,
Well, I
Yeah,
made him call.
totally.
I've had similar issues, but I just closed the account because once that it kind of goes south from there. And they were complaining about my, like, dude, what are you doing here? And like suspicious activity. And I was like, what are you fucking talking about? I go, everything is traceable. It's all, I go, and they gave me another warning letter. I said, okay, well, I'm just going to pull the account, but they're doing that a lot with, I imagine they could go to my website and kind of discover,
oh, yeah.
you know.
What this guy also says is that the the banks are using software and algorithms to protect you that sometimes go too far.
Yeah. Like me trying to go to use the ATM yesterday and getting declined and calling my bank. And after 15 minutes of entering information, finally talking to somebody, because I went to the hospital the day before and used my card for $333, they put a hold on it for fraud protection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Well,
definitely,
And
they report it every year.
I've used that hospital before with that card too.
They report it every year. This gigantic number that's mind-boggling of the amount of fraud and hacking and whatever that the banks, financial institutions take. And of course, that's passed on to us, and also the way we're, the shit we got to go through because of it. But yeah, that's a major problem. These guys it's like hackers or whatever can just take whatever money, and they do 24 hours a day.
Well, that's why I
Billions.
don't have a credit card with my bank right now. I have one. I just haven't activated a new card because I'm in dispute over when I came back to the States for that 11 months. My credit card number got stolen at a hotel right outside of Flint, Michigan. And every once in a while, there would be these charges coming up on my account. And I have there's like $9,000, $10,000 that I'm disputing. And I called them up and I've said, listen, no, that's not me using the card. I'm only using it for this and this. And that was gasoline and basically hotels. And it was coming up as like, Apple phone, this and shit like that. But that's a case of a manager of a hotel stealing someone's credit card.
is nothing sacred?
Well, and I imagine you expose yourself to more of that by being more international exposure, right?
Oh yeah.
Like I've
Well,
even seen this documentary where you can go to a restaurant and think you're just paying, but the place or somebody there has like some kind of device on the card swipe thing that then also grabs
no,
your
because
shit and
I don't have a card to use here, buddy. All I do is scan the QR and my
Yeah.
bank pays the QR code and it pops up on the QR code who it goes to. So you know exactly if it's the right person or not. So everything over here is much simpler. I do not carry money with me anymore, which sucks because I can't scan anything at 7-Eleven. I have to pay cash there. But at the market for, a couple pounds of potatoes, I just scan the QR code. So it's perfect for me. I love it actually,
Well,
because when I go to the hospital usually, and this is the reason why I had a problem, and I usually pay cash, except my cash was stolen from me. So when I pay cash, I get an 18% discount at the hospital
Fuck yeah.
from my credit card.
Nice.
well, I mean, I think it comes down to most people see this happening. We're like getting closer and closer to like a cashless economy. It seems that's the
Yeah.
direction we're headed. I think that people don't like the idea of it, but actually the
Yeah.
reality of it, like you say, oh, it works. Like, oh, if it all works and it simplifies and you don't have to deal with dirty ass cash and and change and it's
You don't have to
easier to
wait till the
account
money
for
in your
everything,
account tomorrow. It's there instantly.
right? Yeah, it probably is yeah, I see more and more people like just either swipe their phone or their watch. Like, yeah, I just learned to swipe my card where you don't have to actually stick it in or swipe it. You just like
Just tap it.
tap it. Yeah, the tap. I only learned that a couple months ago.
It's just kind of how they kind of swipe our freedom, man. That's what it boils down to. And they actually add a control factor that's undeniable and nothing you can do about it. There won't be
Yeah,
need for jail or anything like that. They'll just put you on a starvation diet to where you just die eventually.
yeah, and like I come from like definitely a life of cash is king, even
Me too.
Yeah.
expecting discounts or not having to pay tax or
Fuck
using
yeah.
cash as a way to
Leverage, man.
negotiate good price and all that.
Leverage.
Those days are over. Like some places,
Exactly.
if you go to a mattress place and be like, yeah, I'm just paying cash. Here's a couple thousand. They're like, what? Money? Oh, I don't. Fuck, we don't.
We don't do that. We have to count it and fuck that.
Yeah, like people are afraid of fucking money and shit. Where it used to be the opposite. Yeah, they'd be like, "Oh, you got cash?
Cash?
Yeah,
You
I'm
got
paying
cash?
cash. Yeah."
Fuck yeah, man. I just
Well,
made an extra
finding
3%.
finding a pain management doctor that's actually willing to treat your pain is really hard.
Yep.
I found one literally at the end of my mother's street. And I went in and I was like, cool, I'd like to make an appointment. I brought all my workers' comp papers, all my MRIs. And she goes, well, what insurance do you have? And
Yeah.
I say, I have US President insurance and I have credit card. I said, I settled with workers' comp, so I don't have insurance for this. Oh, well, we only take insurance.
Yeah, they're very
I'm like,
tricky.
what?
Yeah.
You're
Dude.
the only one on the east side that's willing to prescribe me medication because I'm living in Thailand, and you're refusing me because I want to pay you cash or by credit card for your services right now, instead of charging or billing a insurance company. Maybe because they can juice the hell out of the insurance company. I don't know.
Usually, it's the other way around. The insurance companies pay pennies on the dollar when they settle.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
workers'
Well,
comp, they nick those. They nick
it
them.
was like a lot of years ago. My wife had this like something bump on her back of her head, and she needed MRI. We didn't have any insurance, and yeah, we called around and like, yeah, how much pay cash? And oh, we ended up getting a deal. Like, yeah, but I also realized, oh, a couple places, yeah, they there wasn't like that at all. quoted the same crazy price that they charge insurance, right? But yeah, like medical stuff is all overpriced because of the way the system has this whole insurance, and insurance only pays so much, so they jack like an
Yep.
MRI up to this ridiculous price. Yeah, you really, there is no like, oh, let me just take my own risk and pay for my health things with like a reasonable price that isn't exaggerated from the system. Like, oh, that should
Thailand.
exist. Like,
It's
yeah,
And you have to go to the other countries for that.
you have to go to another country. Yeah,
Yeah.
within our own country, yeah, it's not like, well, doc, yeah, I don't have any of that, but how much to do this?
No,
What's
no,
the
to go
deal?
off to go off the grid costs more. It
Yeah.
doesn't cost
Yeah.
less.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Costs
That's
more.
where we're
So-
at. Like
I
that's,
got a
and
gunshot
ultimately,
wound. Can you help me
that
without a report?
that is
You know?
the freedom that made us what we were. That somehow slowly we're just being squeezed of it, even though we still live in great country and yeah, it has all the opportunities, all that. Oh no, the freedom, the basic freedom, those are just being squeezed, like in so many ways, so many ways.
Well, they're making it
So-
easy for us to stay at home and shit. I mean, they don't want you out there. I don't know if you've noticed on the roads. I don't drive that much, but I've seen 3 accidents in the last month. Visually, 2 in front of my fucking house. I'm not kidding. And I'm just like, what the fuck? People are just I don't know. Things are changing out there, but yeah, you know. So it makes you want to stay at home. It's like I
No,
plan
I
my
remember
trips.
sci-fi movies, like they were like production value low, but they were like when I was a kid that like showed like humans just being this zombies, right? Like these things, and I remember thinking how unrealistic that was, but now I realize, yeah, we're like almost there. You know what I mean? We're
I
almost
plan
there.
well, I plan my outings, I call them now, because I have to plan it. I go early. Most of these zombies are sleeping, so get there early. And you don't always get the best selection, though. I know it's like the hot chicken roasts aren't there yet, and so you have to wage in later and try to dip in real quick and try not to get too zombified by too many people. Dude, it's the checkers too. I try to go to my own checkout because I've yet to find anybody to bag properly. I get all my fruit on the bottom and all my, hard goods on top. So it's just a different world, man. It's like I stepped into a different reality over the last, what, 3 or 4 years?
Yeah. No, we did. Like the way I
Yeah.
look at my life from the, born in the 60s, there were like 2 major things in my American life that like there was life before then and life after that. 9/11, there was life before 9/11 and what became life after 9/11, and COVID. And actually COVID maybe even crazier because I can't even still wrap my head around what the fuck, what was that? What happened? Like
There's a lot of death going on right now. If you look at and you're just seeing a fraction of what's, really happening. It's being reported. A lot of people are dying. I know several. I can think of 3 YouTubers right off the top of my head. And it's just like, wow, blood clots, seizures, just mostly clotting type issues. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole too much because it upsets people, but do your fucking research because it's all in our face right now. Tucker Carlson, what the fuck happened there, man? Guy leaves mainstream. And now when I watch him, truth is being spewed in the bucket by the bucketful. And I'm like, wow, how is he able to? He's got millions of people following him. So it's not like people are stupid because he has a ton of people following him. And when he's preaching, people are going, yeah, All right. And
Well,
it's-
mainstream, like you said it there, like whichever side, there's this mainstream narrative that everybody that works in that are like toe the line. And it's almost like we point to other countries that don't have free media, but in some ways our thing is almost there. It's just all like this weird propaganda machine of like whatever the mainstream narrative is.
1971 we went off the gold standard and it started to slide. And it's been what? I mean,
Yeah.
you were a teenager back then, bud, just
Yeah.
like me. So I mean, things were different. I could buy a brand new Toyota for $2,900, man. I mean, it's
Hey,
spanking.
I
brand new.
remember a lot of years where amongst growers there was this thing that like an ounce of weed was the same as an ounce of gold. It was like
Fuck yeah.
400, right? Like, yeah,
I was getting
right.
I was
And,
getting
like,
150
I don't know where we are
more. It was
today, but,
250
like-
an ounce.
Like, I think you'd have to bring 3 pounds to the table to get an ounce of gold.
For
At
sure.
one
man.
point, right as I started growing,
That's funny.
I think it was 96, 97, 98. Gold was like $250 an ounce. And that's when my mom decided that she couldn't say a word to me because her friend that she was selling this gold ring to was handing me $400 for an ounce of weed that I grew in my bedroom.
Yeah.
She
Even-
realized that it was worth more than gold. I can't
When-
say a damn
When that
word.
show Gold Rush was on, it's still on, but like it's been on for a long time. I remember looking at that going, yeah, what these guys are doing isn't much different, just on a different scale. They had shakers and screens and they were collecting fine ass like dust of gold. Like, oh, people are freezing weed and putting it through screens and collecting like fine ass crystals of rosin, right? Like almost the same thing, just that like even the water and the methodology is just one scaled up. Like gold mining ain't much different than like making rosin, right?
Same meticulous effort goes into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you know
But-
what? There's gold at the end. Either way, is it the golden goodness or it's the fucking hard stuff, you know?
But I just remember that one show, the Bering Sea guys, that they could just go offshore in their little
Yeah.
makeshift thing and vacuum the bottom and collect like
Yeah.
basically dust. But it was worth X amount, like gold.
Well, gold is
Like
what,
gold
over
fever.
two grand a ounce right now.
Yeah, I never
just
got the
over.
gold fever. I've done some crystal mining, but like, I'm aware. I have a friend that's like a gold fever nut. Like that, yeah, that's like a curse that your whole life you're chasing gold. You're
I
It is.
I
It is,
do
man.
have a
It's a good way to
it
put
is on my bucket list to go up to Alaska and make that my Alaska trip. But I
Mine.
want to go for like 2 or 3 weeks and go out where I can go into the little streams and set up a little sluice box here and there. But I want to do that for like 2 or 3 weeks. That's on my bucket list.
It's on your bucket list. All right.
Yeah.
Gold mining.
hey,
Because what if I go out and all of a sudden, I end up finding one nugget that's just really huge and I'm set.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know how many people have spent a lot of money on sluice box and picks at all of it and under the guys, just that one fucking nugget. I gotta find it. And
Most
yeah, more-
of the wealth was made by those that sold the shovel.
yeah, right. And
But
yeah,
if I sit there and just get high all day and watch Mother Nature go by, that's all right too. I'm
Oh
not
no,
doing it
there's
to
a
get rich. I'm just going out to,
yeah, no,
say
there's a
that, hey, I
certain
did this.
there's a certain like
Oh,
I
yeah.
look I
Okay.
look up to people that are miners or that made that commitment and
Okay.
yeah, I even talking about that show. Yeah, I really liked the story from the beginning of the kid Parker. Like, damn, the guy was like barely just a kid, but oh, his grandpa taught him how to do this shit, and then over the years, yeah, he was still super young, but like playing at the big boys table of gold. I
Yeah.
was like, damn, there was oh, did that guy work his ass off? Yeah, that's what you saw there.
Yeah, but
Wanted,
human passion is addictive. People love human passion
yeah,
because you get passionately crazy, and it's you really get to emulate who the essence of you really are inside, which displays novelty beyond. I mean, most people's imagination. Like, dude, I didn't think I could fucking see that.
well, I just
It's
remember
crazy.
one of those episodes when one of them explained the D9 or whatever, that huge ass tractor moving all that dirt cost like $10,000 a day of fuel. I was like, holy
Holy
fuck, these guys
shit!
are fucking crazy. They had multiple tractors and all
Holy
this
man.
just
Yeah.
in the hopes to get some of that dust,
Wow.
some of that gold.
Wow.
Gold
It's
fever.
it's crazy, man. Yeah. I just I don't know.
But that gold fever goes back in humanity, like you say about history.
Oh,
Like
right. All the way.
yeah, like the California gold rush or the gold rush era. That was recently in the history of the chase of humans chasing gold. That's
I,
been going on way back.
that goes back to the
Well,
Sumerian tablets, buddy.
Yeah, even like the one story with I think what is it, the Aztecs or like when Spain
Oh
the
yeah.
I remember seeing a documentary. Basically, they still don't know really where a lot of that gold ended up.
came
Like,
from.
yeah, there was like one country seized the Indians basically had this enormous amount of gold, but like only so much of that survived, or it went underground, or yeah, the history of gold. There's a lot of stories in it.
Well,
Molto bene.
they just found a shipwreck off the coast of I forget what northern uh South American country it is, but it supposedly has the largest amount of high grade Colombian emeralds, and they're saying like 500 and some $1 billion.
Some astronomical number.
Yeah,
It only costs you 400, 800 billion
and
to get it. But
they show pictures of it going down, and gold is the only thing that never really corrodes.
that is cool.
And they're showing light hitting the floor and it just like gleaming back at you. Gold this, gold coins. It's just like wow. And then some sizes, some of the emeralds, the uncut emeralds.
It brings a zestiness to the air.
And they just found that. And it wasn't like it was thousands of meters down, but between there and Spain, especially through South America to Florida, that's where a lot of it ended up.
This
right
planet,
on the floor.
this planet has a lot of gold. It really does. I mean, we're only just scraping the crust. You know what I mean?
Even the era where basically some pirate ship came along and said, "Yeah, fuck you, give us all your shit," like,
Yeah.
and this would jack them for these massive amounts of wealth, like just like holy shit.
Kind of
They
like the
couldn't
U.S.
outrun
government.
them.
No,
They
you
didn't
can't
even
outwalk
know
them
what to
either.
do with it. Some of the treasures are them stashing it in weird places around the world because they didn't even know what the pirates had so much shit they didn't even know what to do with it all.
Yeah,
I-
you hijack a ship and it's like, well, guess what, guys? We're killing you all. Why? Because we got to take the ship too. You got more shit than we can fit in our ship.
That's right. I seen you're right, but it goes back to the original status of the planet. Gold, it's everywhere in this planet. Gotta wonder what the
Well-
core, what's in the core of this planet. You know what I mean?
Well, am I wrong in saying that also that gold came from outer space?
Outer
It came from
space.
like it
I
one
just-
time a meteor or one couple things happened and that's how the gold got deposited on the earth?
I
Is
think
that-
the story, it comes from the Atrahasis, and it's the merging, it's the explanation of how the planets came to be right where they are now. Earth used to be another planet called a larger planet called Tiamat, was struck by a moon from Nibiru and created a fragment that came off and basically was geoengineered to be where it is now, because Tiamat was a genetic library and they wanted to save as much of that as they could. And they reformed what we have now as Terra, but it's Earth. That's what Earth is now. But that's the Atrahasis, I think they call that in I don't know if that's Babylonian or Sumerian. I'm not sure which. But it's all this stuff is there if we want to study and look into it. All right. And the earth, that's the thing we also don't look at very much. It's like we talk about all this shit that is happening on the crust of the earth. And there's this whole planet that has caverns and who knows what's going on inside the earth. And the fact that the earth is being hurled towards the middle of the Milky Way
But
galaxy, we don't
isn't
even
the-
think about it, you know?
the reason we look at it the way we do is because of organized religion all
Dogma.
around
Yes,
all
absolutely.
the world.
Dude,
Because
it's the social
like
program.
when you start talking about some of these things, that doesn't go into their stories, so it's all like over the
Conspiracy
years,
theories.
Yeah. right? Even though
Because they
more and
don't
more
want to
it
talk
looks
about
like
someone hitting the reset button with a meteorite, right? And taking out everything in the world. What
has
would the
happened.
world look like 13,500 years ago, which is 500 to 1,000 years before the last extinction of
I
everything?
just look at history and look back at a time when those organizations were so like how much things did they like keep like even science chemists like they were against so many things they went against all that stuff and especially at hundreds of years where they were in full control. So like if you were someone that said this, they would just take you to court and kill you, right?
They
Like
defamed.
they kept a lot of things. Like today they have less power over that, but we still are like
Well, they lost their grip over the last 3 or 4 years, like we were saying. People are realizing you motherfuckers are lying to us. And I'm putting that politely. Okay, they're trying to do much more than that. But a lot of people are actually understanding that that's truth. It's not bullshit. I mean, if you know anybody that's died recently, you gotta ask yourself fucking why, because probably they were healthy about 4 or 5 years ago. So it's crazy to me that we sit here and just accept this. It really starts to anger me when I really get my head around it, because it's such a global thing. It's about humanity. Well, it's humanity. It's a control social program designed to keep us all separate in various dogmas and fucking bullshit money schemes. What the fuck is money? We're a mammal. How many mammals are on the planet? Why do we have to pay? They don't. I mean, what the fuck is this? What's that shit?
Exactly.
It doesn't
Well,
make sense.
and even in my, I keep saying this, but like maybe it's been a couple years. I don't even. There's times when I don't feel like the money system, money's real at all anymore.
No, it isn't.
Right? It's like,
It's fake.
yeah, it's like a weird thing. It's
Well,
yeah,
fiat is, what is fiat? It means the perception of. So it's the perception of money because we actually think, well, that's money. Dude, people have paper printed from the Federal Reserve that we're paying the interest on. All right. In their safes, sitting there doing nothing. And with a flip of a switch, it could be worth absolutely zero. Bing.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
without it, they can't print more money. That's the whole thing. They
Without the-
sell those pieces of paper so they can print more money.
Well, we have to, it's a conundrum really because it eventually implodes, and we're about there.
That's
We're
Yeah.
about
why-
there.
Well, we have close to $1 trillion actual defense budget.
I got a lot
And
of
then
silver.
Our defense or our military can't get involved, so we just give other countries like hundreds of billions of dollars of money
Yeah.
to do their own thing with.
It just
Like, wait,
it's
Yeah.
how does
compounding.
that work out? Like, wait, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, wait, we have the biggest military, most powerful, okay, but it's so big that we can't even use it because we'll get drawn in or whatever. What do you mean we'll get drawn in? We'll go over there and kick ass and end the situation. But no, the situation's way more complicated than that. So like it's just this huge money pit. Like, holy shit.
Exactly. I support, everything that's going on, but we have to say a limit to a few things. And
No, we can't. We can't say that.
Yes,
Like,
we
how
can.
can you say that? Wait, all
It was
these
back in
issues?
the early 1900s. They closed the fucking borders and
Right.
said nobody else coming in. We need to figure
Okay.
out how many fucking immigrants have already come in.
But here's the thing. I live in SoCal where there's a lot of immigrant ag workers. Those people come here for a month or two, send all their money home in remittance, and as soon as the boss is done that season, they go home. Okay. Those people, this is our dirty little secret in our country, whether it's egg farmers, most of our crops, whole bunch of our labor, right? How much you want to pay for a tomato? Tomatoes only like $1 something a pound, or like I'm just using that as an example. If you didn't have this immigrant workforce that we're so like need to stop, right? It's not the immigrant workforce that is the problem. They don't stay here. That's not their intent. Oh, a few might, right? It's people from Central and South America that are coming from political unrest, right? Mainly because we used to give their countries all this aid. Remember, U.S. used to give aid everywhere. A lot of corrupt shit happened with that. Now we hardly give much aid to these other governments, and their countries have fallen apart, and their people are fleeing. Right? Oh, and if climate change and all this is happening, certain areas closer to the equator are going to become dry zones, and mass amounts of humanity are going to flee to where there's water and life, right? Which we will probably need a wall if we're going to keep people out when that happens, because if there's no water where you live, that's when people start moving. That's humans on the earth, and they don't give a fuck what country you're from when that happens. That's what Al Gore said so long ago. He had this documentary that pointed out signs that like certain
up,
regions
J5?
are going to be first that are going to become dry zones. Well, humans can't live in those areas unless there's water.
This all stops when everybody realizes that we can become united and we don't have to adhere to the separate program that we've all been indoctrinated into for thousands of fucking years. I know it's hard to step up to that responsibility, but that's basically what it takes is we have
There
to be
was this
responsible
thing
enough to
where
do
a
so.
farmer in Alabama brought people from different states that were like homeless and had a good wage living situation to do ag labor. And in the thing within like a month, 75% of them left, right? Even though they were being paid like a fair wage, all this, because the work was that like, yeah, no, they didn't pick cotton, you know what I mean? Or they didn't do these these jobs. There's a whole range of jobs that are crucial to our food supply that are beneath an American standard, no matter what the pay is. Right?
Yeah.
Like, right. So until we're willing to do our own work, well, we better have a pretty flexible border. That's my experience from living 20, 30 miles north of it and seeing how it really works.
Well, if the system remains the same, that's exactly what would have to happen. But if everybody becomes a little bit more accountable and responsible and self-sufficient, then perhaps not, or it wouldn't be as great of a draw. But things got to change within the human populace, not what's out there. We can sit here all day and describe the prison very accurately. It's what has to happen inside each and every one of us to unite in unity and treat each other as such.
I just like, as this border thing's a big issue.
Oh
It
yeah,
always keeps coming around. It's one of those ones where I don't know. I'm like, I don't see what they like. They are
Tucker
putting
Carlson.
out this certain story
Watch
about
that.
how bad it is. And
Yeah, but did you
all
watch
this,
it?
but
Okay, stop. Did you listen to the Tucker Carlson interview about the
no,
board?
because maybe because of his years on Fox and
No, he's
I don't.
dude. You need to go.
He maybe like, I didn't always think he was credible guy, you know.
Well, that's because he left Fox. So, brother, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I believe I've heard that he's like, oh, he's had some like interviews with people. I'm like, wow, that person talked to Carson for 2 hours. So
Yeah.
he's obviously changed his tune a
Yeah,
bit, but
very much. So, anyway, he had a whole episode on what you're talking about. Which, sorry,
I
go ahead.
still remember that Kook O'Reilly. Holy shit, whatever happened to that guy?
Yeah, he's a
Fucking
hothead. He's a hothead.
See, I'm allergic to that side. I'm a fucking California snowflake. All right. I'm as liberal as they get, is what
Well,
I
yeah,
come
California.
to realize.
It's
Yeah.
just that truth is truth. I mean, if you can't, I mean, we're not going to get from mainstream, right? So
Yeah.
when a guy leaves mainstream to speak his version of truth, it usually resonates a little bit better here lately, I've noticed, than the mainstream. And he's under the gun too. He's getting hit on hard for his opinions because he's trying to be as truthful as possible. And these issues that we create in the mainstream, he's dissecting them right and left. And I'm like, fucking bravo, mate. You know, because shit, I'll give him a golf clap on that one because not many people are doing it.
No, I didn't fall. I mean, I remember hearing. Now, what was his? How did him and Fox end up parting ways?
I don't really know, I'll be honest, but I would, based on what I've seen on his YouTube channel, which amazingly they're allowing him to continue with millions of viewers, he wanted to talk about real truth and not cater to what's being told to be what he's told to be said, would be my guess. All right, based on what I'm hearing on his show. And I imagine, again, if you're the mainstream and you're not kicking the bucket the same way everybody else is supposed to, that's how it goes nowadays. They're going to get rid of you. They're going to try
Especially
to
when
defend you.
you're one of the main faces for any of those media companies.
Yes.
There's a certain, oh, you want to talk about selling your soul? Oh, I don't care which side. Like, it doesn't matter the sides. They somehow, by the time you get to be that point, you sold every fucking drop of your soul.
Pretty much. There's I forget the girl, the blonde that's kind of hot. She
What are
pulled
souls
the
going for these days?
J5. What's up, buddy? I
What's up, fellas?
didn't mean to keep, dude. I get excited about some of this stuff. Captain gets me riled up.
I'm just trying to save my soul here, one toke at a time.
But you know,
Uh,
like my
Hey,
best friend Robbie, he's
How'd
been
I
in
get you
Portugal,
riled up?
Spain
I
for the
knew I'd
last
get a,
couple
I knew I'd
months.
get a poke out of you, buddy. I knew.
Like he you know, he's a processor dude from Ukiah, but he's been in Barcelona and somewhere in Portugal for the last couple months. Captain's over there in Thailand. The one thing I sense with these experiences, people in different parts of the world have a higher happiness factor than
Yeah.
the typical US day-to-day grind. Like I
They
like
don't
I've
have. They
noticed,
don't have to carry the fucking KY jelly with them. I mean, fuck.
yeah, like it's come to that where
Right
like wow,
there.
like oh, we're this great country, we should have like a decent level of life here, but it's actually crumbling underneath us, and the pressure of all that is like, oh, it's palpable. Like, oh, people are not fucking happy, dude.
Or I think we have some of the major conveniences of the world at our fingertips. You might lose some of that, but it's replaced with more wholesome food, less poison in the air.
Truth,
Down to
living within a
hunter-gatherer.
truth,
Yeah,
like
exactly.
yeah, you know, not having to try to shelter yourself from the fucking mainstream bullshit that's like even if you try to steer out of it, oh, it's there. It's in like, oh, we all use YouTube. Oh, there's all the suggestions. Like I've learned, even though I'm curious about some of those stories, or like, oh, don't click on any of that news shit because you click on one, it'll fuck your algorithm up for weeks, or like they'll just bombard you with more of it.
Very true. Very true. They do have the 3 buttons where you can say, "Hey, don't fucking show me this shit no more," which I like that button. I utilize it quite
Yes.
frequently.
Is it like sometimes I think, yeah, but then they play the dirty trick on you that just triggers even more bullshit, right? Because like at this point, you can't trust them or anything they have in their algorithm. It's all about
Don't fuck with these fuckers. I'll tell you what, man. I've pulled some bullshit on some of these guys. Like I know it's a spam call. I'll go, Special Agent Brown, and I'll fuck with them, man. And they'll go, oh, and immediately I know as soon as they go, oh, I got him. And I go,
well, I noticed I pay this extra on my phone for I don't get these calls, but the only calls I get are from like my local Senate race or somehow a politician can break through that system, but like no one else can. Like, yeah, that seems
don't
fishy
do
there.
that. What I just said is
know what?
don't do that.
Thailand.
Don't do that.
Don't
Don't.
Thailand. I'm sorry.
I'm not. I gotta, before the thought gets lost. Don't do what I just said. Fuck with the guy that because you get put on 10 more lists at least.
Yeah,
you get totally fucked. So, sorry, Captain. Go ahead, buddy.
So here in Thailand, you don't get those calls. Those are actually illegal.
well, technically they're basically illegal here in
Perfect
different
setup.
states.
What, we're thinking of
have
hustle
different
bot?
laws, but they still do it. They don't like it's like
$20 is different than 20 baht.
you know, it is weird how
many
as much as I'm like outlaw mentality, like, oh, I have some respect that we as humans we need the law, and we're living in this time recently where like, yeah, the law, it's like the
I think we need it just to be accountable and responsible to ourselves and others. To a degree, and just to get rid of fucking this law, this statute. I mean, what driver's license and registration? What statute? What law did I break? Law, is that a law or a statute? You get in an argument with them fuckers, and guess what? They'll kick your ass in many parts of the country. And people promote like challenging authority. Fuck, man. If you're a tough motherfucker, yeah, go ahead. But you might want to keep that to yourself and present it in court. not in the fucking on the roadside because they can get away with all kinds of shit. Personal experience.
Oh, I know. I've seen these people. There's a certain movement that like
Well, you gotta be
like
careful
when
of that
they get
shit.
pulled over and then they say, "Oh no, I don't have to present you per whatever." I I've had dealings with police in my time. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not. I don't got the balls to say that to a cop. No, that
Dude,
ain't
I
gonna
have my
fly.
license and
Okay.
registration ready by the time he comes
Yeah.
to the door. How can I help you, officer?
Yeah, that's the best way to deal with them because
They'll fuck
yeah,
you
we
up.
all know. Yeah,
I've been fucked up by
yeah. Well,
cops.
one thing like certain
Yeah.
cops can't stand is when you think you're smarter than they are. That's like, oh, or that you think you're nope, that don't work. Yeah, yes, sir, no, sir. That's the way it goes with them. Yeah.
I learned the hard
I'm a
way.
law-abiding citizen. Every single law that makes sense, I follow.
I don't know.
Hey, I used to have problems with police pretty
But don't
regularly
kill.
in my life. And then at a
Ain't too
certain
many.
age, a certain time, like I don't have like I don't know what happened. Like
You get your ass kicked enough, you fucking realize you need to
yeah, I
stop
just
that.
go
So,
mind my own business.
That
I
has
just
been
I'm
missing.
not out running the
I don't know.
streets at fucking 3 a.m. That used to get you in trouble a lot.
If you have a
Uh,
camera on you, they treat you a lot different. I mean, First Amendment auditors are pretty important. Like they might get their ass kicked once or twice, but when they sue the hell out of the police department, they change their whole
But
attitude.
that's $1 million, $2 million too.
I
They do make a lot of people rich by beating their ass if you do know the law.
yeah,
And
well,
it's bad.
LA is
That's a good point.
notorious that LA's known to settle, and
Yeah, they just
the
don't-
amount of money that they settle per year, because it's like a thing where people know, like, yeah, get roughed up by the LAPD, get paid for whatever, maybe not life because they settle, but oh, it's easy
Yeah.
money. Like, oh, they'll just settle. Oh, what, 150,000? Okay, here you go. Sign here.
LA is
Uh,
literally a crazy
You
place to
can pay
live
up and
anyway.
you get paid, you know? It's not that.
Some of that,
you know-
like the repercussions of Rodney King and the different history, right?
Yeah.
But now it's turned the other way where, yep, now the officers are afraid to even do anything because, oh, everyone
job.
pulls out their
Yeah.
camera and,
Yep.
yep, it's just
They won't do their
like,
job.
not
because
that
they're
I
on
have any
camera.
sympathy
YouTube clicks,
for cops,
TikTok
but
clicks.
So the only reason to worry about the person's camera is that the cops are doing something wrong.
Exactly.
Quit being crooked fucking cops and let me record you because you're doing your job.
yeah, well,
Put cameras on and they shouldn't be worried about you recording them. That's the first thing you say, and then they start acting like a-holes once they figure out that you know that they're already crooked. So
Yeah.
some of them are crooked. Some of them don't give a fuck.
We need to
Some of them
implode the
"Yeah,
whole
that's right."
fucking system.
Other ones are
And
doing it.
at least in a lot of parts of the country, at
Start
least in
over.
Southern California, a lot of what the cops deal with is mental health shit that they shouldn't really be dealing with. Meaning a lot of calls for stuff that is more would be considered mental health than crime. But they don't have nowhere, there's no one else to call but the cops when there's mental health episodes happening. And a lot of those are the
Those
ones
are
that
violent.
escalate into bad situations because the cops don't know what to, like, yeah.
They should have sent the Ghostbusters instead of the fucking cops.
Yeah, well, they're not trained to
Yeah.
deal with crazy. Like they know some crazy, but they don't know real crazy. So when they see real crazy, it's like overreaction, and everybody puts the whole clip or the whole mag in somebody. It's like you put your whole magazine in there.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude, that's crazy.
And what I've noticed,
Crazy.
just in my observation, I remember being arrested and taken into custody by like one cop in one car. Okay. Today, oh no, that's never, you're not dealing with ever one cop, one person. Oh, the one cop might pull you over, but then like 2 or 3 others are going to show up there because that's some of what they learned in the war, Iraq, basically. Oh, that's the same training where, oh, to protect themselves, they roll deep, right? So it's never yeah, a lot of it would be one guy, a mano. Usually you got a little respect. Oh, when there's 4 or 5 of these fuckers, and then that's when they start acting all stupid and shit, because
Dude,
that's
and you'll see it change. You'll see it switch the second that second squad pulls up. The dude that's being all chummy with you the whole time.
Yeah, he gets a hard on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Game on.
yeah,
Strength
fuck
in
them.
numbers for those fucking.
Yeah, I ultimately fuck them.
100%. Fuck them all.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well,
all cops are bastards.
When
Even if you're a good cop, you're a bad cop because you know about the bullshit that's going on. You're not speaking up. You're not doing something about it. All cops are bastards. Even the good
no.
cop.
There's like example after
The
example
good cops
of
know the
that.
bad dirt shit that's going down, and they
Yeah.
don't do nothing.
No. So far, there's never been one ever situation where they stood up. I think a little bit in that one case, but not 100%. Nope, they've never spoken up against each other. That's the code. Yeah,
All cops are bastards. There's no good cops.
it's
I
some
don't
of
know
it's
about
just the
that.
culture of the thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Why
one
isn't he
thing
spoke
I
up
saw
against-
when
about
I
the
was in
dirty ones?
prison
Members
was
that
there
You're
was
telling me
a
that
few
good cop doesn't know about the dirt that goes on and does nothing about it?
when I was in a
What
level
what are
4
you supposed to
prison
do though?
for
Like, let's see,
for
what
2.5
would you do? Like,
years.
what
Do
are you supposed to
something.
do? I'm
Be a
just
There
man.
was
Fucking be a
devil's
human.
advocate. What are they gonna do? How
There
are they
was
gonna
many
change it?
like recruits that were new on the
See,
job,
there's no
right?
answer, bro.
And they were like
Robert, you
gung
would do it.
ho,
Let's see, what are they
like
gonna do?
like
You
starting their
gonna feed their
career.
family?
Just being devil's advocate, I would like to know how they're gonna change the force if they're just one person and they're saying this is
If
happening
enough
in
of
my
them do
Exactly.
something about it,
when their whole other
It's
gang
like
is
a
against them.
stoners
Everybody's
trying to
against
get
them.
the
If there's one good
medical
cop, how they
laws
gonna change the force?
changed.
Like if there's
Yeah,
one good guy,
well,
it's the only good guy, how they gonna change
yeah,
it?
okay,
because
okay, he's a good cop then. He's a good cop. You're right.
here's the
How's that
thing
being
that
a good
happens
cop?
within the cops. If all of a sudden you show that you need
Tell me how
those
that's being
guys,
a good cop then.
the next thing you know, they put you in a compromising situation.
They're not gonna help you. They're gonna fucking let you get shot by that bad guy. That when they call for backup, they're just gonna let you.
Or
get your
they'll
ass
just
beat up,
shoot you.
get busted. They're not gonna.
And
What makes
they'll
that
just
cop a
They're not
good
shoot
gonna
you.
cop?
show up. They're not gonna
What
show
makes
up.
that cop a good cop?
That's the fucked up part. So you gotta be kind of fucked up.
But
Another
wait,
nice thing
let me
about
say,
Thailand, there's no
even
shootings here like that. There's
even
no
though they
shootings
weren't,
here of any
You're asking
type,
for it if you
really.
try to
hey,
change it.
even though what I saw, they weren't actual cops. They wanted to be cops, but they settled for being a prison guard, and they were the new recruits. And
There
it was a
word.
level 4 gnarly prison. And within a year, people that when they genuinely showed up, I thought that they were going to do good or be like above all this shit. And within a year, they were sucked right into the evil that was the prison. Like you couldn't be good. Like if you're around all that, oh, they were fresh faced and probably believed in their integrity and all that shit. But after a year of working around a bunch of fucking convicts with life, they got sucked right in. It was like hard to
Sucked me
explain. Like
back
there was
in.
no way you could avoid the ball of that evil, basically.
I'm going to take
like-
off.
Dude,
my
these
friend.
cherry turks got me all jacked up.
I know that's all right, dude. Calm down.
whether
I'm
you
gonna,
work there
I'm gonna
when-
take off.
when-
Okay,
It's that
buddy,
cherry
buddy,
west,
buddy.
dude. It's that cherry west. I'm telling you.
All right, guys. I'll talk to you
All
later.
right, good seeing you, Bingus.
Have a good one, Bingus.
Cheers, brothers.
Good seeing you, Bingus. That
Yeah, but
cherry
like you said-
west.
Like
yeah, but like you said,
everybody has a
the bad ones
price.
don't make it any easier for the good ones to try to operate. Even if they did, they're not gonna get no help. Like why would they try to be good?
Yeah,
Like, the
yeah,
reason for them to
that's-
try to be
it's
good.
a-
is
Go do
it's
something
a-
else.
Exactly.
How could you
It's a
live like that?
system.
You can't live like that. Go. You'd have to
Well,
leave the profession,
Why you just gotta quit your job. if you wanna
Sometimes
help
you got-
people. Yeah.
or else you gotta be a dirty cop.
Yeah, you gotta quit your job if you don't want to be one of them.
You gotta quit your job or be a good
Yeah.
cop. Because all
But
the
there's
cops
a
are
video
bad.
of
There's
one
no
good cop out there that
No.
does these videos of reactions of other bad
There's
cops.
no
and
good
he's
cops.
like,
They all stand by idly and watch the bullshit. They know the
well, yeah,
bullshit goes.
I'll send you the video of the one cop that does do reaction videos of all the bad cops, and he talks shit about them and saying how
Then
they
he's a
messed
good
up
cop.
for him.
There's one good cop.
Yeah, that's the one
do
good guy
you
that I've
ha-
ever
do
seen.
you
That
have
does it. And my
J5?
neighbor, but that was the only two
J5.
times. But yeah, that's the only two
I'm
times I've
saying
seen
all
good
cops are bad because even the good ones are
J-
bad because
Yeah,
have to-
J5.
no,
I
no
don't know.
one's
He brought my
arguing with
dog
that
back from
point.
being out, and he closed my front door for me when somebody robbed my house. So I appreciate that guy. He
That's,
fucking brought my
that's,
three
that's
dogs
fucking
back.
what humans do. That's what humans do, Robert.
My door,
Humans do that.
But wait,
left a note
wait,
on it,
J5, wait. So
So I don't know.
when my wife got murdered,
That's being a
I-
human.
I
That's a
I
human.
had
Does.
a prosecutor and these 3 detectives that were in charge of the case, and everything about the prosecution and the end result had to do with them doing everything perfect by the book, all these things, right? It was the first time in my life it was like they were like I was the victim, so they were working for me. Yeah, at first it was hard. Like I remember walking out of the DA's office, like, oh, I wasn't sitting at her desk. She's the top pig of the whole thing, right? But then ultimately, yeah, and they did their job, and yeah, at that point, I needed them to do that job. Yeah, I could change my view that and these
I'm
guys
talking
were.
about cops, not people. As you don't get what I don't think you guys get what I'm saying. I'm saying just by the fact that they are cops, they are not good cops.
are
You have to be a
people.
bad cop. You have to be a bad cop.
There's
have no
good and
choice.
bad people.
They have no choice. They can be good
I
people.
don't know if that's true,
They can
J5.
still
There's,
be bad cops.
just from the logic of it, basically, not all cops deal with drug crimes. Not all cops deal with specific robbery or anything else. There's obviously murder cops. There's cops that basically, there's marshals. There's a 50 different kinds of cops. There's, if you're going to include it to everybody, there's obviously sheriffs, marshals, cops, the fucking, the Peace Corps, I think, has their own fucking cops. So on some level, they're not all bastards
The
because they're
cops
not
have
all the
cops.
same.
But to be a
The
cop,
cops have internal affairs.
But
and those cops
that's the thing,
investigate the other
it's a
cops.
more nuanced. Fuck, nobody likes nuance anymore. But even this is a nuanced point. Like the fact of the matter is that there is basically kind of a, what do they call it, a thin blue line whereby the cops basically stick up for each other no matter what, basically, even when they see each other do dirty stuff. But everyone has met good cops and everyone has met bad cops. Even the lily whitest fucking American kid has probably had a harassing cop experience in their life, right?
Yeah.
It's just it's one of those situations that really attracts narcissistic, power hungry douchebags, right?
and
But
that,
then
and
again,
that
there
good
are
cop
some
that does all
decent
those
cops
good
as well.
things,
But here's the
he can be
thing,
a good
American
person.
J5, please do not yell over people. On this show, we don't yell over people. If you're excited,
Oh.
that's perfectly fine, but people don't yell over
I don't
people. It's
know
just
I'm
fucking
yelling.
rude. What was I trying to say? I was trying to say that see, I lost my train of thought. I was trying to say well, I guess I was going to say that basically American policing in general is actually quite new. People assume that there's been cops since forever, but really, honestly, no. They only really, like, Scotland Yard was one of the very first, like, actual detective police forces, basically, where like fucking police guys with like recognizable uniforms would be walking around solving crimes and shit, right? Anyway, in America, that basically came out of slave catching. So essentially,
Yeah.
like, how do I put this? The fruit of the rotten tree,
1860s.
right? Like, yeah, 100%. And it didn't really get a lot better from there, So when you have a terrible beginning, it's hard to refound it or reform it at some point in the future, especially when you have a lot of power and a lot of money already. You have very little incentive to do that. So I'm not going to argue with you. I don't think anyone in the chat here is going to argue with you. The cops are fucking fantastic. I bet you anything that we have some cops quietly smoking in the chat as well. I think that's a fair bet
I
because
hope
I've
they
actually gotten
choke.
emails
I hope
from a
they
couple of
choke on
them.
their
They're
joint.
like, "Fuck, don't tell anybody that I spoke with you guys." But seriously, like there obviously are some decent cops, right? But even the decent cops probably know that there's some shitty cops out there, and there's not a whole lot they can do. It's a
No.
strange situation. But you
And
you
by
can't abolish. I mean, J5, you have to be a mature adult and realize we couldn't abolish the police forces, even if they
See?
are incredibly fucking faulty, which is recognizably true. Here in
We
Oregon,
have a military.
they barely prosecute fucking crimes anymore, really. Like when people get their cars stolen or robbed or whatever, the cops are like, meh, whatever. Sorry, sucks to be you. Literally, they basically almost make fun of you, essentially. Hit and runs, whatever. I've had friends do all kinds of crazy shit, and the cops, they're like, do I need to even be here? Is their fucking body language? I mean, come on, who's going to defend that shit, right? But at the
We'll
same
pull
time,
that
if
bitch for
we
you, though,
got
if you
rid
keep
of
it
those
short.
guys, well, it'd be fucking murder season. It'd be fucking robbery season. It'd be, you know what? It'd be everything season, right? So we obviously can't abolish the police forces entirely. Anyway, I've been monopolizing the conversation. Go for it.
I'm the grammar police. Refound is not a word.
Well,
Well, maybe it is.
I'm happy you didn't call yourself a grammar Nazi. That's a good one. That's good.
Yeah.
I didn't use
He's the
that
grammar.
word.
He's the grammar slave catcher. J5, I interrupted you.
I'm just,
There
I
we
think you
go.
guys are mistaken what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're not good people. I'm not saying they're all evil, but just
They're
by a
just
simple fact
inherently
of
bad.
being a cop, you know, you stand by idle while the dirt goes on, right? And you have to, or else you can't be a cop.
Exactly.
You're dirty by de facto,
Yeah.
by
But
bad.
the whole thing of it
That's-
is,
I don't know that that logic is. I don't know that that
kind
holds.
of-
You're telling me that
no
all cops
matter-
don't know what goes on?
the thing is,
First of all, not every
J5
freaking cop works in some monolithic police department where everything is corrupt. I mean, don't forget there's small towns where there's 2 police officers, right?
It's even
And like
worse in
they
small
live.
towns.
No, I mean, like a lot of times these small police officers, they just like they don't have to deal with that much, and so they don't have to be fucking bastards, as I guess you would say, right? I suppose that probably depends on what town it is.
No, they
but-
still
A lot of the times in these small
Oh,
towns,
come on, it's a big world.
They are. It's like a mob.
and where I'm at, in a small town, or all across the country, when your grandma fucking falls to the ground, who's the first one that gets there before the paramedics?
Mhm.
When there's a car accident, who's the first one that helps?
Yeah, and
you
that
know?
Yeah.
cop a lot of times is from that town. They didn't somehow
Yeah, and a lot of the
Machiavellianly, what's the word I'm
cities
looking for? They didn't, when they were a kid, they didn't twirl their mustache and say, "I'm gonna be a fucking shithead." I mean, like they're just, they're like, I don't know. They're the, what's the word I'm looking for? They're the protective type or some shit. They
Yeah.
become a cop when they grow up. Go ahead.
And on the West Coast, some of the cities that like basically lost respect or lost the relationship between the citizens and the cops, right? Where like, oh, the cops aren't doing anything anymore in a lot of places, right? Oh, when you start seeing that in action, you realize, oh shit, like it's one of those necessary, like you can't live with them or you can't live without them. We live in this system where, yeah, if policing backs, like, oh, you can see the crime rate numbers go up and down as these fluctuations happen, like whatever it was, the protest and different things, certain cities basically said fuck you to their own cops, right? And yeah, now those cops are still on the job, but like, yeah, hard doing much. And then the result of that is like, yeah, a lot more crime, like street crime.
Who the small town cops are bad for are the out of towners. And I've seen it firsthand. Yes,
Oh,
they
I've
have a
seen
great
that too.
relationship with the
Yeah,
community.
no,
They have
I'm
a
not
great-
going to argue
they
that
know
that
everybody
happens.
in the community. They're the first one to your door. And they're also the first one to fucking cover up shit to get your ass out of trouble when you fucked up some out of towners, some city folk. They're the first ones to cover up for the good old.
Or in the richie town like
first
me,
fucking hand.
they're the character, the cleaner uppers, because they couldn't have me and my camper sitting on the fucking street.
Yeah,
Gotta
and
piss
a
off
lot
about
of
that.
smaller towns work off this revenue thing where, yeah, the cops make whatever, $100,000 a year, and they have a certain obligation to keep their job, to like be part of the revenue stream of it all. Okay, like that's the other nature of the beast.
That was
Yeah.
cannabis people for a
I
long
think it's fucked
time.
up that they only got to go to school for 2 years. I mean, you would think that there'd be a lot more you'd have to learn to fucking.
Yeah,
Go to law school for at least 4.
yeah, to
A lot of
especially to
other
have
countries, you have to train a lot harder to
power.
be a cop. Yeah.
A lot of the people are people that if proper systems were in place, wouldn't be given that power over other people. Because like to have that power over other people, you have to have a certain level of maturity, psychological education. It goes, yeah, a lot of times it's the worst cops are the ones that like the whole power of it's gone to their heads, you know?
I mean, there is a frightening amount of power, right? So basically, if you were not a super sound individual, quick. So annoying. My internet like freezes and you guys all freeze.
Yeah, that was. I didn't know if it was
Probably
That was
robotic
crazy.
bullshit.
Well, the whole thing of it is really is you can take any business in the world and you're going to see the same thing. You know, you're going to see things that aren't right, but you either say something and they're just ignored, or you end up, you know, it never goes anywhere.
Not the
Okay.
same.
And the person keeps on doing this even for years and years and years. And, you know, but it goes in every business, something like that happens. It's just not the police. Okay. So when you really talk about them, you talk about everybody. So if you
Well,
have a job, you know there's someone doing something wrong. Why aren't you standing up and saying something?
here's the
And if
That's
thing,
you
not like
like
are,
that.
you're
Whistleblower
either getting
penalty.
ignored.
I gotta do
basically
something, dude.
Integrity starts at
phones
home, right?
and
That's what I'm
phone
going to.
cameras has cleaned up policing a lot because yeah, it used to be these guys had nothing they had to worry about. They could do whatever the fuck they
Exactly.
wanted. Today, oh, they're always have to watch everything. And I think that in itself prevents a lot of what used to be a higher majority of fucked up cops because yeah, it's too easy to they have to film themselves. Their cars filming them, that people are filming them, even though some of that's like I remember watching some 48 hours where it's like the 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 camera they have on themselves, they can turn on and off. Like, wait,
Yeah.
how's that? Like, so it went off for a minute. Well, how? Oh, he turned it off. Like, you shouldn't be able to turn it on and off yourself.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think they run. They're supposed to run 24 hours now, but I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they should.
I know. I know that when
that was
I got pulled over back when I was in my early 20s, and I was fucking. I was driving my drunk buddy's fucking BMW in a fucking in his, and it was like, but I didn't have my license, and I knew, and I had a cop on my ass for like 3 miles, and we were on our way out to a party, and I had to pass the party. It fucking sucked. But in any case, um, he pulled me over for driving near the center line. It was it's actually because I was finally out of his jurisdiction. He had nothing to do, and I had my blinker on to turn, and once he saw the blinker go on, he's like, "Fuck, I can't fucking follow anymore." So he turned the lights on. But he said I was driving near the center line, and I said, and because I asked him that after he pulled me over, and I mentioned that to my lawyer. My lawyer said, "Well, then that's a fucking done case. Let's get the tape." And then just miraculously, the audio was muted for like fucking 10 seconds, and then there's me
When I
being
got
belligerent.
when I got pulled over in Illinois, the video and everything ends with me saying, I don't, as I was telling him, I don't think you're going to search my vehicle.
And you
And
were wrong.
it comes back on when they're actually tossing my safe out of the back of the rental truck and I'm yelling at them, I'll give you the number, don't bust it open. Because they thought there was something in the safe.
I got
Yeah,
I had two Deweys back when I was in like 21 and 23. I think they're almost back to back. But I fucking and they were both shitty ones too. I got a .09. I was the first one in my county to fall under the new .1 law when we or .08 law when we changed our Dewey laws. But in any case, I had like a 1,000-watt amp that was hardwired to my battery. I had to like physically go and undo the screw in my trunk to turn off my amp every time I turned my car off. Otherwise, it drained my battery in like fucking 30 seconds. Or it took longer than that, but still. When I got pulled over, the cop fucking like he had me in the back of the car. One just drove by just now as I'm saying this. They got trucks out here. But fucking I get pulled over and I'm in the back of the cop car and I'm telling the cop, I'm like, you got to let me open my trunk so I can unhook my amp or my battery's gonna be shot and I'm gonna be fucked, when I go finally get this thing. And he wouldn't let me. He won't let me do it. I'm like, well, just let me open the trunk. I'm like, literally, it's like takes 2 seconds to unscrew that thing.
no, you can grab a gun.
I'm like, you can. Well, I was asking him if he could do it, and fuck or anything. At this point, I wasn't even handcuffed yet, and it was just. I'm like, dude, you can search my trunk if you want, There's fucking. But in any case, I fucking the tow truck driver. I started yelling at him to fucking. I said, unhook the amp. You gotta pop the trunk and unhook the amp before you even move it, and it just and the cop was like, he was like almost told me he was gonna give me another charge. He's like, shut up, wouldn't let me fucking try to communicate with this truck driver. But when I went to go pick my vehicle up, because I think I only sat overnight for it, and fucking the next day, fucking my car was sitting inside their shop, and I went to hop in the car, and I started it up, and I was like, well, what the fuck? This is, and I heard, and because after I started it up, I heard the amp go, and I was like, what the fuck? My amp is on, and my car started. That doesn't happen unless I was hooked into a power charger or something, because like it only takes like under a minute, and that thing, and it would kill it, suck all the juice out of the battery. But or maybe
No,
there's a
what
little bit. Maybe
the
I
cops
should
did
say
is
it was probably more like 5 minutes because otherwise it doesn't. Yeah, it was more like 5 minutes to probably take to suck it down. But
no, the cops actually took it and did a
no,
sting in your car because that's what
yeah,
they did with my car in Illinois. I found out that
no,
they took your car out and made undercover buys in it.
no,
And
the
I'm
fucking
like,
the tow truck
what?
driver the tow truck driver unhooked it, but so when I ended up starting my car up or fucking
Not mine.
yeah, because it was weird. I still had my I suppose I didn't lose my license. I went to court, but no, I never did lose my license because I got a fucking what do you call it? One of them fucking blowing machines you gotta blow in and shit. Think suck ass. But
Yeah.
in any case, when I
Trump.
started my car up and I was like, that's weird. This guy must have just had this thing either running or hooked up to a fucking battery charger. And I looked down and I noticed that my fucking pipe is sitting right on the fucking on the center console, and there's like half a bowl has been smoked out of it. I was like, well, that's fucking weird. I never, my pipe's always empty when I'm done with it. First of all, second of all, I had that thing stashed in between the seats when the cop came, and third, he found my bag of weed that I stashed too. It wasn't that much in there. There's only a couple bowls I remember, but it was like, fuck, this guy could have just stolen my weed, fucking in my pipe, and I would have never known about it. And second of all, when I drove away,
Instead, he left you a half a bowl so you could get
well,
high
yeah,
on the way
he was
when you're
tasting it,
out.
fucking here he's sitting there. And not only that, so start driving away and I turn on I press play and it's fucking Pantera. And I was like, whoa, what the fuck? I know I didn't have Pantera in there. That's the reason why I got pulled over. Because like I was with a buddy that liked rap and shit. So I was playing some fucking really hard bass hitting shit because I was driving down the highway and that cop heard that bass hit him and he fucking flipped around, fucking fucker. But in any case, yeah, the guy had fucking sat there and he was playing found Pantera in my CD, so I was playing that. It's pretty fucking crazy. And that was a long story for a whole lot of nothing. But
Yeah.
yeah, fuck the cop.
You know, you also forgot to leave out that you're driving through a town at 3:30
No,
a.m.
it was on the highway. It was on the highway. It was that fucking. It must have been like 11 something because we were going for last call. Because remember, he wanted to fucking.
So you got shift change.
I have no idea. I was driving fucking. I don't know. I didn't have my license, so I was fucked anyway. Or no, I was fucking. I'm talking. That was the Dewey. Yeah, when I got my Dewey. Oh well, What I should have done is refuse my breath test and fucking waited till they had to do it at the station, and I would have fucking passed. But they tell you that if you don't blow, you're gonna get another charge and you're gonna lose your license right away. That's what I see
I
on all
don't
the. I like
know.
watching them load like the um like when you're the guys who fuck with the cops, like you were
I
saying
don't
earlier,
drink and drive.
that know all the laws or whatever, and sit there and argue with them and sue the or sue the fucking stations and shit. Like, there's one guy where it seems like that's all he does. Like he just drives around and sues cops for getting belligerent at him or for trying to
Well,
detain him for
actually,
no cause.
you know, you can't say anything. It was your fault in the first place for being a drunk and driving drunk.
Oh yeah, I was in the wrong, but I should have fucking. I was young and dumb, man.
Yeah,
But still,
we
it was a
all
point
have
oh nine. I
those.
was the first one. When I was in court, the cop looked.
Wait a second, the
The
first
judge was
one.
reading the when
How
the
many
judge
you
was reading
have?
it out loud. She's like, for a .09, and she goes, her eyes furrowed, and she looks up and goes, well, what do you think? What's he doing in here? And the bailiff had to whisper to her, the new law went into effect today, or something like that. She's like, oh, congratulations, you're the first person in our courtroom to get a Dewey under .01. So that was fun. It was fun, Judge. Good times.
Meanwhile, Zesty asked the question in the chat, and I'm like, fuck, how do you even answer that? Good start for a discussion, frankly. So he basically was saying, so I perished, do I have a comment on which cultivars have the most complex flavors or the best? And he says, yeah, pretty much what stood out as complex cultivars, I guess, that I've worked with. I'm like, fuck, I don't know. I'm trying to think about this. I'm like, everything that I work with basically has complex, multi-layered flavors. There is a few exceptions. If something's just loud and clean, like a bell, like sour tangy or something. Trainwreck is, I guess, a little bit less complex of a flavor, but it still kind of cuts through and has that great high. But generally speaking, I like these really complex, multi-layered highs. And if anything, I'm trying to layer them into something even more complex and multi-layered. So, for example, the Rainbow Belts to JTR. Rainbow Belts by itself is not a super complex flavor. JTR by itself isn't really the most complex, but the two of them together, first of all, super disparate flavors. You got that really candiness with a little bit of kind of floral gas, and then you got that kind of skunky lemon. I think those two would be super appealing. So obviously, hopefully, some of those immature seeds will germ for me. But you know, how do I compare the two? How do I compare lemon tree? What did I put here? Lemon Tree and Triangle Kush. They're both super loud. One is super gassy, one is super lemony. Uh, both delightful. So I don't know. It just becomes a question of your favorites and your particular preferences. I don't know. What do you guys think? What are some super loud cultivars you guys worked with lately?
Loud, meaning
Yeah,
bag.
flavorful, bag appeal, all of it. You name it, whatever. An interesting
Apples,
question.
bananas kind of has its
That's a good one.
aroma, but Banana Daddy is one that is loud. Like it's more of a sativa, I realize, and it's bright. Like you open that bag, the smell permeates the room. I personally don't like that weed that much, but it does smell a lot. But
Hmm.
when you say complex, the most complex weed that I like, where I'm like, I always sense there's just layers of genetics, is this OG, like this OG that I've grown, not really in production now with it, but over the years I have. Yeah, it's complex. There's a lot to it. It's not like flavors of today's, it's more earthy, gassy range, but it's like even the same joint can have like many different complexities along the way. Like it, that weed to me fits the complex. Like, yeah. And other OGs that I've smoked were like that too, complex.
Which is not to say that it's not nice to have something simple sometimes. What is it? Jet fuel, I think. It just pretty much tastes like jet fuel. There's like almost no other notes to it, really. Just ultra gas. Sometimes that's nice.
Yeah, I got a bunch of cuts, and one that I was most excited about was Bubba Kush.
Hmm.
And even as we vegged it, oh, I recognized I've grown that plant a lot, years and years ago. And sure enough, as it's flowering, and it's
Oh,
maybe
amazing.
6.5 weeks. It's coming into the end. Oh, it's Bubba Kush.
Nice.
It's got that Bubba Kush, like just that. Not Yeah, that is one of my favorites. Like that had that like Kush, pure Kush weed smells. A lot of weeds over the years have been things crossed into Kushes and stuff that had a bit of Kush in it, but yeah, I miss the Kush as because Bubba wasn't the only Kush. There was Master Kush, and there were a whole handful of strains that were like the Kush flavor.
Can I put my order in
Yeah.
for when I
Well,
come out?
we
'Cause
had
it'll
like
be
this
about
was
the time you're done
the-
with it.
the clone is one plant. Now we have
Aw,
clones of it and clones of it, but already like today when I was there,
damn.
my partner Sam and we were like figuring that, yeah, for us to really run that at scale, like a whole tray, 18 plants, it's gonna have to be on a different veg cycle. Like he even noticed, oh, he tried to top it like we top all the others. Oh, it didn't really, yeah, it veggies it different. It's like a fat leaf, short, squatty indica plant. And
How
to get
about
any kind of
doing like a
yield
sea
off
of
of that,
green?
Cheers, folks. Happy 420.
yeah, that's what I did years ago. That's
Because
one
it is
way to,
a slower grower. So just, instead of one, put 4 per square foot.
yeah, that's the first time I ever tried Sea Green was with Bubba.
Because that's
Because
going to give you a nice nugget.
even so many years ago, I remember having full trays that after, I learned the plant a little while where a lot of branches, big fat golf balls, and had been growing long enough to kind of be able to look at a tray and have a pretty good estimate of what yield was going to be there. And like I grew Bubba for a lot, 3-4 years, pretty like predominantly. It was always this one when it got down to the net weight, it would always be less than what you thought it was going to be, even though it was the bombest little golf balls of nuggets, Kush,
Fluffy.
right? And I worked that strain as hard as I could. This was like, probably in the late 90s, early 2000s, to where, oh, I heard this method, see it green. And yeah, I attempted that method. Yeah, it wasn't like it yielded more, because it was just these small little bats, but lots of
Yeah.
them. It was in 4x4 Rockwell in a 4x8 tray, and I just basically the whole tray was full of plants. There was no space in between them because they were just single little bats.
Tops.
Were you
Top.
lollipopping them or like cleaning them up at all on the bottom?
Not to do the sea of green back then. It was just like the whole idea was just to grow
As
A
many
shit ton?
plants in a small space.
Yeah, and as a way to like a better yield or just a different way. But like
Cut veg
no
time.
wonder the weed that was around predominantly. Like, oh, it was on people's menu. Bubba Kush, Katsu Kush, those two. Pre 98 is what it became, right? And then you hardly see it. No, you don't see it at all anymore, right? Yeah, well, that strain is like doesn't meet the yield requirements
Hmm.
of
Yeah.
today's market and today's thing. Now, oh,
Time
Home
limits.
still keep it alive, and they're not tied to those parameters. But yeah, there's a lot of strains like that. Like even Fumi was talking about Rainbow Belts being kind of a a lower yielder.
Yeah.
My experience is some of the best strains, the ones that were the firest weed. Yeah, those weren't always. No, none of those were big yielders.
Nope.
No.
You're
Now,
always like, fuck.
I always appreciated people that were breeding or what, because a lot of back then was, yeah, they were trying to take some of that super fire, lower yielder stuff and cross it into things that gave it better structure or better yield.
Wait.
Today, most breeding's done more for terps and flavor profiles, but a decade or longer ago, most breeding was done structure and
That's
plant
all
more
mine is.
was like, and a lot of that was a lot of the best weeds. OG was one of them, and a lot of the cushes, the fat leaf plants. Yeah, they weren't big yielders, but they were so good. Oh, if you cross those into something that's a little more of a yielder, but
Yeah.
now today, so many years later, a lot of those things that were the baseline, the real fire that weren't the best yielders or finicky, a lot of those were finicky. Like they weren't the easiest ones to grow. Yeah, they're elusive strains now. Like yeah, they're still around. Some people held on to them, but as far as product on the shelf, oh, you don't see any of that.
No. I wish you did.
No, because it's really hard to get like the stuff that we really like and that we see
When done
on
right,
a shelf someplace, though.
phenomenal
You know.
weed that should be experienced by all smokers, right? Just straight Bubba Kush, right? Even in the 215 era, it was like a known thing when you sold to the shops. Oh, they wanted Bubba Kush. Like that was like you had that, and they paid accordingly because it was like a low yielder, right? Oh, it finishes like 60 days or easily 60 days. That's not the problem, but it's a low yielder. But people pay like a little more per whatever for. Today, yeah, the market doesn't support that. There's not a thing where, oh, well, these really great sativas take 120 days, so we have to charge accordingly per
They
unit
will.
per pound. Oh, the Bubba Kush or various strains yield lower. We can quantify this. Everyone, these are things, facts, right? Oh, so we have to charge accordingly, right? Now, no, the market doesn't care about any of those things. Like the wholesale market, that you can't even have different prices. Like you can't be like, well, yeah, these pounds are 12. Oh, these ones are 12.50. These ones are 12.75. That's not how they used to be. And you would that there'd be a reason that you tacked a little more on something or lowered something else. Uh, Today it's like all the same. Like whatever the number is, it's the same. They don't know. Even if you had that, and the stuff for 12.75 was like so much better than the stuff for 12, they would just the brokers would
Take the
just
12.
well, or try to negotiate you for it all for 12, right? But they wouldn't pay that premium price. No, not the ones I see, not the business I'm involved
No,
in.
but
It's
the
like,
other
okay, so
business
then if
we
that's the
were
way it is,
involved in
there's
does
no
work that way.
motivation. There's no motivation for producers to produce any of those things. Things that are longer flowering, things that are lower yielding, even if they are legacy strains and should be experienced by all. That's why the market's so like, what do you call it, bottlenecked to like, a certain. Oh, there's all that. The thing is you can have the good yield and the good cosmetics and have variety of terps. Like every flavor you can think of can fit into that. Right. But those are the factors like yield and like look.
Yield
Flavor.
yield should be like your number one.
Yeah, well, should it like, some of the finest things in life and even in other products, yeah, it's what makes it that is that it's like smaller. It's not.
Because this last year we took the Ohio Afghani mango, which when you grow it out and finish it to be a 5 to 6 foot plant, it puts on a lot of weight. Okay, we hit it with a Sensi Star this year, and we're hoping that maybe it'll give us a little bit more, kind of change it up a little bit. Really don't know what we were hoping for, except for this is a winner and this is a winner. Let's see what they do together.
Well, the odds are pretty good there. I mean, that's
That's
a
like one of the
technique
first.
that goes across the board. Like that's why they put winning racehorses together to create a faster racehorse.
But no one started working with the Ohio Afghani mango until just recently. So whatever comes out is completely brand new. And it's going to be exciting to see because there are a couple of us that are working with it. It's just it's the highs there. The taste can vary depending on how long you take it. It's just a really good plant that hey, it had bag appeal, smelled great. You had nice, back in the day when you look at a bag and you got a quarter and it was one bud, you were like, yeah. Or there were like two buds for a quarter. You got buds like that off of it. And it was really easy to grow. But depending if you took it a little bit longer, you got more of the mango side out of it, it seemed. If you cut it a little bit shorter, you got more of a stonier high. And less mango and more like an earth. Almost like dry dirt. But that's a plant that you can throw everything at it. Man, she just takes nitrogen like you wouldn't believe. We'll have to get you that one to grow, bud. I'll get you some seeds when I come out.
Reading a couple different things. Today was a crazy day for a variety of things. I almost don't even want to bring up a couple of them. One of them was in cannabis, so I'm just like, oh, I better not even touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, they
You
changed
guys saw
laws.
you guys saw the Instagram drama, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
How's
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
What's that, Robert?
Wow.
Was that Kevin?
You seen what happened here in Thailand, I guess.
Oh, actually, no,
Nothing.
no.
Nothing's changed here. I guess they changed the laws.
Well, they changed the laws today.
Last week.
No shit. So what?
Yeah.
What? Less legal or more legal or what?
Less legal.
Oh, interesting.
But I don't see anything happening.
Huh.
None of the shops are closing down. No one outside of the normal people that have weight to move. No one is dumping anything or anything like that. But yeah, I guess the laws changed. But until they're written into the police gazette, they're not a law. And there's none on cannabis except for one, and that it was just descheduled. And that's it.
There was
Besides
a story actually just the other
there is
day.
a medical, I'm sorry.
In fact, I just pulled this up. I was actually just reading about how apparently Gina Carano is suing Disney. Good luck with that over Mandalorian firing. That's going to go great. Democratic senators call on DEA to deschedule marijuana entirely. That's the best idea I've heard in a fucking week. What's the story here? It's from The Hill, which is kind of a crappy rag, but whatever. It'll work for this. Should I show portion of the screen? Why not? Let's show portion of the screen. A group of Democratic senators called on Biden administration Tuesday to completely deschedule marijuana, arguing the White House's recommendation to the Drug Enforcement Administration to reschedule the drug did not go far enough to address the harm that has occurred from the current system. In a letter addressed to Attorney General Merrick Garland and DEA Administrator Ann Milgram, 11 Democratic senators, along with Senator Bernie Sanders, independent Vermont, argued the administration should deschedule marijuana entirely, or altogether, rather. Marijuana's placement in the Controlled Substances Act has had a devastating impact on our communities and is increasingly out of step with the state law and public opinion, they wrote. The letter was signed by Democratic Senators Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts, John Fetterman of Pennsylvania, Chuck Schumer of New York, Cory Booker of New Jersey, Jeff Merkley of Oregon, Kirsten Gillibrand, New York, Ron Wyden of Oregon, by the way, that's the only state that had both senators sign it, John Hickenlooper of Colorado, Peter Welch, Vermont, Chris Van Hollen, Maryland, and Alex Padilla of California. Year,
Well,
Health and
that
Human Services sent recommendation reschedule marijuana from the category designated to drugs to Schedule 3. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, fucking all of us basically say that they should deschedule it. Fuck off. Make it like tomatoes. What the shit? Who cares? Let people grow in their yard. Who gives a fuck?
well,
No,
no,
in their yard. And what?
realistically should go into herbal supplement, which is a gigantic category that includes all kinds of things. And that's where it truthfully fits.
Yep.
Not under Schedule 3. I mean, that's an easy argument. And I'm finally glad to at least see that there's somebody saying it, and seems like some powerful people sign that.
Yep.
But for some reason, I think we're any day now, they're just going to say, oh, yeah, it's descheduled to 3. Even though it should be taken out of scheduling, period. Like it, and that's the truth. Like, right? Like, lowering it to Schedule 3 is just keeping up with the propaganda that is all the way back to Reefer Madness. If you took it out of scheduling, that would be the first time they said the truth and acted on it.
They deschedule it.
And I mean, at some point, maybe someone needs to go to the federal Supreme Court and throw away the whole legal system, the stores, the tech, and like just make it like any other thing. Like, why does it have to have all this special attention?
The only reason it really does is to fucking milk it, honestly. Like, to be candidly fucking clear with it. It's not like weed is harmful. It's not like basically growing, smoking, doing anything too much of it with weed is going to destroy your life, realistically. Not more than anything else that you would have done in your life. Like, if you were prone to self-destructive behavior, you're going to be more self-destructive with alcohol or heroin or something else than weed. I mean, if you were like, if someone were going to, because I've heard that argument before, oh, if you let people smoke weed all day, they're just going to destroy their life. Well, if you're going to destroy your life, you're going to destroy your life. If you're going to do it on fentanyl or anything else, you're going to just fuck up your life. But most people are not going to destroy their life on weed. They're going to probably just smoke a little bit of it. It's absolutely idiotic to treat it any differently than a tomato, other than if you're going to try to tax the fuck out of it. That's one of the things that's annoyed me for years. I caught myself saying this for many years. Oh, they should legalize it and tax it. What the fuck am I, fucking Karl Marx? I mean, the fuck, I don't need every single goddamn thing to be taxed. I'm an Oregonian. I hate sales tax. So the idea that they're just randomly taxing cannabis is anathema for an Oregonian. Like, dude, we don't pay sales tax on food, or we don't pay sales tax on toilet paper or on a fucking TV in Oregon. I realize everyone else does. So why are we paying sales tax or any other kind of tax on cannabis? It's just absolutely absurd. Well, just because they decided we could. Honestly, they could milk us for something. Why is cannabis something that they could milk? That's an illogical argument, illogical position, just whatever. So I don't know. I guess I'm basically preaching to the choir here. At this point, everyone's like, "Yeah, if you are, we're fucking with you." It's not like anyone's going to disagree with that. But it's an idiotic situation, because really the only way to treat it the way they're treating it is so that they can milk it for further taxation. You know what I mean? The logical thing to do would just be to legalize it. Just let people fucking deal with it. It's no skin off anybody's fucking nose. Same thing with psilocybin mushrooms and everything else. It's no skin off anybody's fucking nose if you grew 100 fucking psilocybin mushrooms in your backyard. So your whole neighborhood comes over and gets high one day for a party. And what?
Most people, if they
and what? Yeah.
money,
made money through cannabis, whichever way you did, would report that money on their income tax. Oh, some people might cheat a little, but in reality, to have credit, to have mortgage, to have ownership, you got to have income, right? So they would probably make more money nationally by without the taxation, by just allowing people that made money at all levels of it to report that money and pay income tax, which is pretty steep as it is. But instead they want to like tax it every which way and also still take income tax. Because like, oh, if you're X, Y, or Z that's actually making a profit, oh, you're paying income tax on it too. So holy shit, they're taxing weed a lot. Like it's crazy that that well, it's not, but like we should at least have a counter to the like narrative. Like that's what Jack Herer would want. That's what the legacy guys that brought us the legal arguments way back, forget all their names, but there were multiple people. Most of them have passed on or old now, but yeah, they would still like, even Captain and his relationship with Norm, like there was this, I don't know, a voice or like a group, whether you agreed 100% with them or not, their overall thing was to have like a counter message or counter, like, but at this point we barely have that. We don't have that. Like a national figure that speaks up for some of these issues. That most of the national figures we have will because they're in line to get paid like a lot of money for selling their brands and like it just the way it is.
Well, you said it right there, Bud. You know, there's no one out there because everything is going medical and then recreational, or just straight recreational and skipping over the medical. But, you know, there should be a group out there saying, no, we want it decriminalized. That way they can't tax it. No one can, and everybody can grow it, and there's no limit.
Here's the reality. Yeah, no, you
But
can't.
there's no one out there fighting.
There's different ways you tax things, and like ultimately, like if you applied the models that they use in other businesses for entrepreneurs and people that make money, yeah, the income tax is good enough. Oh, some places have a sales tax. Most places have sale. Okay, that seems reasonable. End it there. Like,
yep.
Beyond the fact that over time, the harder they're going to try to inventory and regulate it with metric, that costs all this money. Like, that costs money. That costs like, they're going to have like a massive bureaucracy of an agency to just try to make sure that you're not like you're reporting everything exactly according to what. Like, why wouldn't you just trust the people to make money and pay you their fair share of income tax on making that money? It would be healthier for the whole thing.
In Michigan, they actually set it up right. So if you're a caregiver and you take care of your obligations to your patients that you have, you are allowed legally to sell your overages to another medical patient or to a dispo and recoup some of your money for taking care of your patients. That's how the little farmers markets had popped up in the beginning that I was selling clones at. You know, they were safe, they called them safe access points where you could access cannabis safely, openly. You can talk to the grower, you could get your right type of cannabis. And it was like a little like indoor flea market or antique show or something. But all of the people that I know that went to these clubs, because the clubs kept track of you coming in and paying a table fee and everything like that. So they already knew how to deal with that type of business. And a lot of the people in Michigan that I know, they claimed everything that they sold. You know, but it really didn't make a difference in their taxes because a lot of these people were disabled to begin with. And it's not like they were, you know, selling $20,000, $30,000. You know, they were selling, you know, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 over like 4 or 5 times a year.
Well, what I see happen that's the worst part is the old traditional market, from the grower to the next guy to the next guy to the guy with nickel bags to the guy selling single joints. Everybody had their little spot that made them a buck, that went to that, a person, a human being
Yeah.
that was able to fair and squarely make an extra money to have a good dinner that night or smoke a little weed himself or whatever it was. There was like this whole ladder, regardless of what the pricing was, right? And everybody had their little number in it. And it went on for years and years and years and years, decades.
Yeah.
And then medical, oh, that was still there, but it was starting to be changed. But then when rec came, we basically replaced all those people, the middleman, the guy selling a joint to his people in the apartment, or whatever it was, all these little transactions that took place every day. We took it out of the people's hands and replaced it with Uncle Sam. Basically, that's what you did. You said, "Oh, that percentage, no need for those people anymore. Pay us, and now you can do it yourself." Oh, and that's what we did. We exchanged people. Like, yeah, before there was any stores, people used to, you know, it was like a thing amongst people. And
Yeah, but now that there's stores, people, instead of calling you up and coming by and spending time and smoking a joint together, they run into the store, spend 3, 4 minutes, grab it back in their car, and they're at home.
yeah, I mean, it changed a lot of things. Like,
That killed us.
Yeah, how people consume, how people relate to each other, so many things, right? But yeah, that's ultimately what voting for I voted for it for a lot for reasons, most of which, like, some people had foresight and warned of all this. I remember, not too many, but I didn't think it would be like this. I actually thought, oh, it was good. I remember being excited about it.
I never thought I'd see the day of dollar grams.
Well,
I never
okay,
thought
there
I'd see
is a
that day.
price correction if it isn't a risk, the legality of it came out of the equation. That was a certain amount of the price, okay? So all right, that's understandable, right? But nah, something's like yeah, like
A
the
miss.
thing is I already know because like I remember in the first days of hearing the speeches about cannabis legalization and stuff, there was like a thing people said is, oh, we just gotta wait till the old people die. Basically like the parents and grandparents, like my grandparents, they were they were like already programmed. They didn't have an open mind. Oh, they died off, and then the next died off, and then we finally had enough votes, and and it started to spread, right? Um, it's the same thing like the other way. The big companies and the big investor groups, they ain't trying to figure out how to win us over. We're gonna die, and they're not even tripping on our kids. They're like going, oh, the next generation, they'll just believe whatever or like whatever marketing and whatever branding and whatever direction that is most profitable for a huge corporation will be in full effect. And they'll and it'll be like, remember when there were these people? Like, oh, there's still some moonshiners and stuff. But there was a time when moonshining was like a respectable thing or like a big thing, right? Like at a big level. The times changed, right? We're just like moonshiners, really. Like you could
Yeah.
probably look at what happened in end of prohibition and how it went from, you know, to corporate control and all this to where the big companies, they don't even care about the few moonshiners. But oh, there was a time when that they wanted those people rooted out.
Uh, I'm from Ohio. They still want them out. There's still a lot of them
Well,
in the
the
Appalachian
cannabis,
Mountain region. Believe
even
me,
though alcohol might be a little more reasonable than cannabis, oh, they put that stamp.
prices dropped.
They put the stamp on the top of every bottle, and they charge a excise tax and this tax and that tax per proof, and a certain amount of booze, whether it's beer, alcohol, all alcohol, is taxed, just like cigarettes and many other products that yeah, the government has their paws in.
But yeah, even moonshine's taken a hit. It was up to at the peak, good moonshine was between $100 and $150 a gallon. And, now I've heard wholesale prices as low as $25, $30 a gallon.
Well, because of some big company, even paying the tax, can put a gallon of, whatever grade. It might not be the best shit, but oh, it's whatever proof, and it'll get you fucked up for $30 a gallon or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and I
when I was
think
back in the shatter era, I think it was in Oregon was the only place you could get like 200 proof organic, like grapeseed ethanol and fine or really good grades of ethanol. But you had to pay this ridiculous, like,
yeah,
oh, the item itself was only this amount, but then you had to pay this excise tax, depending what state you were in.
And then COVID came.
And all these things. But I remember understanding it, the math of it. I used to buy 5-gallon jugs, and it would cost what it would cost. That even the lowest price like alcohol in the grocery store, the whatever brand, the low stuff, that's barely over the excise tax price. Meaning that most, like, oh, if there's often a bottle for $11.99, yeah, $11 of that is that stamp and the tax. You can't get around that, no matter, like, oh, if you make a finer proof, like they charge per proof. So it'd be
Yep.
like cannabis if they said, oh, well,
THC content.
yeah, 15%, you pay this amount, 20%, or whatever, like, because the proof is not 100%. It's like a weird thing, right? So, like, to get 200 proof, you had to pay more than 2 times. It was like 80 proof is what they call 100%. Like, yeah, it's just weird math. But the bottom line is, when I was involved in that math a little, I realized that, like, the cheap vodka or the cheap whatever that's like the gut rock price, that's just barely over the tax. Like, even though, okay, it's only whatever, it seems low. Oh, it's a lot of money. Yeah. And cannabis, oh wow. Their came in taxing cannabis so high that they'll never achieve the estimates of the money. If they taxed it more reasonably,
Yeah.
it would have, like, there wouldn't be so much of what's
When
happening.
when they were talking Thailand, they were talking like they took Colorado. They didn't take California because the amount of people and everything and the economy. They took Colorado and they were talking like a 30% tax until they were kind of told by everybody that, hey, if you tax it 30%, no one's going to buy it. Or your sales that you think you're going to make $100 million, you're going to actually be making like 1 or 2 million, because the average person at 30% tax, they can't even afford the local stuff.
Well,
So they were talking just like a 10% tax, which would have been 2.5% over the natural VAT tax that's applied to everything, which would have been perfectly acceptable.
the problem with the whole tax thing, it was like based in Colorado and California, is where they came up with the math for the estimated amount of tax money annually. It's based on this weed being a certain price, not retail weed and wholesale weed being valued at what it was valued at that time when they made those estimates. That, oh, it's $1 billion a year in California. Yeah, that's based on it being,
4,000 a pound.
X amount per retail and the tax off of that. So yeah, that's a big problem they have, because as the price goes down, so does the tax percent stays the same, but the actual amount of money, yeah, if a pound is $1,000 or less, then the tax is only on that for the growing of it, not the pricing that they estimated this on, which I think was back like when weed was like 3,200 a pound.
Yeah.
So when the weed price dropped, then so does their revenues. And
yeah,
so
you really can't get 32 a pound anymore.
And ultimately, they have agencies that can, like, really, like, inventory and monitor things closely, but it costs a lot of money and a lot of manpower and a lot of jobs and offices and management people and a whole thing, kind of like a bureaucracy, right? That's very expensive. Yeah, if
Mhm.
cannabis's prices keep going lower, then it's harder for them to have the money that it takes to like really seal up metric, right? Which so far 34 or 5 states that went legal, rag, medical, all are signed up with metric. Which that's where you'd have to wonder, wait, no other company has like an alternative software and like there's no bids, it's everyone just goes with metric, there's no competition. Something's fishy there. Especially when, at least in California and Colorado and some of the places that metric's the oldest, it's shown that it has many, many holes in it. That's like a travesty that we should all be like questioning the metric
Ethics of.
and how do they have so much control and power, and they get paid no matter what.
Yeah. No matter if your product sells or not, as long as it's counted and put into the system, they get paid for it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to.
That's a scam.
I imagine that if you started digging, you'd find that certain politicians conveniently invested in some upstart years ago at like pennies on the dollar for stock. And it's what became metric that's now worth X amount of money, right?
There's a website that does allow you to follow politicians' stock activities and what they buy and sell.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that anything I just said is, but from
What you can see, they
I've
can buy and sell.
lived in my life and seen in like the kind of corruption, oh, I would bet money that it's fishy.
Well, yeah, politicians are the ones that are giving out a lot of these 100 million, 200 million, $1 billion contracts to companies that, are little companies.
It had to have been like 10 or no, maybe 8 years ago, where I actually Googled and pulled up the thing and saw his picture with the other people that were on the board of directors. But there was this big company that since has been bought and its name has changed, but it's still a player. It's $1 billion stock. Canopy Growth was their name when it first started.
Yeah.
And
I must
you're not
work
old
for 'em.
enough. You might not even remember this crazy fuck. But this guy named Boehner, he was the Speaker of the House for years until the Republicans ate him up and spit him out. And he used to cry. And he was accused. He was raised in a bar upstairs from a bar that his parents ran. And it was pretty obvious he was like a full-blown alcoholic. He had every symptom, the red face, the emotional outbreaks, right? Full-blown alcoholic, was part of the era of like Republican control of the House where anti-cannabis was everything, right? War on drugs, all that shit. He reigned over all that shit. And then he was on the board of directors for the Canopy Growth. I was like, oh, that's a salary. That means they pay him so much money to be on the board. I thought, oh, yeah, of course you'd get an ex-Speaker of the House on your board if you have any intention of having favorable results inside the federal laws when Congress and Senate. Yep. As much as he was run out of town, oh, he held the position for, I think, almost 8 years or some shit. He was there a while. Boehner. somehow all of a
Yeah.
sudden, oh, and one of the initial investors of that same company was Schultz. That was Reagan's fucking neocon. I was like, oh, those two guys are in this cannabis investment thing. Wow, that says a lot about where this is going. That was like 10 years ago. I remember pulling up this website and that those people's pictures and their bio was listed on this company's portfolio.
Yeah. You need somebody that's been in political office if you want to get shit passed through that's kind of sketchy.
Oh,
You know, they know who to
yeah,
call,
right.
and those
All these
people make
things
another call.
that's what's considered a voice, right? And the cannabis smoker, the cone grower, the cannabis community, the traditional legacy we don't have a voice at all. We have no, like, even that story that's kicked this topic off, Fumi read. I didn't see that, but like I've been waiting to somebody say that at that level. Like cannabis should come off of scheduling, right? Now, yeah, you need like whatever percent of the vote, and it's same old story up there. So even the reason that nothing happens is because basically one side doesn't want the other side to get to claim that they were in charge when historic change happened, right? So, oh, nothing happens. Like we'll just stalemate each other to put it off to another day. Cause like they've been talking about federal whatever. There's a lot of big companies and investors, even a whole state, Oklahoma, that like missed the mark. Like I'm sure that the bigger investment plays there predicted that the federal thing was already going to happen by now, right? And the fact that it didn't is why some people went belly up. Like they shot the wad too early because
Yeah.
there's a lot of the Wall Street's waiting for one big thing to happen. Federal, whatever that is, deschedule this, that, whatever that becomes. Because until then, it's hard to know where to place your bet. You know what I mean? And I think there's like a certain conglomerations that have happened that then are waiting for that step for the bigger conglomeration to start. That's what I think. And now that plays already in the playbook. Like it's just like waiting for the Congress and Senate and all that to line up. Whichever way it goes, they don't care, just as long as it's whatever it is. Like whether it changes it for the good or bad, oh, they don't care. Not the investment,
money.
Not the money part. They're going to win either way. Like we've handed it to them in a handbasket. We've basically surrendered like the whole traditional market or the whole legacy of cannabis, like in the
Yeah, we have.
like
Because you look at it this way, we started off with nothing. Then 1996 was California and getting medical. Okay. Then California, over the years, developed a way to get it out to the patients. Okay. This then turned into a way, hey, we have 5,000 stores in California. These stores can all turn rec and move out of medical cannabis. So basically, medical built the system, built the platform, and then rec just moved in on top of it and put their own laws, their own taxes, and their own fees on it. And that's
and-
it.
And now the federal government, after like 100 years of saying it has no medical application, Schedule 1, and all the damage that created, right, are ready to say, oh, Schedule 3, it's like this drug and that drug now. Yeah, that's like, yeah, that's shady. That's some bad mojo there.
Yeah, I want a rebate on, my possession tickets and my
Well,
court costs and
even if
things
you
like that.
didn't have personal like arrest or cannabis, if you were a cannabis user, consumer, or advocate, or whatever, over all those years, your life was completely affected. Whether it like you got in trouble actually or not, you still were affected. You were affected in your family life, in this life, and job and opportunity. So many things, way bigger. I mean, yeah, it's terrible that there's people that are in prison for lengthy time and all that, but it also had like a bigger effect that unless you like, my opinion, unless we went to the truth and oh, no one has to admit any fault here. Fuck that. But like reset it with the truth and 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 stop the cycle of basically reefer madness. Like it all starts there. Like, you know, I mean, it started before that. It's been around the world for a long time, but oh, the real
But it
propaganda,
wasn't illegal.
the propaganda machine of the modern world and the United States, especially as far as cannabis. Yeah, it starts with dinner parties that Hearst used to throw, that all the industrialists used to hang out on Long Island or wherever the fuck. I think it was Long Island. Like it's proof. There's like lists of who attended these things, and oh yeah, these discussions happened, and oh the rubber and the all the industries basically created a fucking yeah, they didn't want to compete with hemp or cannabis, or and they used every trick they could. It's all like there. I mean, there's documentary movies and different books about it, and the evidence is pretty clear. It's not like, oh, it didn't happen. Like the whole story is like, okay, that
It
seemed to
didn't
happen.
happen until the US government stepped into prescription medication in
And this guy,
1914.
Esslinger or whatever, he
He
was like,
came a little bit later.
yeah, but there's this whole thing. I mean, it wasn't all happened at once, but it all happened, and all
Yep.
that, and and then all the propaganda that they made up and said and demonized cannabis for all those years, right? Actually knowing, because yeah, they did know more than, it wasn't like, oh, they hadn't researched it. Oh, they had patents on it. They were well aware it wasn't heroin, cocaine, amphetamine, and all these other drugs that you balled it in with. They knew that. They knew that a long time. They knew that when I was a kid, 6, 7 years old, when they were first weighing the propaganda out.
Yeah, dare.
And even though, like, in a real life thing, cannabis has had a huge change. I'm pretty sure that if you're in like 6th grade, 7th grade, you're still reading the same fucking textbooks. They don't just update that shit overnight. The schools barely have fucking money as it is, right? So Yeah, they're still like teaching the bullshit. Like they are. Like they like those there's a generation of kids that like walk by dispensaries and see the real world, but then go to school and are taught the shit that's in the textbooks from years ago. Because it'll take them years to update that, and I'm not even sure they ever will.
I don't think they will.
No, they'll just keep telling the same old lies, and
Because they want you to think it's bad still.
yeah.
And you're a bad person if you do it. When actually it's an infinity number better than alcohol,
Well,
which is totally legal. And that's who Ohio just appointed the head of their cannabis, is the guy that was head of their alcohol board.
yeah. Well, they all those that's some of the most corrupt boards that like yep, alcohol. Oregon, I think, doesn't have it anymore. Maybe they still do. Certain states have like state run alcohol, like you can only buy the booze from the state store,
Yeah.
closed on Sundays or some crazy shit. Oh, why? Oh, the church says can't sell booze on Sunday.
Shit, there's counties still in the United States that are totally dry.
Yeah.
There's some parts of Michigan that don't allow cannabis sales.
Well,
There's
yeah,
large areas.
like I still believe that places could states and places should have the right to yay or nay. That's fair and square. And some places could be nay. All right. The political argument that comes into play there is that even little cities
You know why
like
the
don't
city
want
council had to
all
fire
the
the horse?
money. They want to keep the money in their like circulation. So like if people are driving over to this city or this county to buy cannabis, then all that money's going over there. You want to keep like your money as local as you can.
You know why the
And
city council had to
Nope.
fire the horse? Because he would never vote yay.
Michigan, it was the big 5 or 6 rec company growers that actually hired lobbyists, and they lost at the state level, but they sent these lobbyists around to the municipalities, the villages, and places like that. And they got them to change their city ordinances where they didn't allow any type of cannabis business, whether it be a storefront for retail sales, medical sales, or even the production and growing of cannabis. All in the name of trying to make an extra dollar a couple years down the road when they get enough of these cities, villages, townships, whatever together. And all of a sudden, half of Michigan you can't grow in because no one showed up at these city meetings to say anything about it because they never knew about it.
yeah, it all starts local. Like those are the only politics that matter. That's my feeling. Even
Yep.
though it seems so trivial who's on your city council and who's this and that in your little local thing, uh, that's all that affects you the most.
that's where your vote has the most count too.
Well, in a lot of places, like in my town that I'm proud of, and like they've stood strong for 25 years as far as some of the things here. Yeah, it's all right there in that. Like that's how I know it's important because I see it here. I get when it doesn't matter anymore. Like a lot of bigger cities and county things. Oh, it's the way the whole thing works. It's like your vote doesn't even count, basically, right? They got a lock on it.
Yeah. The higher up the voting goes, the less you really have opinion of. You know, yeah, you vote for the president, but we really don't elect the president. The people that we elect the president.
It's all nepotism.
And
It's all like kings, basically. Might as well call them king.
And I think they shouldn't have more than an 8-year term, just like the presidency, because once you're in there for 40, 50 years, yeah, you're collecting all the fat envelopes.
Yeah, but that's the story as old as time, right?
Yep. No matter where you go.
That's part of the human thing. Like from the kings to the pharaohs to every other fucking form of it, we've been dealing with that shit a long time. And usually, like when the civilization disappears, it's when the disparity between the rich and poor got so big, the fucking thing collapsed. And the fucking king took too much fucking money, and then they beheaded his ass. You know what I mean? There was like a consequence. Like you could only go so far. The tipping points are all written through history. Same story. Now somehow it seems like, oh, wait, we're just supposed to accept that like certain people are like became trillionaires even though they like fuck off half their money. Like, wait, one guy divorced his wife and gave her half of everything, and then within 24 months was richer than he was before. Like, what? What the fuck?
Stopped his wife's spending.
No, then she became. She's also like up there as one of the richest people in the world herself, and getting richer. And she doesn't like. She just whatever. Stories like that. Like what? Yeah, sure. Money's real. And it seems like most of the stories of the top people, it boils down to they were just like the right place, right time. Like it wasn't like they invented something so fucking big that changed the world. A couple of those guys are mixed in there, but the current richest guys, they were just in the right place at the right time. Yeah.
You know, people forget that Elon, you know, did have a company that he sold for like $18 million, but then the next company opened up turned into be PayPal, and he made money off of that.
He's one of a few people that made a shit ton of money off PayPal because like that lady and her family that she was part of the Secretary of Education, DeVos or something like that. She's like some weird politician lady. Oh, she's rich as fuck because of PayPal money, and the other parts of her family were part of that too. Like a lot, Like, it wasn't like just him made all this money off PayPal. A lot of
No.
people did.
Yeah. Well, it was a company before PayPal, and then they changed their name to PayPal after I think someone bought into them.
Hey,
But
the thing
anyways, it's a shitload of
Mark
money.
Cuban, you know, he's super rich because of this thing called broadcast.com, right? And my friend Scotty, who had this band, like one of the first times, like before streaming music was concert was even a thing, somehow, like, it wasn't like we knew Mark Cuban, but oh no, we were one of the first people or bands to use this thing called broadcast dot whatever that was, that enabled you to stream like uh music concert. Yeah, that's ended up being what dude sold for whatever that makes Mark Cuban so rich. Like, it was just a little thing. Like, at the time, like, it seemed, I don't know, like, I guess whoever like owned the rights to that shit, certain things got super rich.
Mark Cuban also made a lot of money for throwing raves.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like, I'm sure a lot of the way I see him, I think, oh, he seems like a pretty cool fucking man. That's all just this image he puts out there. Like, to become any of those people, you had to be a shrewd asshole, like at a level that's not even most people. Yeah, I'm not rich like that because I'm not that way. I could never be that way. I couldn't be that guy.
Man. It's gotta be in the 90s today. 88.
Well,
Air
we're in
quality,
like
146. Holy shit.
we're in like the
That's
worst storm. Think it's supposed to maybe start clearing out tomorrow, but it's been like 3 different major downpour days in the last 4 or 5 days. Like, I don't even know how many inches we're up to. Like, fuck, it's gnarly. I've
our
just
air
accepted it.
quality is unhealthy, is what it says.
I
It's
know that
better than wear a mask.
the years that we've had adequate rain, the spring is so gnarly. All the hills are green and the wildflowers go crazy and it all that, like, yeah, that I, even though it's hard being in the mud on this ranch, fucking extra work. I know that spring's gonna be like flourishing because the years that there's been droughts, oh, you go all through, yeah, it never gets green. It's just brown. The, the hills never come alive. When it rains good, oh, the hills in April, May, oh, it'll be beautiful. Somehow you got to like hold on to the positive because holy shit, it's a mess on the ranch.
What, when it rains?
Yeah, horses are not, like, there's a lot of issues with them, their hoofs getting wet. They get this fungus thing, plus in their shavings, their poop, everything weighs so much more when it's wet. Like, in the stalls for days, they're okay. They got food and water and everything.
But
Dry.
when you have to clean the stalls,
Yeah, and the blankets and the horses are restless. They it's not like they haven't seen rain before, but yeah, they're used to exercise and different shit. Everything came to a screeching halt. It's too wet. They don't give a shit if it's wet. Like, like it can be pouring rain and those, like, there's stalls in the barn, but they have an outside area. They just go stand out there in the rain and get wet. It's not like they don't like, they like the water, I think.
Yeah,
Or
it gives them a bath.
well, no, it actually makes them more dirty. Like, cause then they're wet and then they lay down and no, like when this is all
That's
over,
them getting dirty.
they'll need to get cleaned and the whole thing. Cause yeah, it's been a mess.
What the hell is this shit? Look what AI just made for me. Feeding the horse some acid in a jug or what?
That looks pretty. I mean, I don't have my glasses on, but that's pretty real. Like I'm thinking, oh, do I know that deadhead?
Yeah.
Is it, that's a typical deadhead right there.
Oh,
Kitty. Yeah, it's a good kitty.
Yeah, the dead past the Beatles. Wait, yeah, the most something records on Billboard's top whatever. I don't know. It was pretty. I read it. I was like, wow, that's pretty good record. It, something about the most hit records or no records in the top 100. The most records in the top 100. Beat out Elvis, the Beatles, a lot of, yeah.
Okay, I'll get you food.
You know, I'm going to see Warren in a couple days, Cap.
Yeah. Is
On
he
the
playing there in San Diego?
No, not this tour. It's a bummer. But he is playing in LA at the Wiltern on the 15th. He's got like 6, 7 shows on the West Coast, which normally he comes to San Diego like almost every year I can remember, a couple times a year. But not this year. But he's doing a lot of shows in Northern Cal, which I wish I could
That's a trip.
but I'll go to the one in LA and have a blast. Yeah. The Wiltern is a good theater. It's always fun there. It has good sound and good, it's like legit, like refurbished theater.
That's cool.
And since like the
Um,
90s when Jerry played there, it's on Wilshire and Western. That's why it's called the Wiltern. Um, the first floor too is for the Ralph's grocery store, but then floor 3, 4, and 5 is for the venue. It's like a parking garage. You know, you drive up. Yeah, most venues, if people are having too much fun, like partying and doing whatever in the parking lot, they curb it. They like, oh, the next year they change or they make more security or they don't let it go on. Oh, the Wiltern, this parking garage, Widespread Panic plays there, a whole bunch I've been there so many times, and it's a rager. Like no one ever fucks with the parking structure, and everybody knows it and goes there. And yeah, we party in that parking building. It's like a lot, but it just keeps going up. Well, it's only, I think, 5 or 6 stories high.
Yeah, the last place the Cleveland Agora was at was off of East 155th Street, right off of it. Actually, I think the Agora's address is like 53rd or 54th. And they bought the buildings around them and they were dilapidated and knocked them down. But they used to let people just hang out in the parking lot because the owner also knew that, hey, people were coming there and spending a lot of money on alcohol. You don't want to just kick them right out into the street. You know, you want to give them a chance to kind of sober up or even sleep in their cars. But, you know, like that Hollywood Bowl show, I mean, I was with one of our friends here, and he's in a wheelchair, and they were giving us a hard time about hurrying up and getting out. That's just shitty. Now, the Akron Theater, the parking garage behind the Akron Theater, yeah, that's where all the partying goes on there.
Like
And they allow that.
Places like the Hollywood Bowl, all those people are on an hourly rate, and they have a work schedule that if they stay late, they have to pay overtime. And yep, it's all about, yeah, like the Forum. Even when we played there, the cops and security had this like siren noise thing, but it wasn't like the normal siren. It was meant to like be a
Disperser.
noise that it cleared the parking lot. And they aggressively, like, yeah, it wasn't like 15 minutes after the show and they were already like trying to make people, oh, and they charged like $60 to park. But like when that show was over, yeah, they used like, oh, I even asked the one cop and he says, yeah, it's like a noise. They have a term for it, but crowd control. Like, yo, they can control people with fucking piercing ass siren noises and shit. You can't even think straight. You're like, I got to get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. What's in this bag?
Yeah. Now, some of that is if you didn't have to be so quick about it, but at that same event, if you just let things be and say, oh, well, they'll just leave a little. No, deadheads would, like, you give them an inch, then they take a mile. They'd camp out there and never leave because there's a show the next night.
Yep.
That lot, literally, like within hours, tows any car that's still there and gets ready for the next day because they're going to charge $60. When it's Forum is also on the SoFi Stadium, the new place, and that's where I saw the Rolling Stones, and they charged $85 to park in the same lot.
Wow.
Stones let out, and there was like 60, 70,000 people. Yeah, they ran them out of the parking lot. They had like a whole team, like, yeah, and I imagine
Whole
like
bunch of tow truck drivers.
it was over, they got that place empty and secure. Like, they don't fuck around. It's abrupt and it's bullshit and it sucks the life out of, like, oh, you come out and you're in a good vibe and then that happens.
Boom. Bad trip. dude, where's my car?
Well, the Hollywood
Literally.
is one of those places where they park you butts to butts, like so you can't leave until the guy in front of you leaves. Like, they just pull you in straight. So a lot of what takes you a while to get on Hollywood Bowl is, yeah, you can't leave until the people in front of you leave.
I
And
couldn't.
yeah, and then they trying to rush you out, but you can't move because yeah, it's a weird thing.
The cop was rushing me out and he goes, "Where's your car at?" And I said, "I'm in the upper handicap lot. You want to give me a ride up there, sir?"
I've been going to those venues for so long before they had these tactics. And yeah, most of this is a result of like people taking advantage or like turning it into like a party or and then the next year, oh, they have an answer for it. You know, they spiffed up the security or they changed the way they do it, or that's just the way it goes. Most of the time, as a paying customer or person that goes, yeah, we lose. Like the
Yeah.
fun, they you can't have fun. They don't want you to have fun. They act like it, like, oh, it's entertainment, it's supposed to be fun, have a good time. No, they figured out a million ways to suck the life out of it. Even as excited as I am about the Spear, and I've gone to see a lot of shows in Vegas. Vegas has always had the most control of any concert, especially if it's in any of their, you know, MGM, you know, the big places that are controlled by them, because they have the best technology and shit. Like when smoking was a thing, Vegas,
Hell yeah, heartbeat.
because they have like total video and they can just radio to the guy and say, yeah, right there. Oh, two people over, that guy right there. Because they were always cutting edge as far as like crowd video stuff, and all their venues are equipped with all the best shit, and they
Well,
use it.
yeah, because they got people stealing from them or trying to.
Well, yeah, I mean they definitely have a yeah, they have a whole
Clientele.
system. They have a whole system. And they know how to use it. Facial
Where'd that paper
recognition,
go?
oh yeah,
There it is.
if you've been banned from the casinos, I haven't been, but from what I know, there's people that get banned or whatever. Oh, you step foot in it, like 2 seconds later that they're on you because the facial recognition gotcha. And they've had that's getting kind of normalized. Facial rec. Oh, they had it like they were always cutting edge. A lot of the innovation and security shit is Vegas. They've invested the most in it over the decades.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, facial recognition is pretty damn good at the airport here in Bangkok. When I called up and I said I lost my phone, and they said, "Oh," and then they called me by my name. It was like, okay. So all those times I was out there smoking pot, thank God you thought I was just out there smoking a cigarette because you knew exactly who I was. But yeah,
Well, I know in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, it's the whole city's completely run like that. And even after COVID, where, oh, it was mandatory and people there still wear masks, you can have a mask on and it's still facial recognition you. You
Read
think,
your
"How
eyes.
is that even possible?" Well, actually, my girlfriend told me that most people there are
Their
already in the
gait.
algorithm, meaning, oh, every 5 days a week you leave your apartment and then go here to go to your job. So most likely it's you, right? Like it narrows it down because a lot of people are doing repetitive things. It already like has a database of that, and then draws upon that to come to the conclusion. It's, you know, yeah.
Your height, your gait, and your walk. They know
Yeah.
all that.
And and they know where you live, they know where you work, they know this is the path between the two. Like that's all you establish that. Like it's yeah, they have high tech algorithms running and shit that also help.
You know,
But
that's why you don't see a lot of cops here in Thailand on the street, is because everybody knows that no matter where you go, you're on camera.
now over there they use it as like a revenue. So like if you jaywalk, oh, you'll just get a ticket in the mail. Like when masking was a law, if your mask wasn't on, oh, you just get a fine in the mail. Like
Is that
they
because of surveillance or sex tourism?
surveillance.
No, everyone having a camera. I
Like
was
some
trying to make a
places
joke.
that are like what you consider a police state, like that's definitely what this place is. Yeah, the police, they have, I mean, whether you believe it or not, like it's people that live there say
Badass joint.
it's not true. There are some crimes that happen, but according to the official data, zero robberies, zero this, zero, 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 zero. No crime because, oh, they got a police state. Like every inch of everywhere is on it.
Yeah, my landlady handyman just stole from me.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got me good. No, I'm not
You need some
good,
cameras,
but
Captain 420. Have you looked at like I don't know if you can get them over in Thailand, but like Ring cameras and shit. You ever tried those?
I was actually, to tell you the truth, uh, while my door was being fixed and I was in Chiang Mai for that event, me and my friend had already talked about it, and his friend was going to come out and put up the cameras at my house. And then we come back and find that my house was broken into again.
Yeah, live and learn. I know, but for what it's
And
worth, those cameras have really come down in price. Right now, I just have my rings for my garden, which is actually nice too. Like it's, normally it's too expensive to buy them. I got some on sale, so it didn't cost too much to get a few rings to kind of just look at my garden. So it's kind of handy. Like I can be outside and just wherever, just check out my garden, everything's cool. I can see the plants, moving around, whatever. But long story short, you can connect them as many as you want to a network, whatever. You can not connect them if you want to. You can share them with your neighbors if you want to. Obviously, you don't have to. Like in my case, you don't fucking share that. Share it with your neighbors. But it's a hell of a deterrent, honestly. Because, for example, every time I go, when I went and interviewed that a 98-year-old, the house that she lives in, you walk up to the door before you do anything. It says, "Hello, you're being recorded." What a fucking deterrent, honestly, if you want to come and go and snatch and grab, you know what I mean? It's not going to stop everybody, but it's going to stop a fair amount of people. So people like, chances are you fucking know who fucking robbed you, right? So chances are they don't want their face to be on a camera, And
Trying to
yeah,
think.
if it's connected to
it,
the cloud, which they're probably going to presume that it is, even if they steal the fucking camera, which people do sometimes, you're still going to have a record of their face, so you could take that to the police.
There's
Yeah,
this
it's
YouTube
just
website.
it's just a lot different though when the person that actually is able to steal from you actually has a key to your house.
Hmm.
That's the whole thing.
Now I was gonna ask
Is
you,
how's my stuff gone when the padlock that I put on the house when I went to Chiang Mai is still there, but my shit's gone.
is some of this is are you a target because you're a white guy from America?
Yep, exactly. And me and our handyman don't get along so well because he does everything on the really cheap. So everything breaks a couple times.
Yeah, well, that's typical landlord shit.
I used
But
to watch this.
he won't steal from me because they're related. And I said, I'm a Falong and you weren't there. You gave him the key.
I used to watch this YouTube website called The Surge, the THESERG. It's this dude that would because so in Russia, people are so fucking distrustful there. You know, like there's hit and runs all the time where someone will walk out and pretend like they got hit in front of you and then try to sue you. And like so like or people will rear-end you and shit and like but so everyone's got a dash cam as a result of this. Like it's like there's some crazy number of the percentage of people in Russia that have dash cams. So there's like all of this dash cam footage that they're uploading to their shit all the time. And this one guy like goes through and does like a 12-minute video, or he used to. I don't know if he does anymore. But it used to be like a 12-minute video every week of like just crazy footage from fucking that was like you could tell that it was like live or that it was from that week or whatever, like fucking the date stamps on it and shit. But it's just crazy
That
shit that
happens
happened.
here in Thailand. Most of the cars have front and back cameras because people will run right into you and say, you hit them.
But it's not just that. It's also they catch so much footage of people doing crazy shit
Stupid
too.
shit.
There's or like
Yeah.
there's videos. He shows videos of really cool cars too, or like really fucked up cars, or like backwoods shit, or like I don't know. There's all sorts of crazy shit in that on those videos, but
If I was to drive around with a video camera on my bike or my helmet, and I was to do that for a month, I could probably have about 12 hours of footage of just dumb fucking shit. People getting hit because they just pull out into the street and don't even look. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff here, that gets put on because everybody has a dash camera.
there's a guy I watch him now. He's called Johnny Hamchek. Have you ever heard of this guy? I don't know if where he's
No.
at, if he's in Boston or something or he's on the East Coast somewhere. But maybe he's in California. I don't know. But he just walks around and like fucking walks up to people that are strangers and does like acts like he knows them, and it's pretty funny.
I think I've seen a couple of his clips. Yeah.
There's eyes looking for I forget it. A lot of times he'll walk up to like construction sites and act like he's there for the job. He's like, "Yeah, I'm sorry, I just got out of prison. I'm here." Fucking Bill Boney's sending me. I don't know. It's kind of funny. Or he'll walk up to guys that are jogging and it'll be like, "Oh, you were supposed to. We met on Plenty of Ham. I mean, it's your picture." He's like, I don't know. I don't know why they came up thought about that, but
Well, there is some like entertaining, funny ass shit you find on like
there's one that's bums and drones. I think bums and then the letter N drones maybe or and maybe the word and. But they just follow bums around and they fucking a lot of them like they'll throw rocks at them and shit. They're like,
That's not fun.
well, on the
Homeless
Yeah.
flip
people
side of
don't.
that,
Yeah, punching down is not funny.
yeah, I suppose it is. It isn't. Or he drops them off McDonald's meals and shit sometimes, but I don't know.
Well, even
Punching up
there's-
is hilarious. Punching down is just cruel.
there's a bunch of content guys that give away food and film, like, because then people donated to them. But that's like also like, I don't know, like,
Exploitative.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not that I haven't watched a couple clips like that, but I always, yeah, nah.
You know, I've shown
Man,
you
this life
guys.
is hard enough. I don't know why people don't focus on this fucking fact. This life is hard enough. I don't think anybody deserves to make fun of anybody else. You know what I mean? So it's a hard life to get through, and nobody gets
You
through in one
know,
piece.
exactly. And I've shown, I think, twice, you know, when I go out and I travel and I go to these hotels and I have breakfast and I pay for 2 breakfasts for 2 people, you know, I give that extra breakfast away if no one's with me. But I'm not going to put that on YouTube. You know, that's something personal for me and me only. You know, I'll share it every once in a while, but it's not something that I'm going to put on YouTube to try to get, you know, more views to make money, even though I'm giving away food to homeless people or people that need it. You know, that's just, to me, that's just trying to be something.
Well, he's not making his
And if
money
it
out.
would,
That's yeah.
well, there are people out there that do that, though. You know, and they get 1 million likes because they were giving out food. Well, they get paid for that.
I've got an aunt that's been a nun for like over 70 years. She's like an old lady, and she's been all over the world. They do a lot of fucking, like, even though I'm not religious, they do a lot of help or a lot of whatever fucking misanthropy.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of people
Misanthropy.
that do that.
Treating people badly. So they're doing
No, I'm using the wrong word. Fucking
philanthropy.
philanthropy. God,
2 different things. Gentlemen, it's
I was
getting
gonna get
late.
some drop
Would
on.
one of you prefer to take the host spot, or do you guys want to start to wrap it up? What do you think?
I'm tired. I go with wrapping it up.
All righty, we're gonna be here in a few hours. I think that's good.
Yeah.
Okey-dokey.
Who wants to
I'll
go
hop off here
first?
first.
Which misanthrope wants to go?
go
Go for
for
it.
I'll see you guys later. Have a good night.
Later, later,
It was a good convo, and we'll see you next time.
later.
Later,
Bud,
bud.
good to see you.
Yeah.
Go for it, Captain.
Well, thanks again, Fumi.
Welcome.
And maybe we'll see you in a couple hours. If
Indeed.
not, we'll see y'all Saturday.
Hopefully. Yeah,
Everybody
man.
have a safe one. Be safe. Peace.
Cheers, buddy. Good to see you.
Thank
Ladies
you.
and geraniums, thanks very much for hanging with us. This slowly endeth the show here. I'm going to try not to babble for a half hour like I often do, or even 45 minutes like I sometimes do. What was I going to say? Still technically looking for testers. I guess I have more than enough. Like I said, more than enough that I could send out. I don't know. It's been a very challenging time in life right now. I'm currently getting really taken over a fucking barrel or whatever the expression is by a fucking charlatan. Honestly, there's very little it seems like I can do other than just like probably throw money at the problem, and it's really like throwing money into a burning barn, honestly. It's such a fucking stupid situation. But anyway, and if you were to know the string of idiotic situations I've had in the last few months, you'd fucking stand there with your fucking mouth agog saying, "Oh my goodness." Anyway, but in the meantime, it is what it is, ladies and germs. It does remind one that life is pretty absurd. It reminds one of many things, but it reminds one of that as well. Anyway, so I am technically looking for testers because I feel like, fuck, if nothing else, I put years of work into this shit. I might as well fucking take a look at what's in there. So in the meantime, ladies and germs, plenty of things to test. I'm a little bit too tired to talk about it right now. But you've probably heard me in many cases. There are some new viewers, or at least some new potential lurkers. People have said hello that we haven't seen before. So if you guys are still watching, if you've considered testing, I know a lot of breeders don't really do testing programs right now. So a lot of you guys are like, what are you fucking talking about? Honestly, Humidor. If you don't know, just ask me, just DM me, Fumidor@chronictable.com. That's probably the easiest way to reach me. You can also DM me on Discord. If you don't have access to the Discord, just next show, ask D or me or Pip Jam or one of these guys that has a blue name, or honestly, just say out loud in the chat, hey, what's the Discord link? You'll probably get a link for it. We kind of keep it a little bit, it's not a private Discord or anything, but there's just been a lot of fuckery over the past few years. So we just kind of keep it a quiet little place. So ask and ye shall receive, pretty much, for the Discord links. Like I said, by far the best way to reach me is Fumidor@chronictable.com. There was a question a couple days ago about, do I have a Proton Mail? Yes, that's the Proton Mail account. Basically, if I respond to you, it'll basically say like sent from proton.ch account or some shit. I can't remember what it says. I still have that problem where if you send me an email from Gmail, because of admittedly good policies from Google, which is rare these days, because Google's kind of a bag of dicks anymore, but they have an anti-spoofing policy that unfortunately, when you have your own domain at chronictable.com, you have to do some fucking back-end shit that unfortunately it's been over a year now. I still haven't fucking fixed it. Honestly, it sucks. But in the meantime, if you do have a Gmail account, so that's why I send you back an email from another account. You're like, Theodore, what the fuck? You're sending me back from a Proton Mail account? That's why. But rest assured, it is a Proton account, so it's encrypted. What was I going to say? Speaking of which, by the way, if you guys want to send interesting genetics my way, please let me know. I'm all ears, basically, for something. I get a variety of emails. Sometimes I would prefer to know what it is. Obviously, sometimes people are very excited about the things that they have, and I'm not going to turn it down if you don't tell me what it is. So don't get me wrong. It's like, oh, Feudor doesn't want it now. No, I still want it, but I would very much rather know what it is. So if you would be willing to tell me and send me something, that would be awesome. I can't always promise that I'm going to grow it. I mean, I just have to be honest with you. I can't. I think people know, you have to keep plant counts reasonable and everything else. You can't really get away with freaking murder, right? So you need to kind of keep your nose clean and so on and so forth. So there's only so much you can do, really, in a given year. I do my best. I do my absolute best. I try to give genetics to my friends and so on. And certainly, if you are one of the friends that watch the show from the near area, please get in touch. Honestly, I always have more than enough stuff that I would like to pass around, clones that I have, all kinds of stuff that I might want to learn more about. Take advantage, ladies and germs. Holy cow. Don't know why more people don't take advantage. It's kind of baffling to me sometimes. But long story short, looking for testers, more or less, looking for collaborators too, honestly. Sam Olson, famously, I mean, honestly, well done, Sam. Did a great job doing the inaugural Fumidoro Skunk Works. That's going to be several of the new testers that are coming out to people. I think people are going to really enjoy those. Of course, you never know, but I'm willing to bet that they're going to be spectacular. We've seen the parents knocking together. The parents have been knocked together twice. There's very, very little chance that it's going to be not spectacular, but we'll see. We'll see. I reserve the right to be fucking wrong, as I've been before. In the meantime, though, that's why we're doing testing program. So let me know, please. Again, Fumidor@chronictable.com. Of course, I have no idea where you could possibly get merch. I obviously wouldn't sell anything on this show, especially because of the extensive fucking, actually 4 years of trolling that's happened to this show. It's really baffling to me to look at my podcast and realize I've literally been doing this fucking show for 4 years. I'm like, the fuck do I have the show for it? Well, I guess, I don't know, that's me being negative. But in the meantime, we're going to try to overcome the fucking trolling. It's excessive. You could have gotten a college degree in the time that you fucking trolled this goddamn channel. It's redonkulous, honestly. But in the meantime, I don't have any idea where you would buy anything remotely about anything. I don't know where you'd buy crackers, to be perfectly honest. That's up to you, honestly. Telepathy, perhaps. If you're interested in things, I don't know, perhaps you wear clothes or something. Perhaps you are interested in interesting merchandise or fun t-shirts or the most amazing, well, not maybe the most amazing, but pretty good genetic preservation kits. use telepathy to figure out where you could buy that online, ladies and gentlemen. I wouldn't have the tiniest idea. Certainly not for great deals or anything like that. Certainly there are no discount codes available that D often says when he goes, brains. No idea. No fucking clue at all. In the meantime, ladies and germs, thanks very much for hanging. I appreciate you guys just goofing off with us. Honestly, I think sometimes it's just basically a chill hang, so that's cool too. It doesn't always have to be serious. I mean, it can of course be serious, but I like to keep these chats open and available to everybody, basically for a wide variety of reasons, goals, you name it. I think it's kind of fun to have the idea was to have basically a weed cafe online, kind of. I had my tasting groups basically, and I realize it's a tenuous connection for you guys, but for me anyway, it's a clear fucking line, right? I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, what? But the idea with my tasting groups was that everybody could come in and learn more about cannabis and just in a very chill, not snobby way, enjoy the finer freaking weeds of life, right? Well, because of freaking COVID and all that shit, basically that kind of fell apart. I'm hoping to bring it back, but it's difficult, honestly, to bring back something that's been gone for a long time, right? If you guys have ever tried it, you probably sympathize in many cases. But in the meantime, yeah, I wanted this to be basically an extension of that, to be a place where anybody could come, enjoy cannabis, learn a little bit more, chill out if they wanted to, just relax sometimes. The amount of different kinds of comments I got in my tasting groups was stunning, honestly. Some people were there to learn about terpenes. Some people were there or to just a new thing. Some had anxiety only time in the month. That was actually bizarre to me at first. It kept happening, and I was like, wow, this is somehow important, difficult to wrap your head around the fact that your like tasting group is important, but it becomes important to people, right? They would tell me that it was the one time in their month that they would get out of the house because they had agoraphobia or whatever. Seriously, I heard all kinds of shit. And you learn empathy. Holy fucking ballsack. Can you imagine never leaving your house 29 days of the month, and then one day of the month, someone comes to your group? It teaches you quite a bit of humility, and it teaches you strange things, honestly, because it also teaches you a little bit of over responsibility, whereby you realize that even something as silly as a fucking weed tasting group at, wherever it used to be at the cannabis club, and then I moved it to other places, like in your mind, you're like, yeah, it's important to me, but how is this like psychologically important to other people? Gosh, it's hard to wrap your head around. Anyway, I digress. I should fucking shut up before I do rap for a half hour. Anyway, I think it's important that places like this exist because I learned firsthand from people expressing that importance that they didn't have anything like that. So anyway, every time I get frustrated and want to shut this fucking shit down and whatever else, because it is kind of a bag of dicks sometimes. I remember sometimes that people would be sad if I did. So anyway, take it for what it's worth, I guess. A bag of dongs, ladies and gentlemen. Big old bag of 2 million dongs. Wouldn't that be nice? I guess your opinion may vary. I don't know what I would do with 2 million dongs. Perhaps buy a lot of banh mi, I guess. I don't know if I were in we bequeathin. Oh, that's so close to some interesting jokes from today, but we're gonna leave that with a 10-foot pole. Ladies and gentlemen, testers, you heard me say that. Puff something wonderful. Did not hear me say that yet. Be kind, be decent, be gentle. Don't be fucking pricks, dicks, or lunatics. You haven't heard me say that either. Until we meet again, you probably have heard me say that. I can cut it with that whole routine right there. That got old after the first probably 2 or 3 times I said that. So in the meantime, ladies and germs, we'll see each other tomorrow. We'll be here in, I don't know, just a few hours, actually about 11 hours or so. A little bit less than 11 hours. We'll be doing a high noon safety meeting. And about a week later, almost exactly a week later, ladies and germs, we'll be talking to North Star of Grower Supply. He's got a few things going on, honestly, but definitely Grower Supply, obviously North Star, and hopefully he'll tell us more, I'm sure. Super interesting guy. I think very highly of the guy. So if you guys have never heard of him, please do keep it on your calendar, or put it on your calendar rather. North Star Genetics. We had a chat with him, goodness gracious, 8 months ago, maybe. So look back. Oh, you probably can't look back, actually. You might be able to look back on Fumidoro. Actually, I don't know if I took channel private. Definitely on the podcast. If you go to Podbean or Apple Podcasts or whatever the shit's Chronic Table. Go listen to the podcast. I've been recently updating it again with Fang's new episode. Broke it up into 3 parts because I realized that sometimes those big podcasts are gigantic. They become like 4 or 5 gigabytes sometimes, depending on the podcast platform you listen to. So the shorter ones I think are a little bit easier. So hopefully that helps you guys out if you don't have a lot of data on your phone. In the meantime, please do leave a review if you can. Tell your friends, of course, with this YouTube channel. Also, please do subscribe to. I forgot completely to do that today. I've been meaning to do the kind of the main show and then do an after party on the other channels, Fumes of Gold or Dank Culture Collective. Haven't even done one video on Dank Culture Collective yet, but we'll get there. But in the meantime, I forgot. Feel free to remind me in the chat, honestly, by the way, folks, because of course we get high and we get chatting. But in the meantime, please do subscribe to Fumes of Gold. Literally, the channel is Fumes of Gold. So like this is Fumidoro, Fumes of Gold. That's actually what the pun is supposed to be. I'm just about to freaking sneeze. I'm going to end this show before I do. In the meantime, though, that's the now second or third backup channel. Who's fucking counting anymore? And then, of course, Dank Culture Collective, the other one, for when the trolls inevitably come back. We've had a couple shows without them miraculously, so I don't know how we managed that. But in the meantime, hopefully we'll keep it up. Ladies and gerbils, please do subscribe. It really would be helpful. Tell your friends, subscribe on your alternate accounts. That shit helps. I swear to shit. Honestly, it's none of it's too much, frankly. In the meantime, though, and also kick the fucking trolls in their fucking balls. Seriously, if you see them, kick them right in the nuts. Just right square in the nuts. So much the better if you got steel-toed boots. If you got brass knuckles, fucking wail away at those goddamn testes. It would be very helpful, honestly. Like, bullies don't go away. You need to fucking kick them right in the nuts. You need to make them cry. Otherwise, they keep fucking with you and get emboldened over time. It's amazing to me to think of some of the limp dick trolls and bullies that have basically passed through this show. If we had just stomped them like we should have, we would have never heard back from them, but we didn't, unfortunately. And we were welcoming. I was welcoming of a lot of people, permissive of a lot of really obviously bad behavior in retrospect. And it metastasized like everybody's favorite fucking diseases. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, kick the fucking bullies in the nuts, knee them in the fucking groin, do whatever you need to do. Get it done. Until we meet again, thanks very much for hanging, my friends. Adios and later, Gators. Spectacular taters. Roll yourselves in mayonnaise and